um, but really appreciate it very much. Welcome to our 2023 retreat, and I think Grady, I'm so used to sitting next to you and going, what do we do, what do we do? So I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, I'd like to thank all of you for being here today. This is one of our more important workshops that we do. This is a planning session that we really kind of set the tone for the next 12 months and into the next fiscal year. I wanted to let you know that for transparency purposes, this meeting today is going to be broadcast live on YouTube, and it will also be available for on-demand review by your residents. Also, unfortunately, because it is a very long session from beginning to end, we are not able to actually broadcast this on Channel 11 and have it be recorded, because it would take many, many hours to get it rendered in for it to be able to rebroadcast on Channel 11. So for that purpose, it's only going to be on on YouTube. Also, want to let you know, you're going to see a number of presentations before you. They were actually being worked on up to the last minute yesterday. That's why you didn't have them in your packet, and I do apologize in advance for that. Normally, we are able to get a lot of these items to you much sooner than what you ended up seeing. Also, we have not built in breaks in the agenda. A lot of this will just play by ear, so I'll rely on once you start getting a little antsy or starting to shift around, I'll work with the mayor and we'll go ahead and declare, like we do with a regular council meeting, a break. Also, I just want to let you know we have a number of refreshments. We have coffee in the back, water, donuts, Danish, juice. So feel free at any time during the session to get up. And if you do need to use the restroom and you don't want to have to wait for the break, you're always welcome to do that as well. Mayor,
Grady,
did you have any other point?
Well, I forgot to take the roll call.
Oh, okay,
It's
please.
a real meeting, so.
I was just wrapping up,
Sorry
so
about that.
why don't you go ahead and call for the roll call?
Thank you.
Mayor Dickey.
Here.
Vice Mayor McMahon. Here. Councilmember Fidel. Present. Councilmember Calavianakis.
Here.
Councilmember Skillicorn. Here. Councilmember Grzybowski.
Present.
Councilmember Toth.
Here.
Thank you, Linda. Sorry, Grady, didn't mean to interrupt. No, I'm done. All right, so we're just going to go right down in order, correct? Correct. Our first item is regarding a Stellar Teacher of the Month. Do you want to start with that?
So this was a request that came through from Councilmember Calavianakis, and I'll let her go ahead. She's the sponsor of this agenda item, so I'll let her bring it up.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I wanted to bring up this. Currently, we have a Stellar Students of the Month who come here every month, and it's a wonderful experience. I asked Grady to put this on the agenda because I think it's also important we have a Stellar Teacher of the Month, maybe from the elementary, the middle, and the high school. Stellar means outstanding, wonderful, better than everything else. It's a word of praise, excitement. Thomas Edison invented many things, but his stellar achievement might have been the light bulb. I've visited our schools on many occasions. I've toured the schools 3 times. I've sat in the classrooms where the teachers are teaching our children reading, writing, and arithmetic. I sat in with the special ed students, and the teachers have experienced such patience and love and care. It's really touching if you haven't toured the schools and saw our teachers in action. It's just amazing. Our teachers here in Fountain Hills have a starting base pay of $38,000. That is very low for this metropolitan area. They start them at like $50,000 in Mesa and Scottsdale. And so these people, kind of like your town councilmen, are not doing it for the money. They're doing it because they care for the kids, they care for the school system, and they want to be here. We've all had professors and teachers that have affected us, and I guess maybe this is my way of just reaching out and thanking some of the professors in my past by hopefully someday they got a Stellar Professor or Teacher Award too. One in particular is when I went to junior college. I took my final exam. It was English history, 1588 and before, and I studied and I had it all down, and we took the final exam, and I thought I just nailed it. I almost memorized the book, and it came back as a B-. And I wasn't too happy about that. And so I set an appointment. I took the test in there, and I thought it was going to be like one of those Ralphie moments on the Christmas story. Like he said, "Oh, Brenda, I'm so sorry. You're right. This is the best thing I've ever seen." And instead he said, "No, you deserve to be minus," because he said, "I didn't see any individual thought." He said, "All you did was, this was a parrot could have written this paper." And he said, "Until I see some original thought and some synthesis of what you learned," he said, "you're not going to get a good grade from me." And that struck me, and that set a course for the rest of my life. Don't just parrot what other people say. Think about things yourself and make up your own conclusions. Do your own thinking. And so that really affected me. So I guess good teachers are strong communicators. They listen well. They focus on collaboration. They're adaptable. They're engaging. They show empathy, patience, and they have real-world learning. And I think that it would be appropriate for us to give recognition to the best of the best of our teachers. And that's why I hope if this does come on a future agenda item, that we can get the votes and get this done. Thank you.
Brenda, anybody have anything to add? Yes, Councilman?
I echo what Councilwoman Brenda Kay just said, and I'm wondering if we could take that a step further as well. I met with Kane last week, and we talked about the possibility of having him come and give an update to the council on a more regular basis as to what's going on in our schools. I think that would be healthy for everybody to know. He's got some new ideas down there, and so I told him that I would bring that up. So if that's something that we could investigate doing, giving him 5 minutes once a quarter to give us an update as to what's going on in the school district, I think that would be important for all the residents, the council, and staff to know.
Thank you. I meet with Kane regularly, and he is coming, but we were waiting a little bit for more information about the consolidation. He wants to have some of those drawings ready to go and to show. So it's probably going to be like April before they're ready, but I do meet with them next week, and I'll see what the status is. But as far as doing it regularly, he or having somebody do that, that'd be awesome. Thanks. Any other comments? I think we can definitely move ahead with talking more to them. You know, what administratively, what would it mean? Who would make the calls and such? I know that they have the Teachers of the Month, I believe, at school board meetings, and then Rotary does something, and then the Chamber and Golden Eagle. So I don't know their methodology or whatever, but we would probably try to get a feel for what all of them are doing. Again, just a little bit about the Stellar Student. That was a leadership project from a long time ago. A way to get the kids in here, and you see the result of that, how, their families are here, and even though Sharon tries to make them stay, they usually leave, but, at least it gives them that taste, and they walk into a building that maybe they wouldn't have before, so, but I think, I think we'll move ahead and figure out how to do it, and thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else on this?
Actually, I did, if you don't mind. I think it's a great idea, but there's less teachers than there are students, so maybe if we did it on a quarterly basis. Also, I was going to point out the number of avenues that they are already celebrated on a very regular basis, and the Chamber also does a Teacher of the Year as a part of their big gala every year. I think quarterly is probably plenty because, again, of the number of teachers compared to the number of students. And it is very important to me that the students feel extra special on their Stellar Students Day. So by adding a stellar teacher, I feel like we're taking away from the kids, and I really don't want to do that. This is a very special moment for them. They make a huge deal about it at the school, so I don't want to take away from the children at all. And I also feel like the teachers want money. If we could give them money, they would much rather have that than any celebration we could do at the council level. But I would like to entertain maybe a quarterly and not a monthly. Another thing I'd like to start doing quarterly, I was talking to deputy town manager / community services director / whatever Rachel is called de jour. And I would like to see quarterly updates from all of our departments. So just tossing that out because now we're adding a whole lot of stuff to our agenda. Thank you.
Yeah, if I may. No, I think you make an excellent point, Sharon, and I would be for that 100%. I don't think this should be done on the nights of the stellar student. It should be on an off night when we don't do that, because you're right, I think it would diminish the stellar student program. So thank you for that input. I think it's important.
Thank you. We'll figure out a way to do it, and appreciate it. Thanks. Next, we're going to talk about signs. I see John making his way up, so we'll go through this item. I know we have slides and such, so that's great. Thanks.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Look forward to this opportunity to get a little bit more input from you as far as modifications we might want to see to the sign ordinance. So just a quick background for anybody who might not be up on the what's been going on. But staff has been directed to work with the Planning and Zoning Commission to prepare some modifications to the sign ordinance, and bring those back for council review and hopefully adoption. And so the council has asked staff to or staff is still seeking direction from the council, and that's the main discussion here this morning, is to follow up on some of the preliminary input I have received, and to see where the council as a whole, as far as taking that forward to the Planning and Zoning Commission. We have scheduled a public hearing for the Planning and Zoning Commission on March 13th. To review the comments that we've received from the council and see what other public comments we may receive at that point, and from there can zero in on the exact changes that we want to see to the ordinance. And so, again, this topic today will be to review what input we've received thus far and see what other direction that you have for me. So I'll go through, again, those items that I have received from various council members. One is that in section 602 of the ordinance, which provides the definitions for each of the sign types, somebody reading that particular section might not realize there's more to be found in section 608 that provides more detail on the real standards. And so the suggestion was for each of the sign types to then add a reference statement to where they can find more detail. And so I've shown one as an example for the awning definition, to add at the end then the reference to 608.2, where they would then find the more specific requirements for how you can use awning signs, their sizes and placement and so forth.
John?
Yes.
So I know we have several things to go through. What I would call like low-hanging fruit might be something like this. Do you want us to say as we go along, like, we're fine with that kind of a thing, or how would you rather have us do this?
Mayor, however you would like to do it is fine, but yes, that sounds helpful to me as we talk about each one. If we go ahead and have any discussion on them, then that would probably be easier than trying to go back
Okay.
afterward.
My impression of this one is that probably everybody would be good with that. Okay, thanks.
Yes, that was a very good idea. So the next item that we have is in section 607B, sign locations and prohibited locations. There's some feeling that the language that's in there is a little bit hard to read and follow. It's written fairly legal type language, so there may be some ways to clarify the language, maybe provide a more plain English introduction to discussion about the prohibited locations, so it'd be a little bit easier then for the average person to understand what we're trying to accomplish with that list of prohibited locations. And then there's some feeling that we should go ahead and allow temporary signs on Shea. Right now, they're prohibited, or have been prohibited.
First two look good. We like describing things in an easy way to understand them. Third bullet point, I would not be in favor of that one, but obviously that's something to discuss about having signs on Shea. Vice Mayor?
I'm not in favor of it because I think that it detracts from our town, especially when people, visitors, et cetera, and even families that live here drive. That's what they first see before they come in to Fountain Hills. And to have it cluttered with so many signs, I mean, think back of the election and how trashy that looked in a lot of places. And I just don't think it's, I really like not having signs on Shea. I wasn't distracted by them or anything like that. And I would really like to keep it that way.
Thank you. I would be for signs on Shea. I guess the attorney in me, and Aaron, maybe you get the same spidey senses, but it seems kind of discriminatory just to say, well, because you're on Shea, you can't have a sign, but if you own a business elsewhere, then we're going to let you place that sign and you can promote your business greater than somebody else. It just seems to me more fair to, if we let some people do it, we should let everybody do it. The people on Shea, they're trying to make a living too.
I wholeheartedly agree that we should tell our Shea businesses, you need to be able to put the signs up. But unfortunately, we cannot regulate against the sign content. So to go to the Bone House or to go to the Fry's or the Target and say, you guys can do it, but we don't want any others. I'm not a fan. So basically, I'm saying I'm against the temporary signs on Shea altogether. I do support their trashy theory. The number of photographs that I've gotten of temporary signs that have popped up over the past, what are we talking, 2 months? I don't know, whatever it is surprising. And then I see them when I drive, and yeah, it looks trashy. And people during the election were pleased that our streets did not have all the signs on. And as soon as you hit that, literally, as soon as you hit that Scottsdale border, it turned into absolute trash. So unfortunately, because we cannot regulate against the sign content, I would not be for the temporary signs on Shea. Sorry to all my business people on Shea.
Can I speak? Also, as for businesses on Shea, they have permanent signs there. They have monument signs. The buildings, the businesses have been there for the most part. I don't think it's discriminatory to have an area where you don't have signs. It's permissible. And, you know, I don't know what else to say. I don't think that it would be a good idea to literally trash Shea up with them.
I will say the signs that are allowed on Shea for the businesses on Shea are kind of chintzy. That is one of the big complaints that the businesses on Shea have said to me. If we could do something about that, that'd be great, but I don't think a temporary sign is going to be the answer to helping our businesses or helping our residents in the fact that they have to look at the trashy temporary signs that have been there for months and months and all bent and ugly.
I'm for the signs, but if there's a better way to do it, we've got about 20 businesses back behind the Target Plaza in the laser area that don't get any signage. So if we had a better monument sign that could address that, I'd be all for it. But I think we need to take the handcuffs off of our businesses. Every sale they make puts money in the town's TPT fund, and we operate our town primarily on that income. So we can talk about finding a solution, but I think we also need more monument signage for that business park behind Target as well. And there are a couple of other areas in town that need to be addressed with monument signs as well.
Mayor, on that, especially the Councilman Friedl's comment about the monument sign, I am going to be in support of that. I don't think that's germane to today's discussion, but I want to let the businesses that are in that industrial park know that we have not forgotten about them, and that I will be advocating for that purpose. I think that's something that we want to probably maybe control ourselves, so with it, the size, format, that in style is up to our purview, but that's something we want in the future. But we have tens and tens of thousands of vacant square footage on Shea Boulevard. the current prohibition on signs just doesn't work. So I believe we're gonna change that.
No, thank you, Ms. Mayor. Sharon, I understand your point about the trashy signs. But Ms. Mayor, didn't we talk about this like last town council meeting about section 6.02, like making them durable signs and signs that look good, and the ones that are the trashy, the ones that are temporary, a box, with whatever. Can't we address both?
I think as we're moving,
Oh, no, you go ahead. There was a question toward you. I'm sorry. Okay, all right. I was just going to say that I am for the signs on Shea, and it's because of the same reasons that Councilman Friedel mentioned. We need to take Councilman Skillicorn, we need to take the handcuffs off of our businesses. We have all this vacant land on Shea. We need to give them every opportunity to be successful. And I had been very outspoken about my feelings about our restrictions on temporary signage and how that affects our business owners. I feel like it's probably not a surprise to anyone that I support this.
thank you. Everything that we're saying about content is still true. So, and as we're moving on, I know that you're suggesting allowing more per business and such. I don't know, we got balloons, we have banners, we have all kinds of things. So this isn't as clear cut as it seems. This is just the first part of it. Having temporary signs on Shea for the businesses that are on technology and such. So are you going to do that on the other side too? So if you have a business on Saguaro, that far deep in, are you going to let them put signs on Shea also? People on technology can have signs on technology just like everybody else, but you're talking about quite a few businesses back there who chose to put their businesses back there, and letting each one of those have signs on Shea, I think, is going to look terrible. I feel an obligation to our residents as much as I do to our businesses. If a couple of A-frame signs makes a difference in a business, I think that's something that you need to think about a little bit. And our town, when you say it doesn't work, it's been that way forever. We never even allowed temporary signs until this most recent sign ordinance. What we did was every year we'd allow it, we'd say, okay, another year you can do it here or there, take it down every night. So our sign ordinance that exists right now is the first one that actually, quote unquote, by right, I don't want to even use that word, but has let temporary signs be there, stay there on their property, no taking down at night, no having to ask every year for a renewal. So this is quite permissive in a way, but seriously, if you ask what you were saying about Vice Mayor driving into Fountain Hills, I can't even tell you how many times over the 40 years I've lived here that that's what we've heard from people who want to move here, or come here, or bike here, or whatever. And to actually, to just take that entire scene away, I think is not something I want to do. I entertain what you were talking about, the other signage, and Grady knows I've talked about this before, helping in a way, like even like when you come in on Saguaro off of Shea, having something like, X's here or whatever, but nice signs, like in Paradise Valley, Tempe, there are so many cities that don't allow any signs in their rights of way at all. So I don't think that we're being discriminatory in any way or odd in any way, and we're trying to figure out ways to make this work. So I'm all for looking for solutions, but just saying allowing temporary signs on Shea is not something I'm in favor of at all. Sharon?
You had your light on.
Oh,
Thank you.
sorry.
That's okay. I trust business owners to make the correct decisions. They care about this town. They're invested in this town. I find it hard to believe that they're going to put a sign out if it doesn't help people find them, if they're way down Saguaro. I also find it hard to believe that they would pack a bunch of signs onto Shea, because then nobody sees the sign. Nobody sees anybody's signs because they just see a clump of them. I trust people to make the right decision. The people of this town are smart people. They care about this town. They care about the views as well. I believe that this just takes the handcuffs off. I would entertain the idea of specifying what types of temporary signs, like the blow-up guy maybe is a no, I would think. Or the gorilla. My point being, I think it's important to take the handcuffs off of our business owners, and I have faith in the people of this town. I don't believe that we're going to be trashed up.
It's not going to be only the brick and mortar people that put signs up. We'll get the IBuyUglyHouses.com guy, we'll get the mattress dude, we'll get the junk removal dude. What's the one that I saw? We'll get the landscaping guy. It's going to be more than just our brick and mortar. Once we open this up, it's, again, we can't regulate for content, so we can't go and tell our business people, it's only you guys, you're the only ones that are allowed. So maybe we do this in baby steps. I don't know, I don't have a solution for that, but instead of just saying signs are allowed on Shea, is there a way we can open up the door a little bit to see what happens, and then maybe go, okay, this is great, this looks good, let's open it up a little more. Once we open it up, we can't pull it back. You can't, that's just not fair. So is there a way where we can meet in the middle, still make our brick and mortar people happy, but still also not pollute it with all the other crap that we all know what we don't want, and we can't regulate for that stuff?
Vice Mayor?
Are we talking just regular signs, or are we talking directional signs to businesses? Because I have my card done by one of the businesses that's behind, and he said the only thing he would like is to have a directional sign out in front on Shea, because otherwise his business is fine. He's getting a lot of repeat business, but basically, given where he is in the back, he wouldn't mind having a directional sign.
Thank you, Mayor. So there was, Mayor, I know you had a couple questions about, like, you know, if we're going to allow someone that's here in Saguaro to have the same provision to put a sign out versus down by Shea. And in the draft that I submitted on industrial zones, I said 1,000 feet from a property line, and for other areas, you're allowed, I think it was 60 or 90 feet from a property line. So there's a different standard based on where you are, and we have to, you know, remember there are businesses that are tucked away in corners, and yes, I agree that they agreed to put up shop there, and that's maybe why the rent's a little bit lower there, but, you know, we want them to succeed also. We're a community, we want everyone to succeed. You want to give them the right opportunity. So some of that has been addressed. You know, Shea, you were already saying no billboards, no electronic signs, and frankly, you know, I make it point clear that I don't like electronic signs whatsoever. This is not going to be Las Vegas ever. But there's got to be some give and take, and we have to be looking out for our neighbors and helping them too.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just as we're giving John guidance on this and for it to go to planning and zoning, just on the record, I do agree that I don't want a proliferation of a bunch of signs on Shea, like 20 signs on a street corner. That would just be a horrible look. So I think as we craft this, you know, maybe people that have a brick and mortar on Shea are allowed to have their own personal sign made of durable materials, okay? But no, if there's a bunch of businesses on Lazar or Technology or whatever, I don't want them to be able to put that however far and then clutter those intersections. I think that'd be a dead no for me.
Thank you. I wanted to mention, then I'll ask you, Grady, but that the, you know, like I said, calling it handcuffing businesses is a little unfair, because this is like I said, this was a permissive sign ordinance that was unanimously passed, and as far as I'm aware of, when I talked to Betsy and such, there were like pretty much two areas that they'd had complaints about. So this has been in effect for over a year, and I am not aware, maybe I'm wrong, but I was only aware of that one little corner on Shea, and then the plaza fountain side so that they could, whoops, have it on the back and on the front. Other than that, I never heard anybody feeling handcuffed or complaining about the sign ordinance that passed, except for during the political season. So I don't like that idea that we were handcuffing anybody. And again, I have to say, if a temporary sign is a difference between succeeding or not, I have to wonder about, you know, the chances of it succeeding at all. Again, this is a town that's for many, many years didn't have any temporary signs allowed. And Paradise Valley doesn't, and Tempe doesn't in rights of way. We said, if it's on your property, this is a very permissive sign ordinance in existence right now. So I don't appreciate that characterization, to tell you the truth, of a unanimously approved sign ordinance that went through 5 meetings, 4 or 5 with us, before we actually made the decision, then a summer of talking to realtors and talking to businesses to come up with this solution. So again, I do think there's probably some ways we can get around some of this, whether it's a permitting process or whether we have some sort of a fund to help with monument signs for particular areas. But this sentence right here is not, I wouldn't support that. Grady? Oh, I'm sorry.
Also, I don't think we would have the staff to manage it and pull signs if they don't comply with the ordinance or whatever. I just think that would add so much more to the code enforcement people, and they already have a heavy workload. So that's another factor we need to consider in, is the staff able to add this load to their already heavy workload.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, good discussion on this item. It appears that there is probably consensus based on what we're hearing to allow the temporary signs, but I also think that there can be some other regulatory ways that you can manage this. One of the things I had just whispered over to our attorney, and that is we can actually limit the locations. So you're not getting the proliferation all along Shea. So you could just have the locations where these businesses have requested the signs. And so like maybe laser technology and maybe the corner of Saguaro or something. I'm just throwing that out as another way of managing and controlling this so that you don't have proliferation of signs as soon as you hit the town limits all the way to the B line. So that might be another way. That will then pretty much limit it to the brick and mortar that you're talking about without getting in and limiting it to brick and mortar, if that makes sense.
Thank you. So we can move on, I think, and obviously there'll be probably 2 planning and zoning meetings, and then we'll have a meeting so the public will have an opportunity to let us know how they feel about this.
Okay, thank you. So next on my list is with regard to A-frame and T-frame signs. Change this to allow them in the town center right away without a permit. Currently, we require a permit for those locations. Reduce the clearance around the sidewalk if one is placed on a sidewalk from 6 feet to 3 foot clearance, and then also reduce the distance from curb from 3 feet to 1 foot.
First off, are there safety issues with the 6 foot, 3 foot as far as wheelchair accessibility? And are there safety issues with the curb change?
Mayor, with regard to those 2, 3 feet still does meet the very minimum on the ADA, so that would still meet that requirement. Staff would have some concern with the 1 foot, just because of that close proximity to the moving vehicles and people getting in and out. I believe the previous code was at 1 foot, however, and so in that regard, it would I guess it must have worked before.
Right now with the rights of way in town center, so I thought we were allowing that. We don't allow that, or?
Mayor, within the town center area and the pedestrian area, we allowed them in the right of way with a permit, but the encouragement was to try to find a place on your private property along the sidewalk first.
Would you think that would be a good idea to not allow them to have a permit? Or is the permit situation working out just fine?
We, Mayor, Vice Mayor, we haven't had anyone apply for the permits over the time that we had it. So
Is it because it's still restricted, or they just are ignoring the fact that they need a permit?
And I'm afraid I couldn't answer that question why we haven't
Okay.
gotten them.
Okay, thank you.
The permit's not, we don't charge for that, do we?
Mayor, I'm sorry, I don't remember for sure if we ended up putting
No, I don't think- I
if we
think
do,
we-
it's a minimal, like a $25 fee, but I don't recall if there's one in the fee schedule or
Okay.
not.
Well, these things will, if we don't change what our other standards are for rights away, then I'm okay with that, because I think that was kind of the intent anyway when we made the change for downtown. I don't like the 6-foot, 3-foot thing, because I can picture something in the middle, just a little bit, and then if it's only 3 feet to the storefront and 3 feet to the street, I have a little bit of a problem with that. Could you tell me what you think that there's a problem that needs to be solved with that? Maybe one of the people that suggested it?
Well, what I would discuss was just the last item with John. Would reducing it from 3 feet instead of 1 foot to 2 foot alleviate some safety concerns?
Mayor, Councilmember, every foot it's further back, it just gives more clearance. If it's, I believe right now we're talking primarily A-frame signs in the town center area versus other places where there might be more moving traffic. When we have moving traffic, we have a little bit even greater concern, because just as the traffic moves and creates that wind that can blow signs over and then it gets on the roadway, whatever. Downtown, a little bit less concern from that regard, but people are getting to and from the vehicles, up the curb, past things, and giving that little bit more room, I think it makes it a little bit more functional.
Okay.
Bumper overhangs, those types of things, it all works a little better the further back it is.
Okay, I'd be flexible on that.
Thank you, Brenda. So the 6-foot, 3-foot, who suggested that? I'm just saying, what's the motivation for suggesting that change? Because that one concerns me about access, wheelchair access.
I'll let one of the people that made the suggestion.
I don't remember who suggested that, Mayor, but if we're meeting the ADA requirements at 3 feet, I don't see an issue with that. We haven't had any issues, incident reports or accident reports or anything like that that I know of. Maybe I'm wrong. John, have you had any comments on that?
Mayor, Councilmember, no, I have not.
So it's something I think we could try. I think it's more of a visibility thing, if I'm reading that correctly. So we could try it and see what happens. If it becomes a problem, then we need to address it.
Mayor, I think we've received some feedback from the businesses that they think that the longer distance has been a restriction on them. So getting to something that complies with ADA, I think is fine. Now, to my knowledge, I haven't heard of any complaints of someone saying, hey, the sidewalk is blocked. I could not go across the sidewalk because there's a sign in the way. So I think we need to weigh that. Now, if we start hearing those complaints, this should be tweaked. But this is just simply a request of some business owners in town.
I appreciate the 3-foot ADA safety requirement. The times that I've had an opportunity to walk with somebody who is in a wheelchair or push the wheelchair, 3 feet is exactly the amount you need. There is no wiggle room. If their hand is out, I'm going to use my sister as an example. She's not able to bring her arm into her body, so it has a tendency to whop against people and things that she walks by. So I feel like meeting the minimum requirement is, again, it's the minimum, and I feel like we need to do a little better than that. So my request would be, can we change it to at least 4 feet? Just because having the opportunity to see people try to maneuver in that little 3 feet amount of space is gut-wrenching to me.
Thank you. I mean, I would go along with the 2 feet in the curb thing and then 4 feet for that. I mean, I'd rather see the 6 feet. I know you don't hear, maybe you're not hearing complaints, but visually, I often see signs that are in the middle of the sidewalk, and if you were in a wheelchair, that would not be fun. So this just makes it seem more possible for that to happen. If you say 3 feet, and then it's going to be a little bit over, I've seen it a lot, so maybe there's no complaints. And, maybe nobody's experienced it, but I know there are a lot of folks that go around in scooters and wheelchairs or, you know, whatever, and I think that's really narrow. Councilman?
Madam Mayor, now the one you said you saw a sign blocking the sidewalk, was that in compliance? Would that be in compliance how it's written here? I mean, if it's in the middle of the
No.
sidewalk, it doesn't sound like it's in compliance of what is written here either.
It would not be in compliance with
Okay,
either
so
one.
even the current more restrictive ordinance did not control this rogue sign you were talking about?
Right, but I guess like speeding, you know, you don't change the speed limit just because people are breaking it. I would prefer to keep it at 6 feet, but if we want to do 4, that's fine. I don't, again, I don't think 3 feet. I know that that is the bare minimum, 36 inches, but I think we should, like you said, can do better.
I've got some notes. Are we ready to move on? Okay. So continuing on still with the A-frame signs. So right now, we allow 1 per business. The proposal is that we allow multiples, and there are different ideas on how that might be done. Maybe we set a aggregate maximum sign area of some amount. One example here is 8 square feet. And then you could have 1 8-square-foot sign or 2 4-foot signs or a 5 and a 3, or you can provide some flexibility and options there within certain criteria. Maximum size for any 1 sign. Currently it's 6 square foot, 3 foot tall is the maximum for any 1 sign.
The maximum, I mean, the allowing more than 1, we talked a little bit about 2, right? Is that, I mean, you're not going for more than that, are you?
No, just what we talked about at the last meeting, and I think the reasonable accommodation was just 1 per entry, access egress. I think that would solve this whole section.
I agree with that. That would be good. What do you think?
So Mayor, this is not quite my language. I was advocating for a 9 total if there was two signs, and then 6 if there was 1. Effectively, my thought process, you get either have 2 smaller signs. You know, let's say you have a unique situation where your sight lines are restricted or whatever, so you get 2 at a certain location. You have whatever locations. Or if you want to have 1 of the full size signs, you're fine. And I didn't want to have giant ones and all. But it seems to be pretty much a standard out there, which is I think like 2 by 3 feet or something very close to that. If you want to have one of the larger ones, that's fine. But if you have a unique situation where you need to have 2 sight lines, and there's a couple spots in town where they have that. I mean, I can think of a few. That's what this flexibility was, and so this is a tiny bit different than what I proposed. I'm not sure where the change came from, but that's the reason there.
But if you had a sign at each entry, that wouldn't be the 8 foot. So there'd be like 1 of the 4 or whatever, and the other of the 4. But what is the difference? Just that you wanted it to be 9 instead of 8?
Well, I just
Is that okay? Then is 8 okay though?
8
2 by
8
4
is
or
just fine because I don't. We're talking about standards here, and I also want to make sure there's not confusion. I was like, well, is that 8 total? That both sides? It should be each side you could see. I didn't want to get into the tricky games like that, but I just want to make it sure that there's the little bit larger. Maybe because it's not large, but there's a whole bunch of them in town that are a little bit bigger. They're fine, but if you have one of those, just 1. But if you have a little bit smaller sign, I thought it was okay. I know that when we went around with John and other councilmen, we even talked about different directions, but I think we settled on language that if it was too small, it's fine. One of the regular size.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I think the 1 sign per entry access egress is perfect. If a business can make a compelling case why he would need 2 signs if he's got 1 access and egress point, I think he could apply for a permit and maybe have this town take a look at it and either approve the permit or deny it based on a compelling circumstance that it would really hurt his business. And so then we could do those, the 2 signs on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you. Sharon?
I just wanted to point out that it does say sign for each entry. For the verbiage, I do want to indicate that it's not to exceed 2. Because we do have one business I can think of off the top of my head that has more than 2 entrances. And as for why the 8 square feet over the 9 is probably they just did that because 8 is kind of an industry standard kind of thing. So that's probably where that came from.
Thank you. Keep in mind, too, what we just did for the downtown. So if they're going to, this right here is for your property, but if we are allowing right-of-way for downtown people, this will have ramifications, too. So the size part especially because of the way downtown is. So just keep that in mind. Thank you.
And the next one on the screen is allowing placement of temporary sign, again, particularly the A-frame sign, away from the business and not necessarily right at the business. I think this comes back to some of the discussion about places such as down in Laser and Technology, where you've got businesses that are away from a main street. And so allowing one of the signs to be some distance from the business, a few hundred feet, and maybe even up to 1,000 feet.
John and council, what my thought process was when I drafted that, it was just if it's zone industrial, so technology, laser and that, I was 1,000 feet from the property line because there's no traffic there. There's still, you remove it every evening, so if it doesn't make sense for your business, you're not gonna go put a sign up because you gotta take it down every night. And then for the non-industrials, think of, over here in town center, there's a few spots where having it 60 foot from your property line or 90 feet could be very useful because where's the traffic going by? If you got traffic going by, that's not a problem, but if you're tucked in a corner, that was gonna be something to be helpful. And that was what I drafted, was 1,000 for industrial, and it was either 60 or 90 for non-industrial feet.
So just to make sure I get this right, these are not going to be then on their own property.
I was going to say it would be on right away, and the distance was from their property line. So I should be very specific about that, so that if we decided to enforce it, it could be.
Okay. I don't like this one, to tell you the truth, because banners are really something that can look bad really easily.
And I don't think we're talking about banners, we're talking about temporary signs. So
We're
these are
talking about
durable.
A-frame signs.
Yeah,
at this point.
durable A-frame signs.
Oh.
And again, the requirement is that you're picking them up in the evening. So
Okay.
if
It
we,
says banner signs right at the top. That's why I thought we were talking about banner signs, 6084 banner signs, but we're not.
No, we're still in 608A1, the A-frames, T-frames
A-frames,
at the bottom of
T-frames.
that. And we'll bring it up again under yard signs.
I'm looking at the one on my computer here, so. Yeah. I am now, yeah. I'm looking at the agenda on my computer. Okay, great. Any other thoughts on that then? Thanks.
Wait, I am going to reiterate, I would love it if we could figure out how to help our, for example, technology drive people have some sort of signage at the corner on our property. I realize it's not something we can discuss here, but I feel like it would solve a crap ton of problems. Temporary signs, ugly houses signs, all that kind of stuff, and make people happy. Having them remove it at the end of the day, asking them to remove it at the end of the day sounds like a great idea, but I don't know that it's going to happen regularly, so this may be a problem. But if we're going to say it has to come down at the end of the day, at the end of your business day, it is what it is.
Mayor, Councilman Grabowski, thank you for advocating for the monument sign. I think that our business would absolutely love that. Again, I don't think that's germane to this discussion, but very, very soon, we have to seriously get together, create an economic development plan, and this is going to be one of the key parts of the economic development plan. We really have to help those businesses back there. And what I would advocate for something is that we can control the size, shape. Basically go, hey, you guys get a sign produced within this parameter, and we're going to put it up. And then we can actually have them create their own group, just like we have like our Plat 208 and stuff like that, that control where the placement in order and things like that. Because I don't want to get into that business, but I like to control the look of it, the style of it, and the businesses don't need it. That's fine. They're not going to participate, but I think it's an amazing thing we can do for them, and they're going to own a part of it, right? So I think that's good. From the taking them down, I think it's just a reasonable restriction. We'll see the scofflaws real fast, the ones that don't do it, and there'll be certain consequences for that.
I think giving the town staff direction to come up with an agenda item or discussion item at some point on monument signs is what you're hearing here today too, so we're all in on that. So I think I agree with Councilwoman Blue that it could solve a lot of issues down there, especially along Shea and Saguaro as well. So at some point we need to address that. Can we give?
I think there's consensus for us to look at that as a future agenda item.
Okay, thank you.
And yeah, I'd like to concur with Councilman Friedel and Councilman Skillicorn on that, about the monument sign for sure. And just to reiterate, John, for you, again, my concern about the proliferation of signs when it says to be placed within X of the business, that's when this thing is drafted, you have to keep that in mind, that we just don't want a bunch of signs in that corner. It's just going to be an eyesore. So as you draft that, please keep that in mind.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm going to bring something up about the location of businesses. If some of those businesses that chose, like you even said, to set their businesses up on technology or wherever, any place that isn't on a main drag, they're probably paying less rent, or there was probably some sort of a benefit for them to have it there. So if you have a business that's in a hidden place, somewhat hidden, keep in mind they probably have competition in town who are paying higher rents so that they're visible. So I think that we would tread carefully on assisting, because you get what you pay for basically. And if you decided, hey, I'm going to be right in downtown center and I'm paying X, now the town's giving money to these guys who are in the same business as me, but they happen to be south of Shea or whatever. So I think we need to keep that in mind as long as we're talking about businesses and such. Yes, ma'am?
I'm paraphrasing what you just said. Did I understand that you just said that the town might be giving these people money? That was not my insinuation at all. My intent of my comment was, I feel like we need to help them with a sign at the corner to let people know what the businesses are at the corner. And by help, I don't mean financial help, but zoning help, property help, that this is the right of way. You guys can have one pillar sign and just the list of the businesses. And I believe Councilman Skillicorn talked about the order. We can deal with all that later. But my intent with my comment was not financial help at all. I didn't mean it to be taken that way.
Thank you. Councilman?
Mayor, I don't think any of us thought that it was monetary help. And it's a great point about certain places that they pay more in rent. But another point in this discussion is that some of those people are there because they're zoned, that type of use is in that area, and they don't have a choice to be in town center.
That's good too, because then they won't have competitions located there either, so, okay.
All right, ready to move on?
Yep.
Okay. So now we're on banner signs. That's fine. For a non-residential use in a residential zoning district, primary example we have of that is churches, could be other things, to add a provision that would allow seasonal waiver of up to 3 months. The code has been that you're allowed a banner sign for 30 days a calendar year. does provide for application of a temporary use permit for extending that time. No one's taken advantage of that at this point. We have recognized, as we have been implementing the ordinance, that we do have a number of churches around that have seasonal events, and some of even have permanent frames up to change out the banner that goes in those, and so those have always been kind of a little bit of a question. I think this might help address that kind of issue.
Why the increase to 90 days? Did the banner situation work out well at 30 days, and why the increase to 90 days?
Part of the banner increase was due to the fact that you have a lot of different seasons, and I'm thinking about the sports places like All-American, Bachelor Pad, what's Milton's place? Tap House. They have different seasons to their approach to advertise. You've got the baseball season, you've got football season, soccer season, various other seasons. I don't know what else they do, but so the thought process was to give them a little bit more time to have a banner up and to advertise for their business.
Have you seen different banners up?
Yes, I have.
So usually these events, are they a month long? Are they just a particular event for a couple nights that over the year, the time would be equivalent to 30 days and that would still be sufficient?
I don't know any season that lasts just 30 days, but now a shorter event would have been the Super Bowl, and I saw a couple of those up and they're gone. So the 30 days would have worked for that, but you can't do that for a football season or a baseball season or that type of thing.
Well, I guess I was thinking that they were advertising a particular event that they're having at their facility, like the Tap House, that, you know, a few days would be sufficient for that. But I like the 30 days through the calendar year. I think it is less, again, less messy for the town to have to deal with signs all over the place.
Is that me? Oh, yes, okay. My concerns over banner display, and whether it be 30 days, 90 days, whatever days, are we telling them out of the year? Or is it 30 days, and I'm going to take this one down and put in the exact same spot another banner for another 30 days or 90 days or whatever? If we're trying to regulate banners by allowing a banner in the same spot over and over and over and over again, you're not really regulating a banner. You're just allowing a temporary sign. If the intent is that's okay, but we don't want the banner to get ugly, that's why it has to come down after the 30 days or the 90 days. So basically I'm saying, what's driving this? Where are we going with this? Then I had another concern that I didn't write down, and oh, I know, new businesses. That was my other concern. Are we going to allow it for 180 days or 1 year? If I remember correctly from my marketing days, and Amanda is probably the best person, when you put a new item on the market, you are allowed to label it new for 1 year. So if we go by that, then technically I feel like we should be allowing new businesses to put it up for a year. And then again, we're talking, is the banner going to be worn and trashy at the end of the year? So I want to toss that stuff out as we're thinking about it and having a conversation.
So I would agree for 1 year with a new business. I think going off of that standard with calling a product new, calling a business new, I think it makes sense. As for the banner itself, if a banner gets trashy, that doesn't make your business look good. Again, I think a business owner is smart enough to know, okay, it might be time to order a new one. Going back to all banners displayed for up to 90 days, these are banners that are on their business, right? It's not somehow staked in the yard. We're talking about on their building. Is that correct?
Mayor, council member, it could be staked in the yard. The banners.
It could be.
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to find a gentle way to say it, but I don't really know why we care. It's 90 days. It's a banner. It's for the business. If it makes their business look bad, they're not going to use it. I don't know why we're arguing over whether it should be 30 or 90 days.
And as far as it being trashy, I think we could probably write something in the ordinance to address that. If it's torn, tattered, trashy, bleached out, it's got to be removed.
Mayor, council member, there are some maintenance standards currently in the ordinance that we could look at, see if they would need to be modified.
Thank you.
Thank you. I keep going to the bottom of the list. I'm sorry? I said I've had my light on a long time, and I keep going to the bottom of the list. I had it on before Hannah and Jerry.
That's how it works around here.
Oh, my God.
I just look at your light, and I don't know who did it first.
Okay. Go ahead, Alan.
No.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just to address some of our concerns. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Sharon raised a good point as far as, it's the 90 days, but can they just put up another 90 day and another 90 day and another 90 day? So I think that's got to be addressed, a period of rest before they can reinstall. So I think that's an excellent point that Councilwoman made. As far as the 90-day number, and I know there's like, well, why did we pick this? Well, this was based on feedback that we had from business owners. And so, I mean, this is pure, we represent them. They came to me and they said, we would like 90 days. So this is their number, not my number. So this is the people that have businesses here. As far as new business is concerned, I know they say that a new business will succeed or fail within 1 year. But I think the banner should be up for a shorter period, maybe 6 months. I think a year is just way too long. So I would be for a 6 month on new business. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Part of this, I think, John can answer. There is a standard of how it's supposed to look already that's in the ordinance. From what I've seen, I think that's fine. The number was actually a compromise. Businesses asked to use these. The previous allowance was 30 days per calendar year. And a lot of these businesses, they have, the vendors they work with give them these banners for free, so they have any opportunity to use them. They want to use them, right? If we allowed them to use them every day of the year, they would. This just was a compromise. I mean, I was actually okay doing longer than this, but I think this was a compromise that we thought was fit. For the new business banner, I think this came from, we found some businesses in town that were using banners instead of signs that actually were not in compliance. And sometimes you got to learn from what people are already doing. And it is typically I think we allowed, if there's new management, right, John? You're allowed like 30 days or something. I threw out the proposal of 364 days. And if you can come in town and you can make a go of yourself, and after a year, you're like, okay, I'm committed. I'm going to go spend a few $1,000s on a real sign. Great, but I can't say you come into town and and there's a lot of barriers to entry to businesses. But additional one is you have to get this monument sign, like a professional sign out front that's very expensive. That's just another standard of business, a standard that is pushing them away. And I want to be more business friendly than that. If it was shorter than a year, we could consider it. But I was the one that threw out 364 days for a new business. It had to be a new event. It wasn't just like, hey, we hired a new cashier. We can't do that. But I really want us to be an attractive destination for businesses. And I think our residents want that too, because they want places to frequent instead of having to go over the hill.
Then I think 6 months is good. It's interesting because as a consumer, if I see something saying new for a year, and even though what you said, Sharon, is a standard, I always wonder about that because it's not new after a year. But so I like the 6 month idea. What bothers me about the 90-day, obviously I would prefer to keep it at 30, but the 90-day is the paragraph before it. So a non-residential use in a residential zoning district, add a provision to allow application for a seasonal waiver for 3 months. So is that separate from the second one? Because I wouldn't want residential zoning to allow banners for 90 days. So I just want to clarify that.
So I can address part of that, Mayor, as far as in a residential zoning district, if it's a non-residential use, those would be the only ones that could have a banner to begin with. So it's not just any residential use.
But if they had a banner in a residential zone, they would could keep it up for 90 days in a residential
Correct.
zone?
Correct.
So like, if it was, I don't know, what would be that, like a preschool or like a doctor's? No, what kind of business could be in a residential zone beside a church?
That's the main one that I can think of. The schools are also in residential districts, but they're not technically subject to our ordinance.
Well, like a
I'd have to-
private, like a kid's school, like a preschool or a art school or something like that, that isn't like a exempt from.
Right, without having my list up of allowed uses in the residential district.
That's just, that part is something I wouldn't want, but maybe the fact that they have to apply for it, I don't know. I don't like the residential area part of it. But I think when you talk about sports bars and all that, I think we're all fine with seeing football turn into hockey or soccer or whatever. So I don't really have a problem with that kind of business in a business district. But I don't like the residential part unless we can make that application a little more narrow.
I have a question. As far as allowing banners to be displayed for 30 or 90 days, that's per calendar year, like it
That's
was the
correct.
last time, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that will be clarified?
Yes.
Thank you.
And just, Ms. Mayor, as far as residential zoning district, I mean, I think it'd be fine to do those for personally, I think it'd be fine to do those for 30 days and maybe a commercial district for 90 days. There's a distinction we could make there to get some kind of a compromise. If it is a residential zoning district, we could do a 30-day. If it's a commercially zoned district for your sports bars and that sort of thing, then it could be for the football season, baseball season, then those could be designated for 90 days. That may alleviate your concern.
I gotta say, I disagree with making the difference between the non-residential and the residential. Again, it's their property. People take pride in their property. And I think the people of this town are a lot smarter than the government tends to give them credit for. I think when we nitpick over details on how long they can have a banner up, whether they can have a banner up, I think we're overstepping our boundaries. People take pride in their property. They'll do what's right for their business or for their property.
I wholeheartedly agree with what was just said, but a lot of times we don't notice when our house needs to be painted or when things are fading. You see it every single day, and you remember the flashy sign when you first bought it, and that's how you see it every single day when you pull up. I went on vacation for a week, came home and looked up at the house when I first got home and went, oh my God, this place needs to be painted. So you just miss it when you see it every single day. One of the reasons why it's very difficult for us to say when your sign gets trashy, you need to take it down, is because beauty's in the eye of the beholder. So trashy to me might not be trashy to somebody else. And we had this conversation when we talked about this stuff initially. I spent a lot of money on my A-frame sign, and I think it's fantastic, but somebody else doesn't like it. Well, I'm sorry, again, there's a big subjectivity involved there.
So I agree with that, and also I know that we all see faded feather signs everywhere. We see a lot of things in disrepair. So while I would hope that you were, on the right track with that, we see it every day. So I think it's our responsibility. When you hear all the things you hear about our town, that's not by accident. I've said that 100 times. It's because we and everybody before us has put things into place to make this community look and operate the way it does. So I don't think it's nitpicking at all. I've lived here 40 years, and everything about this town has always been the way it looks, the beauty, and so it's not nitpicking to me. But I am, you know, I think the 90 days after what Brenda said, that's good. The 6 months, I just don't like the residential part, but, you know, we'll see what comes forward. Again, it's going to go to P&Z twice, come here. Community will have a chance to let us know how they feel.
Move on. Okay, yard signs. So again, these are little wire signs, little with maybe foam core top. A lot of political signs are this type. So the proposal is to increase this from 1 to 2 per lot, allow more than 1 per business. And again, similar to what we talked about with the A-frames, to allow them with X feet of a business. So it could be down at the corner if you're not on the busy street.
So this, they could have A-frames and yard signs?
Yes. Which they
And what do we do right now?
Sorry?
And what is it right now?
So right now, you can have 1 per lot on a yard sign. And then we don't have the size up here. Can't remember now, 3 square feet, 2 square feet in size, fairly small.
Okay. I'm not in favor of it, but we'll just move on, I guess, and bring these things back.
Okay, no further discussion there. As far as the distance, I'll use what we talked about with the A-frame signs. Apply it here. Electronic message centers. So currently required to display a message for at least 8 seconds before a change. Suggestion is to reduce that to 4 seconds so that we have more changes more quickly. So currently required to have a static message when the business is closed. This suggestion is that for particularly weekends, business is closed, go ahead and allow the message to rotate. And then also there's at least one comment to question why we even allow electronic message signs, and maybe we should eliminate them.
I'm probably the one that talks about eliminating them. So I think the changes here are appropriate, and we've got a couple situations where we have some businesses get to run their electronic sign differently than others based on their hours of operation, which I don't think is fair to everyone in town. So I think the compromise that I'm thinking of is that the 3 or 4 we have in town, whatever the number is, allow these changes to go in place, but I would prefer no more electronic signs in town.
I just wanted to address that third bullet point real quickly. John, we already have language in there that requires it to be dark sky compliant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I do understand the concern, and if we were to have every single business get an LED sign, that would probably still cause a dark sky concern. But the reality is that these are extraordinarily expensive, first of all, and we have that language in there. I would disagree that this threatens our dark sky goals.
So anybody can put up one of these signs. There's no limit to them. And then even though they're expensive, the one hand you say the businesses are very expensive, on the other hand, it's kind of like you're assuming that they wouldn't be able to afford it. They're very expensive. You don't know who, when, new business or whatever, can afford the sign and have one. So I would like, personally, I'd like to not see any of them in town, but I'd like to see, if it's at all possible, while being constitutional, that we limit the number of them in town.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I am a very business-friendly person, but I don't like these signs at all. I concur with the Vice Mayor and with Alan. I would call for the elimination of these signs. I think we have enough. There's been enough of them around town. I know they're supposed to be dark sky compliant, but there's one on Shea that does a white light, and it does a flash, and it's very bright at night, and that can't be dark sky compliant. I just don't want to see our town with all these electronic signs, so I would say grandfather the ones that are in there, and that's it. We're done.
But also, we also, I think, have to take into consideration that they're going to be building out the Dark Sky International Center. And that is even going to eliminate the fact even more, for lack of a better word, that we're a dark sky community. So I really think, given the fact that that is going to be put in town, that we really need to be careful with having too many of these electronic message signs in town, because they'll deem it in violation of the dark sky.
According to John, that these signs do meet the dark sky requirements. If that's the case, have we also found out that multiples of these signs still meet the dark sky requirements? The second part to my question would be is, have we talked to the dark sky people? If we're looking to limit them, my suggestion would be that we do it maybe by street, allow them on Shea or allow them on Swaro. And obviously, whoever has them now gets to keep them. That's the way these things work. But I feel like we keep talking about how it's going to affect the dark sky or it shouldn't affect the dark sky. Have we actually talked to the dark sky people?
Thanks, Mayor. John, do we have any applications now for any new electronic signs? Do you know?
No.
No? Okay. And I'm just wondering, will the dark skies?
Excuse me, I stand corrected. We have one that's, I'm not sure if it's actually applied yet, but I think they have. If not, they will be soon, because I know they're planning to construct very soon.
So there's one in the works?
One in the works, yes.
Okay. And I'm wondering if the dark skies people will want one of these signs out in front of their...
I just wanted to remind the council, there was a question about, if there can be some grandfathering. So if the council were to put in an absolute prohibition in the sign ordinance on these, what that would mean is that those that are currently existing are technically grandfathered. It would be considered a non-conforming use. And so long as they didn't do anything major, like if they needed to replace the sign or whatever, that would then fall under our new code. But if it is a non-conforming use, it's effectively grandfathering it for the duration that it's there.
I believe that the original intention of these updates to the sign ordinance was to create opportunity for our business owners and even for our residents. I would wholeheartedly disagree with a ban of LED signs. I find that to be regressive, not progressive, when we're trying to help.
Thank you. I'm definitely in favor of getting rid of the electronic signs, because when we passed those, whatever, years ago, that was a big issue at the time. And, it barely did get through, but I agree with that, and especially because I know they're expensive, but anybody could get that. John, do you remember if the 8-second, 4-second thing had any safety things about trying to read it too fast or anything like that when those first started? I know we had a conversation like that.
Yes, Mayor. When these first came out, many of them had very long time frames before they could change the message because of concern about driver safety and being distracted by the changing message. It's my understanding in the industry that the 8 seconds has become pretty much the standard across these codes because of that meeting most conditions and not causing a safety issue. I've not researched it since this came up to see if that is still true, but that's the way it was previously.
Thank you. I think the 8 seconds is fine, particularly if you, and I'm not in favor of having, I get Councilman's point about which businesses are open when. So I'm not sure about changing that second part. So if we do the second part, which says allowing businesses to keep them on even when they're closed, then I would really want the 8 seconds only, because I just think that's too much. I mean, we know where some of the ones are in town, and we know there are some homes by them, so.
I will say that, excuse me for interrupting, but that particular language about when what happens when the business is closed. We wrestled with that language a lot when we did this before. It's tricky to write, but we will see what we can do with the council's concerns to make some adjustments there.
Thank you. Vice Mayor? Oh,
I'd like to make a comment. Clarification is that the town does support our businesses, and also that if a business can't have a neon sign any longer, a new one, they still have other signage available. So it's not going to like make a big difference, or because they can't have one, their business isn't going to be successful, et cetera. There's other signage available for that particular business.
Thank you, Mayor. On that, the display while they're closed versus open, I'm hoping whoever I had a conversation with, I swear it was somebody here, brought it up that there's some businesses in town, I want to say it was a chamber, was not allowed to do it on weekends or something, whereas there's others that are allowed to do it on weekends. Does anyone, Councilman Friedel, why don't you comment on that?
I did hear that too, that it wasn't a level playing field. And I'll make a comment, Councilwoman McMahon. If you talk to the people down at the theater, they would flat out tell you that that electronic sign has increased their viewership, or however you gauge it, tremendously for them. So I think it's important for them. Anyway, if you talk to them about it, they'll say that that sign there has been a success for them, 100%.
Let me clarify it. If from now on we do not allow neon signs, what I was saying, the business still can have other signage. I wasn't saying that it didn't work for the particular theater or anything like that. If we're going to not allow, grandfather in the existing ones and not allow further ones, those businesses can still have other types of signs.
we could also maybe say, you know, almost like with a, you know, when you build onto a house or whatever, if the sign that they want to replace it with, if they ever want to, this is also out there, but if it didn't change the size, it didn't change the intensity or whatever, then maybe they could still replace it with another sign like it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So again, I'm okay with any future, you know, a prohibition of any future electronic signs. And part of it, technology is changing. They can get more flashy, more offensive to the eye, basically, because of the newer technologies. So I did want to point that out. But also future stuff, even as we go forward, couldn't they get an, like let's say someone has an existing non-conforming, right? And their LEDs start to flake out and they're like, well, we really want to have another one. You know, couldn't they request an SUP? It doesn't mean we have to approve it, right?
Mayor, council member, that would depend upon how we write the ordinance. If we want to write it to allow that, certainly there'd be allowed routine maintenance of an existing sign, and determine what is routine maintenance with regard to electronic message sign. I'm not sure what all that might entail. They could probably do some fairly extensive replacements within an existing sign box as time goes on.
And Mayor John, I think the council here is pretty approachable. If there was a situation that arose, technology changed, the way people use them changed, and they were less, you know, they weren't as bright or something. But even so, we have a little different character here, and if we have this open, anyone can get electronic signs. It could be Las Vegas, and I know that I'm exaggerating. I know that that's not realistic, but I never cared for that in other towns, and I you know, if there is something we want to be friendly to businesses. We're gonna do what we can. We're gonna fill these vacant locations, but we're not gonna change the character of our town either.
Thank you. So I think we could do that, you know, to take care of the 4 or so that are here. Thanks.
Next, I think we're about to sum up here. So those were the things that I'd received comments on prior to the meeting with regard to possible amendments. Are there other things that other council members have thought about or since then? Are there anything about the different sign types we allow or don't allow? We've only focused on temporary signs. Or anything about permanent signs? Again, just anything else anybody has they want to bring up at this point before I go on to the Planning and Zoning Commission and get other public input.
Mayor John, I just want to, this is going to be an evolving process. I mean, I think there's things we can discuss on permanent signs, monument signs, and such in the future. But I think we want to work through this process, give planning and zoning an opportunity, talk to planning and zoning, let them do their jobs, and move forward. But this is not an end of this conversation. I think there has to be a balance struck of what the town people want, what the businesses want, and what that looks like, and that it's going to be evolving.
I would agree with that, and I would just like to say thanks for your time, John, on this. I know you made a couple of site visits with Councilman Skillicorn and myself, so we appreciate your efforts and your time involved with this, and Brenda, your work as well. So it's, like he said, we're going to be revisiting some other parts of this as well.
And then just again, to wrap up, March 13th is when we have the schedule for first P&Z hearing. We'll go from there. I would expect it to take at least 2 there. You've given me a lot of things here to try to massage, and we don't know what other input we're going to receive. It may end up taking more than 2 meetings at Planning and Zoning Commission, but once we are done there, we'll come back. Earliest it would be May 16th. It could be past that, and that's what I have.
Yeah, I just want to agree with Jerry. You really earned your paycheck this past month and a half. And so thank you for your patience and for all the emails and for working with us to try to get this right. I really appreciate your time.
Glad to do it.
So before, we had like a little part about all these pictures of all these different kinds of signs. Are we doing that now, too? Okay, because then when you say no more, whatever suggestions, then the suggestions are no, airman or whatever, the pennants, the things that are existing now. Well, I want to keep them that way.
Mayor and Council, if there's no further discussion on this particular item, our next item is the Citizen Streets Committee will be providing an update to the Mayor and Council. This might be a good point for a break if the council wishes to have a break. If you want to go through this, I believe this would be 10 or 15 minutes. So I'll leave it up to the council to decide if they want to take a 10-minute break now.
You bet. And come back at 10:10?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sounds good, thank you.
Feel free to slap me off the side of the head when I misspeak, but they know that will.
Thanks, everyone. Our next item, we're going to hear from our Streets Committee, made up of citizens who've been working so hard on our behalf. Grady?
Yes, Mayor, thank you for the introductory remarks. I'm very pleased to have a third of our committee here today. If you can just stand up when I call your name. We have Jerry Butler, and we have Bernie Holfel, and we have Chris Plum in the back. And then we also, the presentation, we're going to have Mark Graham. If Mark, unfortunately, he's going to just wave because he has a crutch and I don't want to make him stand up. But we've been making quite a bit of progress, the committee has, and we're not quite there with the plan, but they have some information they would like to impart with you today. I think we are about 4 weeks away from probably having some preliminary information that we'll be able to share with the council on a plan and a report. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Graham, who is going to present on behalf of the Citizen Streets Committee. Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Mr. Grady. Mayor and Council, it's great to be here to give you an update, as Grady said. By the way, I did not hurt my foot by tripping in a pothole, so I just want to make that clear. Yeah, exactly. Would not be good. So let me see here. So again, as Grady said, we had given a couple presentations in the past, the one in May and also in October. Mr. Butler did that the last time. And so, you know, what we really tried to do here today is to give you a quick update as to the fact that things that we have been working on and the direction that we've been going. This has been a much longer process than any of us really thought it was going to be. But nevertheless, there's a lot of data to go through. There's a lot of situations, as Jerry formerly said, streets are kind of like snowflakes. No two are alike. And even though you know, we've made progress, I really want to recognize that this is not a situation where the town has not done anything, right? The streets are something that they start deteriorating as soon as you put them down. So it's just a matter of being able to come up with enough money, resources to take care of our streets from the day they're born until the time they've got to be replaced. So that's really kind of what we want to talk about here today. So since the last update, the town had hired a consultant to, consultant's not a really good word for what these people do. These are like scientists. These are like road scientists. And they've surveyed our streets. You saw, you may have seen the van that ran around town, very high-tech equipment. And it really, what they really do is they take pictures of the road, scan the road is kind of a better description of it, collect all this data, and then we start processing it. They have completed their survey. They've collected all the data, and what the process is now is to try to consolidate all that information down into workable data that we can analyze by street, by type, by location, and try to figure out exactly what needs to be done. And just for those who don't know, we break down the roads in 4 categories. You'll see there on the screen: arterials, collectors. Arterials are the main roadways. The collectors are those streets that take neighborhood streets and dump them out onto these collectors, and then the locals are everything, you know, within a residential area. Typically, is probably the best way to look at that. And so RAS has completed their survey, but they're crunching all the numbers now. And from that, we hope to be able to, well, we don't hope, we will build some models to kind of figure out where we're going to be and what needs to be done, and more importantly, how much this is possibly going to cost us. So that's kind of where that is. And so, as Grady said, we're probably 4 to 6 weeks maybe away from having some data that will allow you, the council, to make some decisions about, what we're going to do and how we're going to be able to do that. I did want to mention, you'll see up there on the slide, this is kind of an important distinction here. There's 160.9, say 161 center line miles is what this survey was done. And what they really do is they drive, if it's a 2-lane street, they drive down the street and they go from curb basically to curb, or center line, if you will. We have a total of about 390 lane miles of roads in Fountain Hills. So when you see, 160, you almost have to double that if it's a 2-lane road, if that makes sense. I just want to give you that background. Can you hear me okay, or do I need? Yeah, okay, perfect. Thank you. And so what we have that we want to examine, and I think it's an important distinction here, is the roads in Fountain Hills are made up of really 2 types. There's the pre-incorporated roads and the post-incorporated. And the way to really think about that is pre-incorporated. I'll go down this road. The pre-incorporated streets were basically desert graded, maybe a thin coat of material put on top for some support, and then asphalt. It's like the worst thing you could do. It's almost like a driveway being put in. That's about the consistency of it. And these roads are handling a lot of traffic. The post-incorporated roads are those roads that are taken down below natural material, built up with a base, put on what I think you call ABC material, which is a highly compactable material, asphalt on top of that. So it's a much better road system, lasts longer, as long as you maintain it. So it's really, and we're at that point where, and I asked David to hit me up the side of the head if I misspeak here, but I think we're kind of at the point where many of these pre-incorporated roads, there's nothing more we can really do for them in terms of maintaining them or extending their life. A lot of that's just got to be rebuilt, and the rebuild obviously is a very expensive process. So, we'll be taking those factors into account when we're going through the roads. I want to jump over to a couple charts, and I think charts can be really helpful. I personally am not a fan of percentages or averages, but unfortunately at this point this is all we have because, speaking of teachers, I had a teacher before that said, whenever, a business teacher, and he said, percentages are great, but you got to understand what the percentage is of, So when somebody says percentage, okay, of what, So you can mask a lot of things, hide a lot of things in percentages. So this first slide is the entire network. We call the network all of the streets combined. And this is based on the RAS information that we've just received, a really high level. Okay, give us some averages. And so you can see the first 4 bars take us up to what we consider a fair road condition, which is about, am I looking at the right side? Yeah. So the arterials are like 70%, collectors at 65, and local roads are 60%. I'm telling you that just because, let me back up. This will make more sense in a second here. So if you look at this slide, what you're really saying is, our streets aren't really too bad. If you look at all of the streets over there in those right 3 columns, that's pretty impressive. But again, this is an average. This is putting everything together in a big bucket. And the town, as I mentioned earlier, has done a really good job with what resources that they've had to work on our streets. So we've seen some improvements over in these, in the better roads. We've been spending money. We're probably just not spending enough as it turns out. But again, more on that when we can report our final report to the council. So these are the post-incorporated roads. And what I really want to draw your attention to are really 3 things here, or 2 things. The first 3 bars on the right-hand side really kind of indicate how much work the town has put into our roads. And we've thrown a lot of money at trying to keep these roads as usable as long as we can in the neighborhoods. But you can see by the other 4, although it doesn't represent a huge percentage, those are really deteriorating. I should, well, so then the final slide in this is the pre-incorporated streets. And you can kind of see a little bit of where the concerns are starting to manifest themselves. If you look at, the tall yellow bar chart in the center down to the left, you can see we're starting to degrade in terms of the level of quality of those roads and the importance that we're going to have to really start paying attention to in terms of taking care of these roads. I know I'm flipping through some of this chart, but I don't want to bore you guys completely with everything here. So, and again, I want to emphasize the PCI in case for those in the audience or the council that aren't aware. PCI stands for Pavement Condition Index. It's a kind of a standard, a scale of 0 to 100.
Mark, we have someone with a
Oh,
question.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I didn't see it light.
Just a quick question,
Yeah, sure.
maybe a reference for people that are viewing this. When you're talking about the pre-incorporated roads, what are the age are we talking about? So people have a reference point.
Right. We incorporated in 70s, mid-70s, I think. So anything built from the first home built in Fountain Hills up to the mid-70s is probably
So,
a pretty
yes, and we
accurate.
used to, before incorporation, we had a road district, and so it would have been the roads that had been put in by the developer, and then eventually done by the road district.
Right. Thank you. Is that helpful? Good. Thank you for
Speaking
clearing that
of the
up.
road district, though, that was a property tax for those of us that lived here for those years. So anybody that was here before 1989 paid property tax to the road district.
Okay. So the current average pavement condition index for the local streets, and the next few slides are going to talk just about local streets, is at 68. So a 68 on a scale of 100, 68 is probably my grade point average through most of my life. So give you some indication as to, I'm not the smartest guy. Same with our roads. 68's not great, but they're serviceable to some extent. The current backlog, the streets, and I want to define this backlog is really the streets below a 40 on the PCI, which required, as I said previously, full reconstruction, is about 10.5 of the local streets. So here's really where I want to kind of get into some meat of something that was eye-opening, as to me personally, and probably to staff beforehand, but when we got some of the data back from RAS, it's like, okay, what do we get for $10 million? So $10 million, just to be clear, there was like $2 million of monies that the council had put to the streets, and we had 8.5 from federal, I was going to say AARP, but that's not the right term, but you get it. So it came up with a total of $10 million. And so I think what's really important, and it was enlightening to me, is that these are local roads, and we can have these rebuilt for $10 million. And I think that's the game plan right now, is to rebuild these particular streets. Does this have a pointer on it? It may not. Let me just, Shea is the lower left corner, white line there. Saguaro's going up. You can see the lake up there. So as a point of reference, we'll give you an idea. There's not a lot of roadway here, but this is what $10 million buys us in road reconstruction of local streets. Here, I'll try to.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I'm just going to interrupt Mark briefly. This is half of that. What we're showing you now in blue is a representative of half of that $10 million.
Right. And that's because the other half would be built in 24. Okay. So we get about, so I'm kind of a numbers guy. So I asked Justin, am I right on this? So I think we get about 9 miles of road rebuilt for $10 million. Bargain, right?
And we're saying rebuilt, not.
Rebuilt, right.
Okay.
And rebuilt, what we're basically saying is we're going to grind down the asphalt, we'll save as much as we can use to reuse as filler for the new street, the base material and that sort of thing. So we're not just like digging it up, hauling it away, and dumping it. We're trying to recycle as much of that material as that can be recycled to rebuild these roads. And then, of course, brought up to a much higher standard with a better base and asphalt curb to curb. Okay, so that's what you kind of get. So about 9 miles, or the other way I look at it is about a mile for $1 million. Right?
I think the slide before said 4 miles of road.
Yeah, and to Justin's point, 4 miles this year, and then that $10 million also carries over into 2024. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear on that. Okay? So what we're really obviously trying to find, what we're learning is the price of street reconstruction is very expensive. Now, if we can do some lesser cost things on some of these other streets, obviously, you know, it's not gonna be $1 million a mile on every street, right? We'll grind down, maybe we can just seal, maybe we can, or do what they call crack sealing, maybe we can do crack and slurry. Justin has some pilot programs out there on a couple streets that the town has done that look promising, and maybe there's ways to save money there. But with all of the data that has been collected from RAS, it now goes into these models that we will try to build so we can establish priorities, whose streets get fixed first, thinking about, we can't save this street, we know we got to reconstruct it, so I'm not going to put a lot of money into that I know that we're going to have to tear up anyway, and let's just try to set our priorities. And so that's kind of the mission of the committee at this point.
Mark, to
Everybody
that point, I just wanted to mention that, and I know there was frustration over the last several years about some of the work that was done, but that's precisely why, to try to prevent streets that maybe people didn't think were in that bad shape, but we're trying to stem off that tidal wave that they told us about 6 years ago, or whatever. So something looks fine, you're having a picnic on the beach, but there's a tidal wave coming.
Right.
So, so I understand that. Obviously, there are a lot of roads that were going to be the $1 million a mile, but then we have to prevent that. So it was a frustrating process for everybody because they didn't see the attention going where they thought it should go, but in the meantime, we're trying to stem it from becoming a rebuild.
You know, as a resident of Fountain Hills, you know, I want my street taken care of, but my understanding is that the streets belong to all of us, even if I don't live in a neighborhood. You know, those people need as good a streets as everybody else, and so we have to take ownership as a community, I think, to take care of all of our streets, even if it's not in our area. Even if I live in a gated community, you may pay extra to have your streets taken care of, but you got to pay for the streets to get you there, and you got to pay for the streets to get you from your gated community to the store and to other services, and to get your Uber delivered, and to get your Amazon trucks delivered, and your mail, so on and so forth. So, you know, my personal message is, you know, the streets belong to all of us, and we all have to bear the expense to keep them up to date and repaired. And, you know, our ultimate goal is to try to get all the streets to the point where we can just do maintenance. But in reality, they're always going to decay. Even if you keep it up, it's not going to last forever. So we have to figure out a plan here to take care of the streets now, take care of what has to be reconstructed, make sure we take care of the maintenance, and have a plan for rebuilding those roads as they need to come up. Every year that we kind of delay, the ones that were, yeah, maybe we can push this off, have now maybe fallen over into this other category. So, you know, it's a never-ending cycle of fixing things as they need to be fixed, if that makes sense. I think, so let's just jump to the next steps. You know, following all the modeling and everything that we've got to do, to Grady's point, we'll try to get back within 4 to 6 weeks to have a really solid plan finally. You know, we had a lot of data. This study was done 5-6 years ago, which typically most towns try to do this kind of a study every 5 to 6 years. And frankly, a lot of the time spent by the committee was digging through this information, and then at the end of the day, we said, can we count on this information? Do we trust this information? Do we trust the deterioration models that they used then compared to what they are now? So it was the decision that we've got to get up-to-date information in order to make some realistic plans to how we move forward. So I know it doesn't sound like a lot's been completed, but there's been a lot of analysis and discussion and understanding about the whole streets. And again, my message is these are all our streets, and even our main streets, we're finding potholes on them. And I asked Grady one day, I said, I'm on Palisades down there going towards like Safeway area, for lack of it, and I seen all these potholes picking up. And he says, yeah, that's kind of like the slurry seals that we've put Band-Aids on over the years, and you build that up, and then they start popping off. So, it's getting time for even some of our major arterial streets to get a more serious update in terms of reconditioning so that they'll last longer. So hopefully I've answered your questions, give you some insight as to where we are going to be and the time frame. And any other questions, if any other questions, I'll be happy to defer to Justin or to David.
Just a comment. I want to thank you and the committee for all your hard work on this. It's tons and tons of time. And you're right, we're all in this together, so we all need to buy in.
And I shared this the last time I was made the presentation to the council, and my motivation, I had, in my previous lives, I did a lot of housing development, and so there was road construction, so I've got a background in that. But mostly, I lived in a community which will remain nameless in Arizona that didn't take care of their roads, and it's a big community, a big city. And I just saw them from the time I was 15 years old until I left there in the mid-'80s. They just kept ignoring the streets. And it's just bone-charring to ride down the streets of this community. And my commitment to Fountain Hills was I don't want this to happen to Fountain Hills. We've got to make sure that the town council and the residents really need to understand too that all these roads are ours and we got to take care of them. And there's a cost involved with it. And that's just a fact of life. So, Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much for your study, Butler and everybody. We really appreciate it because it's going to provide some really good guidance on how we spend the $10 million.
Thank you.
As to spending the $10 million, this is either to David or Justin, since that's what we have right now. And it's a lot of money. We may not be able to replicate that after 2024. So would you think that a bond initiative is one of the best alternatives to being able to take care of our roads and pay for them? We're starting now because in two years there's going to be an election year. So if you think that that is the resolution for money, because you're not going to find that much money in the budget for streets, I don't think, again. So what are your thoughts on the bonding? Or David Puck?
Yeah, I guess I'll take that one. And I believe part of the streets committee, that is part of their recommendations that will be coming back to the council as far as different funding options. I would be surprised not to see bonding as the major part of that. So.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for everything that was here. And there was the map with the street maps on there. And I just wanted to clarify, is that road work that's going to be happening this year, this calendar year, or is it 23 and 24?
23, 24 is my understanding. Am I correct on that, Justin? Yes.
Well, then my clarification is I want to say that was only, someone said half. So are there other streets? Even though I think, so is that map there, was that 23, and then there's another half that's 24? Kind of fill us in on that.
Madam Mayor, council members, we actually had several different scenario maps that indicated what we were going to complete before June of this year in blue and next fiscal year in red. However, we were moving those segments around, and because it takes a considerable amount of time to run an algorithm based on the funding scenarios, the red was not ready before the cutoff date last night. And so we're currently showing you in blue what we intend to do our best to complete before June of this year. And then very soon we will come forward not only with a contract amendment for the work, the contracts necessary to complete this work, but with each of those contracts will be exhibits showing you the proposed locations. Blue is this year, that is the map that's being shown now. Next year will be shown in red on those. It's important to note, and I cannot thank Mark and the entire committee enough for all of the time and effort they've put into this. The benefit to this community will be long lasting for generations to come for this donated time. But as we work forward with them on this and we begin to build these algorithms, you're going to see additional maps in the future that do not show this type of work. And so the number will be lower by that $10 million. But in the future, as we move forward and we come to you and ask, we are most likely, based on direction from the town manager, going to use the lion's share of our currently allotted $2.5 million to increase the amount that we're able to accomplish next year. We'll also be using some unspent funding from the previous year in the amount of $500,000. So the intent here is to demonstrate to the residents we're putting the money in the best place at the best time, and this is an investment, and then this is what we're asking for to help continue making that investment in your community. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to reiterate, thank yourself and the committee for all the hard work you've done. It's all volunteer, and it sounds like you spent a great deal of time on this, and so we really appreciate your efforts. Just so I can get an idea of the calculus into the roads, you just took it off, but the roads that were in the blue, are these identified as the worst of the worst roads that we're going to fix, or is the calculus, well, these are bad roads, but there's a lot of traffic on them? Could you tell me the calculus of how you determine why these roads are going to be repaired?
Yes, Councilwoman, let me start by saying that these, my understanding, are all pre-incorporated roads,
Okay.
which we know are not good. So they've been around probably some of the earliest developments in Fountain Hills. And so, it's kind of a combination. And these were selected based upon their condition, the PCI ratings, and we just can't let them go anymore. And so you try to prioritize it, and everybody's citizens' questions are, well, what about my street? My street looks like crap too, and so can I get that done? And so there's a certain amount of method to the madness, depending on the size, the condition, and location. I think all went into that.
Okay, good.
Into that narrative.
And
it's not
then
just kind of, it's not just a numerical calculation necessarily.
Right, okay. Thank you. The other thing, and maybe I missed it in the presentation, but how many linear miles of pre-incorporation roads do we currently have after this project is done?
Sorry, I don't have the answer, Justin, or David, do you have that?
Madam Mayor, Council Member, we don't have the center line miles for that right now, and to be respectful, Mark did ask us for that yesterday. We were simply trying to get everything we needed to done for today, and I was not able to complete that research. So
We can certainly
will
get that for you, though.
information to the council.
I also wanted to point out for the mayor and council, for the purposes of this, so the firm that we have that helps us manage our pavement management program utilizes a software program based on the inputting of the conditions that we saw earlier. So it helps us make determinations or recommendations, as Mark mentioned, the worst of the worst. And also the big emphasis on this was the pre-incorporation streets, the local pre-incorporation streets. Those are more expensive because they don't have the base material, and so on a cost per linear mile, it's going to cost much more to do those. The other question I want to get back to, there was a question earlier about financing and bonding and things like that. And we're going to get much more into that with the council at a later time. But I did want to let you know that the model in Arizona, because a lot of cities are not generating enough revenue through either their primary property tax or their sales tax or the highway user revenue fund, which is the gas tax. The highway user revenue fund, I think, has been the same amount since like 1986 or 87 and has not been increased. But yet, if you look at, and then you've got all these alternatives now for, instead of buying fuel, people are getting electric vehicles and, such. So our actual consumption of gas and fuels is actually probably stabilized and it's starting to go down. And so as a result, the tax is just not going to be generating that much, and it has not been for years. So the bottom line is that most of these cities have to come up with other financing mechanisms to be able to meet the needs. They just don't have the resources to do this with their existing revenue sources. So I just wanted to just let you know that.
Talking about revenue sources, I'm wondering, right now our development fees, they go into 3 different pots. I believe it's parks, art, and roads. With our need for maintenance on our roads coming up, and I'm not saying reconstruction, but just pure maintenance, could we take a look at those percentages and maybe reallocate or recast that somehow so that we're a little bit more road heavy now when we need the money to do the maintenance?
So under state law, the development fees, it's very, very strict on what you can use the money for. You can't use it for any maintenance whatsoever. We have to keep there are separate buckets. So you have the park development fees. They have to be used just for new development of parks based on growth, so that growth pays for growth. The streets, we went through an entire infrastructure improvement plan. And that was the modeling that then they were able to come up with what the fees needed to be and then how much revenue would be generated. So if you remember right, and I don't have the information with me, but on the development fees on the street side, we never used to have a development fee for streets. We do have it now. It can only go for things that are growth related, and it has to be either widening or traffic improvement, like intersection, like traffic signals. And so we cannot, and we can't mix these buckets. They all have to stay in their respective areas. So, and did you have something you needed to add to that?
No, the mayor and council member to the town manager adequately addressed that. Where the point is that development fees related to roads can go a little ways, not very far, I think is probably the short answer.
And we get assessed or audited or whatever you want to say on how we actually use our development fees. For example, we talk about the potential light at Palomino, and that's one of those things where if somebody put a development in, then you can say, yes, you need the development fees that we can use because of the probable increased traffic. The other thing we talk about cities, what Grady was talking about with the HERF funds, that 18 cents, and I know when the price of gas was going crazy, everybody's like, wow, that's going to really help, but it didn't because it's just the same 18 cents no matter how much the gas actually costs. The Prop 400 discussion goes right along with that because the infrastructure needed, it's not only cities that are unable to keep up, but it's the county and it's like literally the state. So any place you go, roads are an issue. And that's why we've been on Prop 400 for almost 40 years, and we're looking to try to do another 20. There's a reason for that. It's one of those things that are necessary. I wanted to also mention that when we first started, I think maybe 2010 was when we started seriously saying we need a pavement improvement plan. So in those days, we did the zone. We looked at zones, and so you learn, right, as you go. So that was a great step, though, because it was like, okay, we need to kind of define this. Then we went to the next assessment, and all of these road studies and such led to the same conclusions. And to just put in a little bit of history here, we tried 4 property taxes. Some of them were related to fire district because when we lost the fire district in '01, that was another $3 million or so a year less that we were taking in. Again, a property tax that people who were here earlier paid. Road district, fire district, that's a lot of money to lose as a property tax. When the fire district was dissolved, they raised the sales tax a bit. So we had property taxes that failed. We had 2 bonds. We tried a $28 million bond or so in whenever that was. And that failed. That one would have been great because it took care of all of Palisades, curbing, all kinds of stuff, but that one failed. Then, of course, the $8 million one for Saguaro, which is now paid off. We have 0 debt. That one passed, thank goodness. We did put this extra ARPA funding in. I think we've been trying to bump up that $2 million a year that we were putting in, but again, which doesn't change, it hasn't gotten better. Councils in the past, including in 2019 or so, raised sales tax, which isn't something that you like to do, but kind of up against the wall when it comes to tools that we can use to generate the kind of regular yearly funding we've needed, $2 million, $3 million. And when we did that last property tax, I think it was first going to be $7 million a year, and 4 of it, I think, was supposed to go to the roads. So this is not a new issue at all, but maybe it's become more visible. Maybe people are really starting to see what happens when you can't stem that tidal wave. So I want to thank you so much for all of the work that you're doing, which is a continuation of the assessments and the action that previous mayors and councils and this council is attempting to take to get ahead of this issue so that we can finally reach, hopefully, that maintenance time. I don't know how many years down the road that is, but when we do that, we're maybe $3 million a year, $4 million a year, which might be actually doable for us, will stop this from being something that turns into all of these ones that are on the back, whatever you call it.
Mary, I think you're correct. We've got a lot of catch up to do to get to that kind of maintenance level, I think. So, and one way that we hope, this committee hopes to do is, just for FYI, we broke the committee down into 2 groups. One is what we call the technical group. They're the number crunchers. They're the ones that know everything, what goes into the roads. And then we have developed a communication side of the committee, and they're all about public outreach and trying to educate everybody, not only council, but all the residents, is just about how serious this problem has become. We've got to get the data in order to support that first, but we know that it's going to be a serious number that we're going to need some sort of additional funding yet. But I don't want to go down that. I don't want to go there until I don't want to use that. Yeah, I don't want to keep using that pun. So there's some big decisions that are going to have to be made by both the council and the citizens of Fountain Hills to get on board to take care of our streets. This is as I started when I said, this is a joint effort. Everybody is responsible for everybody's streets, and it's just the way it is. So thank you for your.
I want to make sure I understand this. So we've got Bart Shea going to finish Park Place along the avenue. That's new residents coming into our town, probably, I don't know, 400 units. Figure 2 people a unit, that's 800 people. Can we justify using any development funds for changes in intersections around that area rather than taking it from Justin's road pot?
So, yes, I hope you didn't take that I was saying we couldn't do anything like that. No, we certainly could. We would need to probably come back to the council and probably amend what I would call our infrastructure improvement plan, which is what was the basis for the development fees that you adopted. But it certainly, you can make changes to that. And so that could be something you could certainly substitute, maybe certain improvements versus what we currently have in the plan.
And
Thank you.
one more input then, and then I'll leave you. At our last meeting, we talked about understand that what the committee's working on is pavement, right, and existing roads. And we're not, that means going through the intersections and paving it, right? We're not dealing with any sort of reconstructions or streetlights or roundabouts or any of those kind of things. So we're going to fix these roads or get them up to speed or rebuild them. The whole intersection is a whole nother topic And Grady had mentioned, or as to ask the committee if we wanted to take on that responsibility. And I think the committee in general is open to that, so any aid that we might be able to give council in studying or making recommendations, I think we can probably perhaps help in that area. I don't want to speak out of turn here, Grady, but we've got a lot of talented people who have built a lot of roads, and maybe there's some help that we can do. So, okay.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And thank you, members of the committee who came, and all of your hard work to get to this point. Really appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Careful there.
Yep, thanks.
Okay. Our next item, number 6, Councilman Skilcorn is proposing an initiative, Streets First. Would you like to take it away?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let me just get my handout that I can pass around here. So it's perfect that it follows the street commission. Here's one of these, and pass that down. If we need another, let me know. So I think it's wise that we set a policy as a council on spending in the future. And, part of this comes down to the budgeting process. In the past, a lot of times, staff prepares a budget, council votes on it, and basically kind of goes, hey, this is what we can afford. I think as a council, we can be proactive and set our policy of what we think the priorities are. So, of course, public safety, police, fire have to be funded. But number 2, I think the council can come up with a dollar amount that they want to spend on roads, and we can drive that discussion. And then staff can go, well, how do we make this work? And if, staff comes to us and go, oh, sorry, we're $20 short, then, we can have that conversation what to do. But instead of having, police and fire always at the top, right? And then discretionary funding and throwing in streets within discretionary funding, that's how we have $2.5 million when it sounds like we need more. And, I actually put in $6 million there. And I'll explain how I came to that number. But I think it's wise for this council to set a policy of this is how much money going, and it doesn't have to, we don't have to pigeonhole ourselves for down the road, but I think it's wise for us to consider this is what we'd like to be spending, year to year on this. Of course, inflation is going to go up, our revenues are going to increase, and then we can adjust it from there. But I think it's wise to actually direct staff of how we want to spend our money instead of staff directing us how they want to vote on it. And I think that the change there could be very helpful. Of course, this would erode discretionary funding, but it appears to me that the people of town prefer that for the next couple of years. And then once we're caught up on these obligations, then all of a sudden, hey, because we have the weight lifted off our shoulders, we can afford other things. So I put in $6 million. That's something that we can debate and discuss. But where that number comes from, and I was thinking originally, I was hearing a $60 million backlog number. Well, 60 million divided by 10 is 6 million. That catches up on the backlog. And I think that having something planning for this instead of letting the numbers dictate us, I think we should dictate what the numbers are. And just putting that out there for discussion. I have a couple other things on there. It was brought up in public comment a month ago that we should discuss roads every meeting. I'm not against that. I think that's a great idea. Maybe it doesn't have to be every meeting, but every month. I would love to hear the streets department give us an update of what was done. And we're not talking like a 20-minute presentation or PowerPoint, but imagine every month, or it could be every meeting, but think of every month, hey, this is what we did. The crews repaired these streets here, and next week or next month, we're thinking about doing this. Short, concise, but it gives us that extra transparency I think the town wants. And when people know there's activity, they're not going to complain about the lack of activity. Because they know, I didn't know that street got replaced last week, or there were some repairs, or a street had to get digged up because there was a utility underneath it. I think that would be very helpful, and that would be a very short report. We're not talking about, again, no PowerPoints, things like that. I'm looking at you, Justin. I think that extra transparency, to know that it's a concern of ours, not that it wasn't a concern, but I don't think it's disrespectful of the townspeople. Again, plan repairs, we could talk about the future stuff that's coming. What we talked about today, the specific road, is very helpful. If more people saw that, we'd get less comments about it. And I think that that's what we want to do. I think we also should have punch lists and checklists of things we want to accomplish. And, every month we're not going to finish our checklist. That's how it works. But being able to do that and have some accountability is great. And I think that after we discuss this and see where direction goes, I think it would be wise at a council meeting to actually do an ordinance or a resolution adopting this to actually give staff some direction on especially the numbers and how and what they're going to be and how it's going to be.
Thank you. Any comments from anybody? Vice Mayor?
I disagree. I think that the budget dictates a lot, and the state law dictates a lot of what we can do. It's been obvious in the past years that $6 million has not been available every fiscal year for the streets. That's unrealistic. We have the street committee that is assigned to, which they just did, tell us about the streets. Justin provides an update on what's happening in the streets. There is transparency on it. So having another initiative, I think, duplicates all the efforts that's already being done. You can see over the last few years, ever since council's been here, the streets have been an issue. They've addressed it every year. They do the best they can within the confines of the budget. We, to drive that and to change the process that's already been here, that's been effective, and we properly use the funds in areas that are needed in the town. And I just don't see where we're going to get $4 or $6 million every year to put into this type of an initiative. Everybody's very responsible here. We're all transparent. They're all doing their job. We're all balancing the budget as how we can within state requirements and how we can in getting the money that we get every year that fluctuates.
I have a question. So the HERF money, the 2.5 that we always put in, that doesn't include all of the work that you do when you're filling potholes or doing other work. Because you'll come and you'll tell us, oh, we did this or that, but it doesn't. How do you distinguish between the money that we use from HERF to the other? Because you're always out there doing something. I mean, there's a curb or there's a pothole or, we did 30-something lane miles, and you said you did 70 tons of fill. So where does that come from? I mean, don't we have other funding that we use sometimes for roads?
Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, the HERF funding covers all the operations of the street department. That includes all of the staffing, the utilities, the buildings, and the funding for all the different types of road treatment that we do. So that funding allotment covers all of those activities.
And that's so I know sometimes it's more than 2 million, well, especially now because of the ARPA funding and such. But, and I've said this before, I'm not opposed to trying to make our part of that a little bit more. But the wholesale 6 million or whatever year after year, to me, is unsustainable. And we have all these other items to take care of, not that are always just canopies or parks, not to say those aren't important, but sorry about that. I didn't mean it that way. But I mean, and I get it, but what we do every year is we get, like we're going to today, and you see that capital improvement plan, you're like, whoa, and that's what we do. We decide, this maybe not be the year. And I think, as Mark was saying, what do we show as our effort? So you say, maybe we look this over, we go through this budget process, we say, well, you know, we're not going to do this year, whether it's a park thing or whatever, you know. But if it's a pipe that's leaking or if it's stormwater related or whatever, then we kind of have to. So the staff are the experts where they're there every day to give us what they feel are the priorities. Then it absolutely is our prerogative to you know, pick and choose. And when you're in almost like a crisis situation, you know, again, putting a little more in, and again, we put 10 million in the last 2 years, or we've got another big amount to go into next year. So that actually would probably get us to that 6 million at least for next year. But to come out with just a resolution or whatever like that from us when we're not the ones dealing with everything that's going on, I'd rather not do it that way, with the knowledge, though, that we are the ones that will look at all of these capital projects, whether we can use development fees. I mean, some of these projects are going to be grants. We won't do them unless we get the grant. So I don't want to simplify what we have to do, but I don't want to take advice from anybody except for the staff who are out there at those parks every day or on the roads every day, because they're the ones that can determine the need. We can make a theme, we can make, you know, like obviously roads, but you also heard me just talk about 4 property tax, you know, going for 3 bonds, all these different assessments, put $10 million in. So we have been trying, we raise sales tax, you know, the things that you don't want to do, but we've been trying to do that, and really the roads have been the reason for that all the while. So I think I appreciate what you're saying, but I don't want to change the way that we do things like that with a top-down, except for a philosophy top-down, which I think is legitimate.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I think that's kind of where we disagree. I disagree. I think that we need to prioritize this. And I believe that, you know, it's not just staff that's telling us what we should do, it's the residents. And when I'm listening to residents, they want this to be a priority, and I agree with them, and I'm going to represent them. And I did, you know, I hear a number that's too much, so if $6 million is too much, what number can we agree on?
Alan, I appreciate your vigor with the roads. Listen, in 2018, when David Spellich and I ran for council, we ran on a Roads First platform as well, part of our platform. So every council member up here agrees with you. We all know we need road work in this town. I'd like to see what they come up with from the committee as far as a bonding package, and maybe that dollar amount, then we can plug that dollar amount in to supplement what we're doing. I'd like to see what their results are. I think it would be fair to them and respectful to see what they have to say. Now, there's no question our carrying cost for bonds has gone up dramatically in the last 2 years. But I still think there's some room for us to do something along that way. But if you want to have an initiative for Roads First or something, or make a statement, a vote of confidence, whatever you want to call it, I'm 100% behind it. I think everybody up here is. So, that's my pledge too. I think we need to get our roads taken care of, but I think being fair and listening to what their results are and what they come back to us, and then plugging a number in here, I'm totally for it.
I think that we're already doing that. We're already having Roads First. And there's no question about that. We don't need an initiative it's not going to supplement anything. It's not going to really change anything. We're already doing Roads First. The town knows that. It shows up in the budget. So I mean, there are so many other things that I think we need to pay attention to, and I just don't think an initiative is going to change or make any difference or be a significant contribution to getting the roads more transparent or built faster. We're already all working on that.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Yeah, I think that the concept, like you mentioned, of roads first and set that as a priority to staff, I would agree with, because like Jerry said, I think everybody up here is for that, and I think people probably since 2010 have been mentioning, we need more work on the roads. So conceptually, I think it's a good idea. Also, what Alan said about just the public knowledge, getting the word out there, because we have done a lot of good works, but I'm not sure if the town knows about it. And so maybe that might be a project for Bo or some people to get together. I'm not sure if every meeting we want to discuss this, but so the people know that the good works that we're doing, and so that would be kind of just a PR, public relations, to let people know. I mean, what we've put together for the next couple of years is very exciting, and we're going to get a lot of work done. And so, I think we are putting the roads first, but we have to get that out there to the public.
Thank you. Sorry, I turned it back on. Stating a goal is the first step toward accomplishing that goal. That's why in business school and other different fields as well, they tell you to write down a mission and a vision statement. It's the same kind of idea as why we wanted to pass the environmental plan. Putting out a resolution for something that people do know is a priority, I don't believe is a waste of time. I believe it's a commitment. And furthermore, transparency is something that we received a fairly low score for in the last survey of the public. I think it's extraordinarily important to prioritize that. We're supposed to be representing the public. Let's show them that this is a priority, that we want to listen to the Streets Commission. Let's go ahead and pass a Streets First resolution, but maybe we'll wait the 4 weeks till we have more firm data to get that exact number for the budget. I don't believe that it would be a waste of time to ensure that it is written down that that is our priority.
We actually do have a mission statement. It's posted on the wall outside when you leave the room. I wholeheartedly appreciate the concept of a Streets First or Roads First initiative. However, I feel like we're doing that at the expense of other really important stuff. To say that people will understand why there's lack of activity because we got our streets fixed. We have people that complain about lack of activity now, and streets aren't getting fixed. They want us to spend more money and have more classes in the classroom, more fancy fun stuff at the park. So I don't think saying streets first automatically means people are going to understand because we're going to do the streets first. Remember, part of what our job is more than just the handful of people that are the loudest and the most vocal. Our job is every resident and every business owner in town. That being said, Parks and Rec, and it's all a part of quality of life. And you've got the senior services people that have been paying taxes into the town for hundreds of years, and I expect this from you. You hear that kind of stuff when you're going out on the street, and to all of a sudden say, we're gonna put streets first, and that means everything else sits a back seat to streets. I have a huge problem with that. It's very subjective to say that streets are more important to every single person in this town than programming. I don't think you're gonna find that. And I agree that with the mayor that the top-down expense dictation is not the proper way to handle this. We need to hear from our streets committee, and it needs to be something other than the sales tax dollars that we get now. However we decide it needs to be done, if streets are that important, then we need to address it as a bond and address it individually and say it is so important that this exact chunk of change is what's going to 100% go to roads. Thank you.
It doesn't matter if I could close. Why don't I close? If someone else wants to speak, that's fine.
Oh, okay.
As far as goals, they are written down. They're written down every single year, and that's what their jobs are. They write down the goals, they look at the budget, and that's what the goal is to fix the streets. So this, to just say initiative is going to be the goal, that we already have the goals. And that's why we have people hired, and then they go out and achieve it. So to say that there isn't any goals written down for streets is a misunderstanding. I think there are goals written down.
I don't believe that at any point I said that there weren't any goals written down. The statement originally was whether or not it was a waste of time to make a streets first resolution if we're already doing streets first. My response was in that regard, that no, I don't believe that is a waste of time. Furthermore, yes, I am aware that we already have a mission and vision statement. I was providing an example.
The idea of the streets first, it's probably the first thing I've said at every state of the town for 4 years. So I think the emphasis and the need for it is clear. I do have to say, and Councilman, I know that you disagreed with us on our legislative agenda, but the legislative agenda of the league and us following that included opposing the corporate tax bill, the food tax bill, and the rental tax bill that you were in favor of, and collectively, and those will cost us more than $3 million a year. So I have a little bit of a misunderstanding then, because if we are going to start to take everything from every other item that we work on in order to come up with another $3 or $4 million a year, coupled with that, I don't see where that goes. I don't see where that goes, because your vision here is to get attention to the roads. If you add another, if those bills pass, I know one of them got vetoed, and you're unhappy about that, but I also know it's probably going to be in the House again, and I know there's pressure on all sides here politically for not to veto it or to help people with rent and all of those things. If that happens to us, this is just a pipe dream. We're going to be down more than $3 million per year, every year, if those things happen. So it's a little hard to reconcile those two things. I feel what you're saying. I want to do it. I think a resolution is just it doesn't serve a purpose to me. I don't see the reason to put something out there that we've actually been working on for years and years. And we budget our values when it comes time to it. We try to put $1 million towards this infrastructure maintenance. We're all like this for the liner on the, so what if that happens? Then that's a $13 million deal. So I don't think we would always be able to honor this for very long. But again, I'm willing to say that is definitely our priority, and that's why we have that committee. And and he said taking longer than he wanted it to, and I understand the frustration with this entire subject, but I'm not in favor of just making a resolution like that. There's just too many other things that are part of our budget. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. And, just like budgets, things like that change. If unforeseen circumstances change something, numbers change, those are always items that we can address. To address, a couple of things that were said, and I am rehashing a little bit. I believe that if we don't set a priority, we don't set, what our priorities are going to be, a couple months from now when we're voting on the budget, we might be disappointed. In our town is a lot more than roads. I mean, obviously the programs and the parks and recreation are important, but I will be crystal clear. We don't have a $60 million backlog in programs and parks. We have a $60 million backlog in our roads. And that was a policy decision from the previous board. And that is a policy decision that this board has to rectify. And to rectify that, it's going to mean choices. And this is just one of the choices. Maybe there's other choices, but other than a tax hike, I haven't heard anyone mention any choices. And on some of those other issues, I'm not going to support a bond. I'm not going to support a tax hike on the people of Fountain Hills. And also, I just want to make it, when we come out with a budget that doesn't appropriately fund roads, I'm a no vote. And I think I would encourage other people to do so too. And that's why it's very important for us to have these discussions today, so that we don't have a surprise come summertime. We don't want to come in and not have enough votes to pass a budget. So that's why we have to have these discussions today, and we have to prioritize our priorities. And really, there is a backlog, and the backlog is for a reason, and we have to fix that. That's all. And it sounds like there's consensus to do the transparency part with monthly update from roads. Quarterly?
Monthly seems like a lot for Justin to have to put together, but I think maybe quarterly seems reasonable.
And I just want to, if I may, I'm sorry for interrupting you, Councilmember. Right after that was suggested at a council meeting under the call to the public, we actually chatted about this at our staff meeting, and we do think that we should do both a streets and a capital improvement project update, that they could be done the same night. And we do think either monthly or quarterly would probably make sense. If we have the capital component, probably monthly makes sense. And then maybe streets may not be on every month. Maybe it might be a little bit more closer to quarterly. Because we don't do every single month other than some key issues, because it's a seasonal kind of thing when we get out and we got the company doing all the work in town. We can't probably do something every month because we're going to be talking about potholes and really routine kind of stuff. But we could certainly do more on the capital, and certainly probably on a routine basis do much more than what we've been doing. We think it's a good idea.
Yeah, and Mayor and Council, yeah, I mean, that's fine. I do want to reiterate, we did have someone come to us and ask for every meeting. So going from every meeting to quarterly is a big difference. That's why I did put in monthly. Obviously there's some flexibility, and if 1 month is light activity, or let's say it's monsoon month and we're busy with a backhoe every night and there was no time to do it, that's fine. And I also look, streets and capital are kind of one-on-one. Is it a street project when we have a road that's flooded because because it was something washed out? I mean, that's not necessarily not a street project, that's a capital project, but they're one and the same, and I think it's appropriate to talk about it. And some of that's going to come on us. We've got to communicate that to our friends and neighbors and constituents also. But it sounds like that's really the only thing that we're interested in doing. But I still want to reiterate that, and I need to see priorities happen before I support a budget. And that's all.
Okay. Any other comments? Thank you. All right. Our next item is the Fire Department Transition Plan Update.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Council. We're going to have an update from our fire chief, and I believe when it's appropriate also for our chief financial officer on the transition plan. You recall that we had a study that was that took a look at our fire services, and the council decided at that point, right after that, to look at moving in the service in-house completely. So with that, we're going to go ahead and turn it over to the chief, who will give you a brief update on this.
Good morning. My name's on that slide, but there were a few more people involved with this. It was Grady, Dave Trimble, and David Pock, myself. We also had a independent third-party review of the budget, and it was another Dave that came in, but he's a retired fire chief. He also is an instructor at the National Fire Academy in Emmitsburg, Maryland, and one of the classes he teaches is finance for fire service. So he did review the budget and thought that we were right on line with our projections here. Again, this is a draft. We really only went out with Rural Metro to FY '26. We don't know what a rural metro contract would be if there is one in '26. There's some, probably, I don't want to say insecurity, but maybe some thought on the rural metro side of things that community fire is not necessarily where they want to be. We've been lucky enough for, over the years, we've had a 3% increase on the rural contract side of things, but moving past FY '26, when the contract would expire, there's been talk about making adjustments to make up for the losses that community fire has. Currently, Central Arizona, and that's just community fire for rural in Central Arizona, which is Pima and, or excuse me, Maricopa and Pinal County, they're losing over $1 million a year. So the projected thought from rural would be that it would be up over probably closer to double digits when they would renew the contract. We did go through, like I said, it was a collaborative effort. We kind of used the McGrath report as a starting point. We have looked at the budget numbers. We do have a one-time startup cost that includes things like our moving our dispatch to the Mesa Regional Dispatch Center. I'll go into that a little bit more. This includes personal protective equipment, some computers for dispatch, outfitting the station for dispatching, and a number of other things for that one-time startup cost of $396,000, which puts the first year at $5 million, about $5.1 million. The original estimate on the McGrath side was closer to 5.4. Some of the things that are different there is that there was included in that startup cost was regional academy training for everyone that's about $150,000. There was also some recruitment costs in there that was close to $60,000, and some other incidentals that coming from the McGrath side of things, they put in that just to make sure that we had those covered. Again, that was kind of where we had Chief Bunce come in and look at that third-party review to make sure that we weren't missing items in there. And as we move forward into FY '25, we're slightly below what the projected rural contract is, and then moving into FY '26, again, we're a little bit below that. These are draft numbers. There may be a little bit of change in there. This also includes a full-time HR person and ups the IT person a quarter of a person, which rounds out that position that's already there. So this does take in quite a bit. We did do a lot of work to this point to get us to these numbers, but that will maintain the same level of service that we've currently have to keep our the best outcome for our citizens. And one thing to kind of keep in mind is that the high rating that was achieved was really due to the fact that the fire department here, the men and women that have served this town, feel that this town is their community. And that's really where the high rating came from, is the way that our people here look after the town and its residents. So,
Mayor and Council, if I may, I just want to just chime in on something. We're pretty certain that because of the inflationary pressures we've seen over the last 2 years, that rural metro, when they do a reset in 26, 27, it's going to be a double digit, and it's going to actually exceed what you saw. If you can go back to the other slide, it's definitely going to be reset because their profit is getting eroded away with inflation. They're still giving their employees raises and such, and they're having to be more competitive with the market. So the point is, we believe that in 26, 27, this is only going up to 26, but in 26, 27, when we'd be up for renewal with the rural metro contract, they're going to have to reset. And even if we did just have 3% increases thereafter, we believe it's going to be substantially higher in 26, 27 going forward than what we've been currently enjoying. And I just wanted to bring that up because that's something when we had this discussion back when McGrath had done the evaluation, there were some questions that were fair and reasonable because they were, council members were looking at the current contract costs all the way through. But what I'm very pleased is with this independent person that we've hired to take a look at our numbers and also validate our numbers, and also seeing what other cities have recently, or other fire districts that were similar to us that have joined some of these consortiums. The training dollars are not what we were expecting them to be for us based on what they've expected of these other entities. So the $150,000 is not going to be something we're going to have to do. We're going to be able to do in a much more abbreviated training, and we're going to be able to do it over a longer period of time to get them up to speed. So it's going to cost less, and it's going to be something that we're going to be able to do in a longer period of time. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the chief.
Can I? Thank you. When this came up before, it was the November 1st, 2022 meeting. It was a former council, and the projections that year were rural metro was going to be $4,534,000, and the startup for the fire department for Fountain Hills was going to be $5,658,000 at a differential of expense of over $1 million, $1.123 million. How did we bridge that gap so significantly? You mentioned something about $150,000 for training, but this is over $1 million. Where's the difference?
Well, the original, Mayor, Council, the original costs were on the study that McGrath did. Okay, that was kind of a overall comprehensive study to see where we would be starting. There are two different figures in there. One was at the $5.4 million was the startup for a cost that McGrath did not believe would meet the standards to meet automatic aid. Again, that might be from his, I don't want to say lack of knowledge, but what he foresaw as meeting the needs for the automatic aid requirement. That's somewhere down the road as we get into it, but our staffing on his first model will meet the requirements for automatic aid. They had that was the $6 million figure out of the McGrath study. When it comes down to it, and that's why we had Chief Bunce come in and do a kind of an independent look at what the numbers were to make sure everything was covered. There are about $260,000, closer to $270,000 total in costs that McGrath included that are not necessarily needed for the startup for the Fountain Hills Department. Again, the difference that from the original startup cost to where we're at is about $350,000. Again, some of that comes back into recruitment was $60,000. There was some testing and some other things associated with the hiring process that were about $180,000. So as those pieces come together, they add up to that difference in there.
And if I may, I think the big difference is the salary and benefits for the additional personnel that we would have been required according to what McGrath studied and believing we needed in order to join automatic aid. And so that's a big difference right there. Was it another 4 or 5 personnel on top of what we have now? I mean, I'm talking sworn personnel, not the administrative.
Correct. So,
And will they have their own human resources department, or is that going to be, is the town going to handle the human resources?
there would be an additional human resources person for the town. So
A full-time person?
full-time, yes.
Okay.
That's included though, right? You already talked
Yeah,
about that?
that's
Yeah.
all included in those costs, so.
I think what this demonstrates is the point of doing this in the first place is to have it all in-house, having us be in control, having the chief be in control, and demonstrating exactly what we've been trying to do. And I know you mentioned November, but I brought my book on purpose with October 31, 2013 on it to show you how long we've actually been working on this. Another thing you had mentioned, Pima, well, Maricopa, but Green Valley is taking over. Rural Metro is shuttering 3 stations in Swarita, and then we know Carefree is going through this process. So I think that this is the direction that they're going to with their own business success and their own business model. So, oh, yes, sir.
And you mentioned the benefits too. This, and seeing this, Chief, thank you for your work on this. It further reinforces the decision, I think, that was made that local control is important on this, on this topic. And doing a little digging myself, even the PSPRS, and David Pock, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think most of our guys will be going in at, not at the Tier 1 and Tier 2, where we won't have that pension liability responsibility. I think that's just huge going forward.
Correct. Right now with the personnel with Rural Metro, if they were to come over, there are no Tier 1 or Tier 2 members, meaning they haven't worked for other departments and established themselves with that, so it would be Tier 3.
And Councilmember Friedel, you bring up a really good point. We had discussed as part of the transition team, we wouldn't be recommending membership right away. We'd probably be doing that a couple years into it, but we believe from what we have looked at, the rates for the Tier 3 PSRS is very comparable to what our 401 is right now. But at some point, we would need to, in my opinion, need to get into PSRS, I'm sorry, public safety retirement
PSPRS.
system. And the reason for that is we have to compete with other agencies, and we don't want to lose those that we get trained only because they want to go to those other agencies that are in the other retirement system. So at some point, very shortly after we bring this in-house, we'd need to be joining up with that.
But again, we won't have that debt liability to deal with.
Yeah, that's correct. There'd be no unfunded liabilities, so. Okay.
Go to the next slide, sorry. We kind of deterred.
Are you done? Okay. All right, we got to put together a little timeline here. There is a lot more involved in this, but this kind of hits the key points. In FY23, at this point, we've already identified long lead items, rural metro equipment, and the startup budget process. We're also doing cost estimates for MRDC, which is Mesa Regional Dispatch Center, and the TRWC, which I'll get into that on the next slide, in the associated equipment. And we've also started working on a ambulance RFP and developing the job descriptions and pay scales. And the ambulance contract or ambulance RFP is something that currently there is not an ambulance contract or a contract for transport units that is part of the fire contract. The ambulances are supplied by GMR. We've got a rural metro rescue at one station and an AMR ambulance at another station. What we'd be looking for is, and typically in ambulance contracts, there are no costs to the user, which would be the town. They make their money off of the transports, which is what they currently do, but the contract would give us a little bit of control over what we have provided to us. It would allow us to dictate the staffing. It would allow us to dictate the age and mileage of the ambulances being provided to us. It would also help us with the usable medical supplies, that they would reimburse us for those because they bill for those. There would also be a revenue option in there that if we provide a paramedic on transport, that when they get that money back from the insurance companies because they bill for that additional medic, we would be able to recoup some of those costs as well. I think it's something that's worth looking into regardless of where we move forward at, just so that we've got a little bit more control over that portion of it for our residents. We would be looking at starting that prior to the January 1st go live date for the fire department, just so that that portion is out and functioning before we'd go live with the fire department. Just one less thing to worry about on that cutover date. As we move into the first quarter of FY24, we'd be hiring the administrative assistant and the fire chief to start the hiring process. And part of that in FY24 would be hiring the staff, ordering uniforms, PPE, and developing the standard operating procedures handbook. We're also kind of paralleled what the town handbook is, so there's nothing really different on the fire department side. There'll be some operational things that are not necessarily part of the normal town procedures, where we have 24-hour staff now. We will have 24-hour staff in the fire department. The town currently doesn't have it, so we'll need to reflect policies and procedures to kind of move forward with those types of items. We would order the G2 package, which is part of the dispatch process from the Mesa Regional Dispatch Center. We would also get that equipment. We already own the radios that are in the trucks and the portable radios that we carry, so it's just a programming function of that. And then we would go live with the Fountain Hills Fire Department on January 1st. In my world, a holiday is no different than any other day. They would, the contract is over with Rural Metro at midnight on December 31st. The overall theory is the guys would change shirts, change dispatch channels on their radios, and they would be fully functioning as the Fountain Hills Fire Department at that point. As we move forward from January 1st, we would also work for our application towards the automatic aid process, which will allow us to get the closest unit response for anything. It would help us on our west end of town with some responses. It also allows for that worst day scenario that we're going to get help a lot quicker than we would currently under the situation or under the dispatch organization that we're under right now. So those things are all positives. It's not a given that day one we would be in the automatic aid. There are things that we would work towards with that. I've talked to a number of the surrounding chiefs, and they all support Fountain Hills Fire Department being part of automatic aid and what we can add to this portion of the valley and the value that they see in that. So we've got full support on all of the neighboring departments, which is, I think it's again, in my world, that's a huge thing to have the other departments fully support us. Any questions on the oil rig timeline there?
This next slide's going to be a little confusing, so you're going to have to kind of walk us through and explain the acronyms.
All right, my business is full of acronyms, and so some of them have public, you can use in public, and some of them you can't. But, so, MRDC is Mesa Regional Dispatch Center, and that is a dispatch center that's owned by the city of Mesa and dispatches members from TRWC, which is Topaz Regional Wireless Cooperative. There are two dispatch centers in the valley. One is Phoenix and one is Mesa. And if you just geographically, if you took the 101 as it runs through the border of Scottsdale in that north-south segment right there, departments that are on the west side of the 101 are typically dispatched by Phoenix. Chandler and Tempe kind of border both of those. They're dispatched by Phoenix. Mesa, Queen Creek, Superstition, which is Apache Junction, Rio Verde, those are dispatched by Mesa and are part of the TRWC. We had a choice of where we wanted to go, and apply for the ability to be dispatched by them, we're a much better fit for the Mesa system and the Topaz side of it. We would be one of 8 members in Topaz. If we went to the Phoenix side, we'd be one of 23 members and have much less of a say in how that runs. And the reality of it is that Phoenix pretty much runs that system. So we felt that not only size-wise are we better suited for it, the costs on the Mesa side are less per call dispatch than they would be on the Phoenix side. So overall, another kind of deciding factor was that Rio Verde had a fire chief that came from Mesa that put Rio Verde on the Mesa Dispatch Center. So the infrastructure between Mesa Dispatch and Rio Verde is there, which in my non-technical way of thinking is it should cover us fairly well. So we're still kind of working through some of those items, but kind of the way the process works is we have the request for services from the city of Mesa. Grady has already reached out to the city manager for Mesa, and it's in that process. I've met with the Mesa fire chief. So we're really kind of looking at all of these things in this circle right now, which is where we're at. We get the direction from Mesa to the manager of the MRDC to say, okay, this is something that we want to look at. We want to bring Fountain Hills into this mix. We want to make sure that our dispatch center can handle that. And the number of calls that we run per month, the joke was from the Mesa, from the MRDC manager, was that they manage more than that per day. So impact-wise, we won't be a huge impact to the system. So they evaluate our call volume. They gave us some cost estimates for service, which are included in our budget. The tech staff came out and did a preliminary study, which kind of showed what we really felt was the case. They don't have any dead zones on their preliminary study. We're in this part right here. We're kind of waiting for the recommendation from the Mesa manager so that we can apply for membership in the TRWC. Everybody with me so far? It's a little bit of alphabet soup, but it all really comes down to having a high-quality dispatch center. So once we get the approval, the final approval from Mesa and the MRDC manager, then we go to the TRWC and apply for full membership in the TRWC. Part of that will be that there'll be a formal study. They'll hire Motorola or Creative Solutions. They come out and similar to what we're doing with the roads, they'll go to every area. They'll make sure that all of we have coverage for 100% area here. And at that point, they would make recommendations if we need to add another antenna. We do have a tower at Station 1 on Palisades. We also have space with Fountain Hills Sanitary District, Crestview, and have the ability to put an antenna up there if need be to help fill in any gaps that they may find. I think that, again, based on the fact that Rio Verde has great coverage, Fort McDowell also uses a Mesa channel. They're not necessarily dispatched by Mesa, which gets a little confusing in its own self there. But again, we've got coverage through here, as well as Scottsdale in the automatic aid system uses Mesa channels when they need to, when they've got coverage on the east side of Scottsdale as well. So I think that our infrastructure costs will be fairly minimal at that point, if any. Then I mentioned the G2 package, which is a station dispatch package, which will come in and allow us to get those signals from Mesa when we have a call. It's a little bit different than the system we have now. Those estimates are also included in our budget. And then that would be a happy day right there, membership approval in the TRWC, which kind of completes that dispatch package. That's also one of the criteria for the automatic aid application, is that we're dispatched by one of the 2 regional dispatch centers. So are there any questions on the alphabet soup there?
I have a comment. Thank you so much for all this work. You've done a very thorough job on this. And I know, just speaking for myself on this council, I appreciate that effort. And I think every resident in this town will appreciate it too. So I think we're going to have a good quality fire department, and I'm anxious to have it happen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Chief. I've just got a couple questions here. One, the current $4.5 million to rural metro, does that include ambulance service, or is that a different line item?
There is no charge for the ambulance service, and there would not be a charge if we do a contract for ambulance service. I could do a whole other slide with a lot of other acronyms, but basically the ambulance services in Arizona are set up on a CON, or Certificate of Necessity. There are 5 CON certificate holders for this area. 4 of them are owned by GMR, and 1 of them is Maricopa Ambulance. The thought is, and again, we're working through our town procurement department to help kind of formalize that RFP to go out. But my guess would be that it's probably going to be looked at by AMR, which is a GMR company, which currently has an ambulance here, or Maricopa Ambulance, which services Scottsdale. They also have a secondary contract for Rio Verde. But those would be no costs on the contract itself. Where they make their money is that they bill the patient when they transport them through.
Isn't GMR the parent company of Rural Metro?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, and I realize that it's, insurance company pays for that. When your guys go and get a cat out of a tree, you don't hand the cat a bill. But ambulance service is very different, and it's, insurance companies pay for that, and there's a profit motive there. Is that the case? Is the case of a zero cost for all of them? I mean, if it were my business, I could show you a spreadsheet of revenue, expenses, and I can tell you if it's profitable or not. I don't know. I mean, I almost wonder if the current contract subsidizes our fire contract a little bit, because they do make a profit on it.
I'm not really sure on the financials on the where the money comes from on that side. I do know that the ambulance the fire rescue that we have, which in the makeup of GMR is kind of separate from the AMR ambulance. The fire rescue that we have does pay for itself on the rural metro fire side of things. So with that in mind, that keeps it attractive for an ambulance company to come in for a contract, because they're not losing money trying to keep an ambulance here that doesn't transport it.
Yeah, and that's the profit center, and that's typically why, like fire districts, it's about the ambulance service, and that's what actually subsidizes the cost for fire and rescue. Curious, the rural metro employees, the firefighters themselves, are they going to go with rural metro, or are we hiring new people?
So per each person up here, they are willing to come over and be Fountain Hills Fire personnel. So everybody that's up here working now, the goal is to bring them over as Fountain Hill employees.
And the rural metro staff, what is their? They're not involved in the public employee retirement plan currently, right? They're in their own.
Correct. The company has a 401k. They will match up to 5% if the employee contributes 5%.
And the public employee, is that a defined benefit, or is that a defined contribution?
Under Tier 3,
It's a hybrid. It's actually both a defined contribution and also a defined benefit. So it's like a traditional pension plus also like a 401 component. That was part of the reform that they did a few years back to try to
and that's because all the new, it'd be considered new hire.
So all new hires would be under that Tier 3, I believe it's the tier that they would be in. And it's right now, we would not have an unfunded liability as part of that. But we're also not looking at joining it right away either. They'd be in our 401. initially.
Thank you.
I did want to bring up, and you brought up the special districts, like for the fire districts and ambulances. So a number of other cities have started bringing in the ambulance service as part of their fire services. I think it's too much of a risk for us because you have to invest in the ambulances and you have to do the billing and yes, you could do a third-party billing. And to your point, that tends to be more of the profit center on this. But I think as a community, you know, with 2 stations, I just think it's just too risky. And so that would be something in the future. We'd like to see some of these other cities have just recently gotten into that, and I think it'd be something we'd want to look and see if it would be worth it. But as far as I'm concerned, contracting initially and having the contract is really the way to go because it's, I think we want to be risk averse initially on this.
And that I agree. I think that answers actually great. If you can give me the retirement details, I'd very much appreciate that. I still think this takes like a double and triple look at numbers.
So, what I can tell you is our 401 right now is 11%, and it's a mandatory contributory plan. So, the employee has no choice; they have to contribute 11%, and it's matched by the town at 11%. I don't have the tier 3. We looked at it a few weeks ago, and I don't have that. But we'll certainly follow up with you and get you that information.
Is there a separate, you know, that's obviously 401k, that's retirement. Is there a separate disability insurance?
The town does carry right now a separate disability
and
plan.
I'd love to see a spreadsheet with those numbers.
Okay, we'll follow up at a later date with you on that.
I think that concludes my questions. I mean, I still want to double and triple look. I am probably more risk averse than most. So.
Speaking of risk, the idea of being on auto or at least mutual aid is a safeguard for our community. Does the automatic aid include any sort of equipment that we might not have that would be made available to us if we had some kind of a different sort of an incident?
Madam Mayor, Council, that the automatic aid system has both technical rescue teams and hazmat teams available as part of the response. Again, that's something that we don't currently have. Rural Metro doesn't currently have. And it would be kind of cost prohibitive for us at this point to try to formulate at least a hazmat team. We do have low-angle technical rescue capabilities here, but anything over what the criteria is that makes it a high angle opposed to a low angle, we don't have the ability to do that without calling in additional resources. Under the automatic aid system, that would be something that would be, again, as it implies, automatic, opposed to us having to check for availability for someone that was willing to come help us.
And Chief, I think if I remember correctly, our new ladder truck, once we enter that pool, is a benefit to some other surrounding areas as well, right?
That's correct. And part of the automatic aid is that you need to be able to provide services as well as get services. So, but the call volume on the east side of Scottsdale is not that great. There are 2 areas of Scottsdale that you can't get to from Scottsdale that I would see that medical call volume-wise, we would probably run a few more calls in there. One of the other things is that Fort McDowell is also trying to get into automatic aid. Rio Verde just recently got into automatic aid. So again, that kind of bolsters our reliance on each other out here a little bit more. And it would be a good overall benefit to our part of the valley here.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? So it looks like it's almost noon. Do you want to stop now, or is that
if
okay
the council's
captain?
if the council's up for it, I think it's almost 12 noon. So why don't you take your lunch break now? We'll try to get back in maybe 20 minutes because I'd like to try to make sure we can stay on the schedule.
Sounds good. Thank you.
There are box lunches in the back of the room there, and we have some bottled Mayor and Council, we're going to go ahead and, so we could try to stay on schedule, we're going to go ahead and proceed with the next presentation. So the next presentation is to provide the council an update on the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office intergovernmental agreement. So you recall that last year we did a extension of services that actually ran out through the end of June of 2022. And we did a one-year extension of the intergovernmental agreement. David is going to come up to the podium, or actually you're going to do it from your seat there. He's got the remote, and we're going to go ahead and give you an update as to where we are with that. We just met with them about a month ago, and then we'll kind of give you some information as to the major points that we're trying to get included in the next agreement. With that, I'll turn it over to our Chief Financial Officer, David Pock.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. Hopefully you're not so full that you fall asleep during this presentation, or the most exciting one that's coming up in about 3 items. So, as Grady mentioned, yes, this is MCSO, IGA, kind of just an overview or where we're at since our last discussion. So, a little background, the current agreement that we're operating on under currently began in July 2012. The initial term was for 5 years, and so that covered fiscal years 13 through 17. After that initial term, then it was 5 one-year renewals. That took us through fiscal year 22. In fiscal year 20, there was one amendment done that changed the staffing ratio for the sergeants, also included some changes about ammunition charges, and then replaced their indirect cost recovery with a 3% quote-unquote resort fee, as we like to call it. And then in fiscal year 22, as Grady mentioned, there was an amendment to extend the contract 1 additional year so that we could work on this new IGA. In anticipation of the contract expiring and a new IGA being done, we also had a contract review conducted by our auditing firm, Heinfeld Meach. They went through and looked at 5 fiscal years and got a little bit of information about how MCSO was performing against the contract, what was included in that. Also, we did a study, a law enforcement study, and hired Matrix Consulting, and that report was issued in November of this past year, and kind of built on what Heinfeld Meach was able to put together, put it in terms of law enforcement since they had that expertise. Based on those 2 reports, we were able to get a list of different recommendations to go present to MCSO, and that was done last month. As far as just some general considerations before a new IGA can be brought to council for approval or adoption, one of the main things that we're going to need to address is the staffing levels in that. Based on what we heard from Matrix, we heard a lot of discussion about proactive time and how many deputies we had, how many we have contracted, how many we actually have, and even though we were short-staffed or against that contract, how much proactive time those deputies had. So that's something that needs to be addressed. New IGA is going to have to be approved by the Board of Supervisors. So that's just going to take some time, so it's not something we'll be able to necessarily wait until the last minute to do. Excuse me. Something that we did learn during our meeting last month with MCSO, and we had heard, you know, if you're watching any of the news or know what's going on, MCSO's had a little bit of a challenge retaining deputies and also recruiting, as with any other law enforcement agency these days. So to help in those efforts, they've actually had a couple pay increases over this past year. They also are offering some incentives and bonuses to aid in recruiting. So Obviously, that's going to pass along. So just to put a few things into perspective, as far as fiscal year 23, our contract cost increased 6% over fiscal year 22. Considering the pay increases and bonuses and incentives, I'm anticipating, or we're anticipating, that this increase for fiscal year 24 going forward into the new IGA is going to be at least a double-digit increase.
So, and also, we think that maybe we can hasten a little bit of that with the staffing that Matrix was recommending and what we currently have as far as staffing. So that might be able to help get some of that double-digit increase down somewhat.
Thank you for that water break. All right, so as far as the recommendations that we went with the MCSO, probably the first and foremost was the annual credit or offset mechanism to reconcile annual charges. So each year when we receive the attachment A, which is basically the worksheet based on the current year for the next year's service, so it's basically forecasting our charges for that following year. At the end of the year, we'd like to have a mechanism that would say, okay, well, we anticipated that this was going to be the cost. We anticipated that we were going to have 19 deputies and so on and so forth. A way to reconcile that back to what actually occurred for that year. So that would definitely be a big improvement. The next bullet point is dedicating all of District 7 to Fountain Hills. Currently, all of the Rio Verde and Fountain Hills deputies are located or consolidated within District 7 and stationed out of Fountain Hills. We'd like District 7 to be Fountain Hills deputies only so that it's a little bit more transparent. It's a little easier on the billing. There's not something to back out in reports and that sort of thing.
We found out too that Queen Creek, when Queen Creek had the sheriff's office, that Queen Creek was its own district as well. So it seems like it's something that they can readily do for us.
We'd also like to implement monthly reports to increase the visibility and allow comparisons for staffing, investigations, and that sort of thing.
The last item you'll remember when Councilmember Spellich was on, it was a really big deal to find out on the criminal side what the clearance rates were. Basically, this is the crime solved and what the rate of clearances were. So we're going to have a number of performance measures that is going to make the overall intergovernmental agreement more responsive, which Dave just put that slide back up.
It's like I'm reading your mind. Yeah, so also including some performance measures. The only one that's currently in our IGA is response times, which they actually do very well, and our Matrix Consulting pointed that out during their review as well. But it is a good time to include others. So, and again, back to the dedicated District 7. If it was dedicated to Fountain Hills, that would be easier to do as far as those performance measures. As far as that possible staffing changes, these are things that have been discussed in the past. I put them in here maybe to prompt some discussion so that we can address it going forward. There has been talk about adding an additional school resource officer. We currently have one. We've got 2 school campuses. It kind of makes sense to have another. As well as officially adding the deputy service aides. As you know, we've got a few that are here now. They're not contracted. It's part of our contract. We're not paying anything for those individuals here. If you remember back again to the report that there was quite a few, a lot of the calls for service that we have are maybe welfare checks, vacation checks, that kind of thing. Deputy service aides are able to do those types of calls. They're also able to stay behind maybe after an accident, secured safety while while that scene's being cleared. It wouldn't tie up a deputy that's maybe able to go do some other duties at that time. So,
Dave, can I ask you,
Sure.
is that what that's not the posse, right? Or
No.
that's something different? But they still exist, but we just don't have one here? Is that
as far
what your
as I know,
understanding is?
there's no posses in Fountain Hills.
Yeah, they're around the valley, but we do not have a dedicated one just for our community.
Yeah.
But there wouldn't be anything stopping that from happening, correct? I mean, the program still exists. when
Correct.
You know,
As far as I know, yes.
Okay.
And as far as I know, it's a volunteer type organization, so.
Yeah, the sheriff basically has this in the valley, but he has also required considerable amount of training for the requirements. So they almost have the same requirements, not quite, but quite a bit like what deputies would be required to have. So it's just a liability situation to ensure that the volunteer posse members are not going to be creating a liability situation for Maricopa County Sheriff's Office.
Right. And just in case you didn't see him, we do have Captain Kratzer here. He is, sporting the undercover look today, but he might have some more information as far as what kind of training deputy service aides actually go through.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Regarding the posse, we do still have the posse program in place. As many know, with Sheriff Penzone, in our court order, the posse program was revamped to where any posse member who was already a current or existing posse member or wanted to be future posse member, the hiring process for them or the vetting process is now the same as an actual deputy sheriff. So with the full background, full psych eval, all of those things that a deputy sheriff would have to wear the uniform, carry a gun. Some of our posse members don't carry a gun, but they still have to go through the background hiring process. So that weeded out a lot of the posse that were already there. Some of them didn't pass their background. Some of them weren't interested in going through that. And the ones that remained were the ones that passed. So we went from having a posse here in Fountain Hills, probably when I first got here, of around, I don't know if it was 8 or 9, and now there actually is still a Fountain Hills posse. It's made up of 2 members, the Fountain Hills posse commander, who he's a busy, successful business person, and he's in Chicago probably 2/3 of the year, so I rarely see him. And then the other member is not very active either, so it's essentially non-existent in Fountain Hills. The program is still there. It still could get revamped if we still got members, but across the board, we're seeing a very low number of volunteers coming into the program. And then if they do come in, they have to want to be assigned to Fountain Hills and not one of the other many posses that are there. So hope that helps.
Larry, just one other thing. I don't want to just talk about the posse today, but when we had inquired about using them for special events, like town special events, we learned that there's actually quite a bit of a span of control. You want to kind of explain how that works? So it's not like you just get these posse members, and I mean there has to be supervision over them, and you want to explain how that works?
Yes, that's correct, Grady. So with the court order that we're under, the span of control for a sergeant or supervisor to deputy or line level personnel is 1 to 8, and if you exceed that number, you have to articulate to the court monitor in the federal court why you exceeded that. So that really did handcuff us in terms of having, back in the day when I worked in Queen Creek, we'd have parades or special events, and we'd have 10 posse members, for 2 deputies working the event. So that really did take that aspect away, where those posse members per the court order do count towards the supervisor's span of control. So if we have 6 deputies working at an event and you had 2 potential posse members who were willing to come out and work, you would now be at the 8. You couldn't have 3, 4, 5, 6 at that point. It had to be a combination getting to 8. So that is correct, that really did damper that. And then now with the low level of posse as it is in its current state, we don't have the posse ability anyways for these special events like we did probably 5 years ago.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mayor. Okay, the easy question is, like, I'm assuming the town doesn't incur any expense with the deputy service aides, correct?
At the moment, no.
At the moment, okay. What I'm afraid of is when you go to a university, they used to have professors teaching classes, and now all they do is write books, and all you get are teacher's aides. It's the same thing with doctor's offices. You used to be able to see the doctor, and now you see a doctor's aide. What I'm afraid of here is we're going to be paying Maricopa County for deputies, and they're going to be sending deputy service aides. So I would just like to address, is there any possibility that there's going to be a lot of deputy aides to replace deputies?
You want me to speak on this too?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman Calavianek. That we've had the deputy service aides now in existence for over a year now. We've had 2 of them here in Fountain Hills. One of them has been out for quite a while on a medical issue, but we've had one that's been consistent over the last 4 months on his own. And they do handle, as David said, a variety of calls. They can handle any call that there's no suspect, that there's no crime in progress. Usually it's a report after the fact, and so that's where they're just taking factual information that the person's telling them, documenting. If there's any follow-up, it's either assigned to a deputy or a detective. They do go and help us handle minor accidents with no injuries. If a deputy has an accident with injuries and the vehicles are being towed, that can take up to 30, 45 minutes, so that service aide can sit there and wait for the tow truck and allow the deputy to go available. I don't know, I was skeptical when the program first started that it wasn't going to provide us a whole lot of resources that were useful. And I've completely changed my opinion on that in terms of, so this is my perspective. I kind of get where you're coming from maybe town council or residents' perspective of the switch there. But from my perspective as the division commander, seeing that these deputy service aides can handle some of the low-lying calls. MCSO, we differ from some of the other agencies in the valley where we'll take a report and respond to any call for service. Some agencies, and what the study had recommended, is that maybe we cut out some of our, I don't know if it was your study, we're simultaneously doing a study with MCSO, a staffing study, and a lot of the recommendations are that we quit responding to minor traffic accidents with no injuries, or like Phoenix PD, if you call in a fraud case, you call it in, you call the information in, and someone takes the audio and writes what the person said. There's no officer coming to take that report. MCSO has not got to that point, and I don't think there's any interest in getting to that point. So the deputy service aide, while we're taking calls for any kind of call that we get, I think they really serve a purpose. So I guess that is something, though. I don't foresee, the town saying they want to pay for 18 deputies and MCSO coming back and saying, well, we'll give you 15 and we'll throw in 3 deputy service aides. I do know as part of our normal town contracts moving forward, that was a kind of a starter plan to see how it went. And I think moving forward, the plan for the agency for any town contracts or any of our patrol districts is to require a minimum amount of deputy service aides as part of what we do and how we operate now. So I do think moving forward, there will be a plan in place to provide deputy service aides, and I don't know if the town will have the ability to say, we don't want those 2, and we don't want to pay for it, we want just deputies. I guess that'll be determined. So I don't know if I answered your question, but I do think there is a probability that deputy service aides will take calls that deputies used to take, but they won't take any of the calls that a deputy should be responding to, a crime in progress, suspect that's identified, any of those type of calls.
And then I'm assuming that the county also has insurance for these aides and adequate, so if there's an accident or if they accidentally kill somebody's dog, they're not going to sue the town, they're going to sue the county? Is that true?
That's correct. They're all
That
insured.
we have a liability provision in the contract that completely provides protection for the town. So that's.
But that being our policy or their policy?
No, it's their policy, and
Okay.
they indemnify the town.
All right. So, yeah, and then as far as just past those deputy service aides, if we wanted to maybe offset some of those costs with those other, with the school resource officer and deputy service aides, we might be able to adjust the patrol deputies to a lower number based on that discussion that we had when Matrix presented their report. So currently, our staffing levels, and I don't know if I put it in this presentation, but one of the things that we did ask MCSO to do is to get away from this term of beats, just because nobody understands it except for law enforcement people. You know, I think I remember seeing some TV shows about walking a beat or something in New York, but I don't know what it means.
Even their own budget and finance people didn't understand that we had to actually point to the definition in our IGA so that they could like realize how many full-time equivalents it ended up being.
Exactly. So according to the contract, one beat equals 24-hour coverage, 7 days a week for 52 weeks. To have a person stand in, on duty for that amount of time. So we have 3.8 of those. And that basically equates to the 19 patrol deputies, 3 sergeants, 2.55 detectives, which isn't a calculation, or based on the calculation in the contract, we would only have just under 2. So that 2.55 was something that was written into the contract. For some reason, I wasn't able to find the specific reason, but that is a higher number than what is required in the contract. Where was I? 1.25 lieutenants with currently the 1 SRO, clerical office assistant, again, which is more than what the contract requires based on the calculation. And then 3/4 of a captain, but he's a full captain to me as far as I'm concerned. So that's it as far as for the presentation. So if we have any questions.
I have to bring this up. I like the additions to this, and this is not a slight on you or Captain, but where are we at with the audit and the funds that were due this town from that audit that all that hard work went into by our staff, by the people that we hired? I'd like to see something in this contract as an offset or a credit to make up for what we're owed. We know we were understaffed. It was brought out by a couple of other parties. It hasn't been addressed. I think we should have something in here or a demand letter or something sent to these people and get this rectified because we are owed funds, and I think it's important that we get that taken care of and get that elephant out of the room because it's, to me, it's a cloud hanging over what we're dealing with here, and we're gonna sign another contract with these people after they didn't perform in the last one. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But anyway, if this isn't the right place to bring this up, let me know, and we'll bring it up at another point in time.
Mayor and Council, Councilmember Friedel, we have discussed this both publicly and also in executive session. Can't get into the executive session discussion. They disagreed completely with our assessment. And, you know, it's one of those situations, and as much as we believe that there was a level of service that was not provided because of the staffing deficiencies and what we paid, they made a really good argument. When you hear their argument, they said, and they made it very clear that they still continue to provide the service, and it was there, and they provided the service, whether it was the FTE count or not, they continue to provide the level of service, and if we needed anything more than that, they would have provided it. So we have stated that. I believe we sent a letter, like a demand letter, to their chief financial officer, from our chief financial officer. We're not getting anywhere on this. So if anything, there is an impasse. However, if you can go back to the other 3 slides, I believe there is an offset that because of this, all that came about, we are going to have a new provision that is going to allow us at the end of the next 12-month period to be able to demand, and they are agreeing to, in the agreement, to refund us any money that is owing to us. So if anything, what we went through with the audit, that has come up with a mechanism for us to demand and get money back to the town. I understand exactly what you're saying, Councilmember, but I don't know what else we can do, and they're the only provider at this point that is providing the service. So I don't know what else to tell you at this point.
Thank you, Mayor. So Councilman Friedel, Grady, thank you for that. And actually, this is what David Spellich was, former Councilman David Spellich was talking about, like over $1 million, I want to say is the number he used. Is that documentation or the response from MCSO, did they send us a letter? I mean, can we see that, or?
Didn't the chief CFO send you a letter
I
back?
don't remember if it was an email. I know we have the presentation where they had their response.
And some of this might be old news, but I'd love to see that and evaluate. And, you know, this would not be the time and place. We'd have to be in executive session and talk about a lawsuit. But if it's millions of dollars, it's probably worth our while to pursue that. But that's not the scope of this meeting here. I still think through negotiation, I mean, this is something that I think we have some sort of remedy. I mean, it sounds like, as I recall, I mean, I don't know the exact details of what Councilman Spellich was talking about, but I want to say that there were, you know, detectives that were billed to us that were never here or not working on things, and you know, I think that's a serious charge, and I think that discussing it in a public way like this, you know, the media is here. I think that is appropriate. I think that a record should reflect that. You know. I have not seen the numbers and I haven't seen the details. I'm more than happy to look at them, but you know, Councilman Spellich has, you know, was elected 1 or 2 terms, what it was. I mean, I think his questions should be answered and answered in a public session.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Yeah, I agree with Councilman Friedel. I think there is just a little bit of a cloud over this contract, and I've been made aware of this. I guess this would be a question for you, Aaron. As you have reviewed the contract, isn't there a provision for a third-party arbitrator or some kind of an ombudsman to handle this kind of a dispute?
Oh, Mayor and Councilwoman, I'd have to go back and look at it specifically, but regardless, I mean, there would be some sort of dispute resolution procedure in the contract, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, there wasn't in the current one, okay.
That was part of the issue.
Okay.
There wasn't?
Was or was not?
Was not, is my understanding.
Right.
Because I'm sorry. It's typically something you don't see in another government providing another government service. So it would be if you had a private entity that we were in contract with for services. But no, you don't typically see this between governments.
And just because it's not specifically enumerated in the contract doesn't mean we couldn't ask for it.
And that was the point I was going to bring up, is that it just because it's not laid out, you know, on the plain terms of the agreement, doesn't mean that if there's a dispute where we can't come to an agreement of the parties, that a mediator or something of that nature wouldn't be appropriate. Precisely. Right.
I think some people have mentioned that they don't know how the details or have not, you know, heard all of this, which did go on for a while, and so I'd rather not discuss it because I think there's legitimate disagreement about what this, but it was never millions of dollars. So let's just, if we're going to talk about the media, we're going to say that. I have a couple questions. So the District 7 aspect of it means they won't be physically there anymore either at housed at our...
It just means they'll still be on assignment downstairs, and we didn't have an issue with that. We made it very clear. We just wanted to have separation budgetarily from the Rio Verde assigned staff and employees.
That's good, because I think we always like to have more people around that are in law enforcement. I also wanted to ask about community policing. So as long as we're talking about things that we might be able to put in here or ask about, I know the way our place is laid out, it isn't as easy, but I would love to see a little bit more of that where the interaction is almost like at the schools where the kids all talk to the resource officer, and if there's ways to interact. And I know you do coffee with a cop and things like that, but I like that emphasis on that. I also wanted to ask about statistics. I know a few years ago, I'm sorry, Sharon, I didn't notice.
No, I just popped on.
We had a per capita cost comparison with all the other cities, whether they, and we were so by far under per capita and per square mile of coverage from MCSO that I would like to see something like that again, given you think it's going to get higher, because we still have to put that relative to others. The only one that was close was Queen Creek, I think, but then they went with their own. And so I would venture to say we're probably still in really good shape when it comes to that. And again, when you have the lowest per capita, the lowest per mile, and then you're one of the safest zip codes in the valley, those are things to add in with all the other items that we're talking about. So, and I also want to thank you because I recently had to report a potential threat to me, and I appreciate all your help with that. Councilwoman.
The November 1st council meeting includes a draft report of recommendations from the Matrix Consulting Group. And if you look at pages, beginning with page 4, they have law enforcement services recommendations. One of the recommendations is that we go from our 2.55 detectives down to 2. They also suggest that the MCSO should report quarterly upon contract performance metrics to help identify issues early and devise potential resolutions. MCSO should develop a more comprehensive monthly invoice allowing Fountain Hills to perform a more effective financial monitoring of the share of charges. This should help resolve potential future contractual overcharge issues. There's a few other things there, but those are a couple of the things that I wanted to point out quickly. But I mean, I realize 2.55 down to 2 isn't going to save us a whole bunch of money, but that was one of the recommendations. The other numbers, if I remember correctly, they said maintain the existing services. The 3 deputies per shift, the 1 sergeant per shift, the support services, which include the school resource officer, the admin, and the 911 dispatch. They said they suggested that we maintain all that stuff.
So, Mayor, council member, just to expand on that a little bit. So you're correct with the detectives. The contract actually calls out for 0.5 FTEs per beat. So if you say we have 4 beats, that would be 2 detectives. I would say on the patrol side, though, with maintaining those numbers that you mentioned, that is the reduced staffing that we had when he was conducting the study. Since that time, and I wanted to make this point, is as a result of the audit and the study, I think the captain would say that he's fully staffed now. So it did prompt some manager level changes at MCSO and actually got Larry the bodies that he needed to staff the contract completely. So I don't know if he wants to talk about that level of staffing versus what it was like before, but I think that's the kind of the discussion that we need to know what kind of staffing levels we want to ask for in the IGA. So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This isn't regarding Sharon's concern. The first thing I'd like to say is I find it very disturbing that a threat was made on you that was serious enough to have to report to the sheriff's office. That's just unbelievably just terrible. So I'm so sorry for that potential threat. It's ridiculous. But I did want to flesh out, Ms. Mayor, are you advocating like a citizens on patrol or something when you just mentioned your statement?
Oh, you mean the community policing?
Yeah.
It's just a way, it's an actual defined, go ahead, I'm sorry.
It's actually a philosophy. So it's where law enforcement works with the residents to help develop that rapport so that they are more readily, they're using their eyes and ears and they're sharing when they do see things happen at the time that they see things happen. It's just a whole different philosophy. It's been around for like the last 20, 30 years, right, Larry? And what you'll see is more often they'll be out on beats. They'll be doing their patrols or maybe doing a bicycle patrol or a walking patrol. and they'll just be interacting with people. It's not just driving through a neighborhood or something. It's much more interactive than that, and developing rapport with the residents.
Would they have like uniforms, and it would be formal or informal?
No,
Oh,
it's
they're
police that
actual
are still
police
doing it.
officers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's more like, the way our city is laid out, it's not, our town is laid out, it's not as easy to enact it because you're not walking around so much, you're mostly in the automobiles. But it's just a philosophy that I'd like, but no, they're actual deputies working.
Yeah, I like it.
Can I ask for some consideration for an executive session on this audit to bring these new council members up to date? I don't think it's an insignificant amount of money personally, based upon what I think our people found. But I think it would be good to have a conversation about that and a direction. So an executive session might be warranted for that. Thank you.
Just a really quick question. So I remember not too long ago, there was that update where excuse me, where our detectives are in downtown. Is that still the case?
Councilmember Toth, that is currently the case, yes.
So we don't have detectives that work here on a regular basis?
There are not detectives that are housed here anymore.
Okay.
So the main difference was, prior to MCSO changing logistically that detectives were housed in each patrol district, we had 3 that were housed here, physically stationed here at the district, and then the agency made the decision to centralize all detectives, and that was, it's not quite been a full year, probably been about 8 months now, and all district detectives were now housed centrally in downtown Phoenix. So they still are assigned all the cases that would normally be assigned to detectives. They still get call-outs from our patrol staff here for cases that are higher in significance or more complex cases, and they still respond and work the cases. They're just not housed here. That is the difference currently.
Larry, do you want to kind of explain when you have some minor crimes? You have a kind of a hybrid, how you're kind of approaching this due to that change. So you want to express that to the council?
Yeah, so what Grady is talking about is our Squad 5, and we've talked about that a little bit at some of my monthly reports. In that squad, they are a hybrid patrol squad. The detectives or the deputies on that squad were former detectives working in those detective roles who opted to go back to patrol for whatever reason, maybe not wanting to be on call 24/7. So what we've done with that unit is we will still utilize them to kind of bridge that gap. If there's things that come to us that are important for us here in the town, I'll utilize those deputies. I'll assign them a case that maybe normally a downtown detective might have gotten and would normally get to maybe and whenever they would get to that case. But maybe the case is a little bit more pressing in terms of like getting to the bottom of, all right, do we have a significant crime here? Do we have a suspect who's outstanding that we can bridge the gap and not, have our downtown detectives have to come here, get caught up with the scenario. So we're utilizing the Squad 5, and you may have seen it talking about some of the community policing aspect or philosophy based on that last study and now being fully staffed. The plan has always been, since I've been here with the Squad 5, or the amount of deputies that we had at one point that we didn't have for a long time after that, was to utilize them to be more interactive with the community. When an HOA or a community calls and they want to talk about watch program, neighborhood watch, those deputies would go out, they would speak to, if there was an HOA meeting or a board meeting, they would talk about some strategies or plans. You may have seen within the last probably 4 months since we've been fully staffed, deputies on bikes now going up and down the avenues, riding around the schools, being at the parks on the bikes. That was something when I didn't have the staffing levels that we were supposed to have, that I wasn't able to implement. So we're now back to doing those things, and those are the deputies. They're doing bike patrols, community policing, being more interactive with the community, but also then working some of these cases that might be the in-betweens where, it's going to go to detectives, but on the list of priority of cases that they have, it's probably not going to be worked immediately, but I can assign those cases to these deputies, and then they can handle those kind of middle-level cases. So it's a creative way we found to try to still make it very personal for the town, being that the agency made the change that they did, that did take the detectives out of the patrol district here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know there's those previous comments, I think, were critical of the contract, not the service, and obviously it's very important. Just a couple notes is that I personally have worked with an MCSO aide, and it was actually quite efficient because in my other contacts with Tempe Police or Phoenix Police, it's a long wait to talk to an officer, long wait. Where this aide, there still may have been a little bit of wait, but it was much more efficient. And then basically that person was able to take the stuff that an officer had to do and summarize it and get it to the officer, and it was so much more efficient in the program. So we do appreciate that, and it works out. A couple questions about the detective staffing. I know just, so obviously it sounds like the detectives are now in Phoenix, not out here. Have the total number of detectives gone down in the last couple of years, or is it the same or more?
Councilmember Skillicorn, is your question regarding more detectives assigned to this area or Fountain
Well,
Hills,
so
or in
part of
general?
it comes down to, how do we make sure that there's some accountability in the contract? I mean, we mentioned going from 2.5 to 2. If they're not stationed here, if they're stationed here, hey, look, we have a physical body, we have key card swipes, things like that to verify that. But if they're not here, how do we have some accountability and verify that?
David, I'll let you speak on that in a minute. I see you're ready to talk about that. But one of the things that I can speak to on that is, I think that is where, from the town's perspective with Mr. Miller and David Pock, when they met with MCSO's executive staff, one of the requests that they made was that the detectives be housed back out here, and that is something that, when they met with our Deputy Chief, Russ Skinner. He's the #2 in command under the sheriff. I don't know what the decision is on that, or if the decision, he did talk about logistically, this is what the agency has moved to, and, carving out a difference for, one area might be a challenge. And I don't know that he committed one way or the other. I can let David maybe talk to that if that's something that he has knowledge of. But one of the other things that I know David was looking at and Mr. Miller was looking at was some sort of, and it came from Council Member Spellich when he was on, is that, can we get some reporting of the assigned cases to detectives of cases that are in Fountain Hills, and then the clearance rate. And I think all that kind of speaks to the accountability, knowing that these cases are being assigned, that they're still being worked, that they're still actively being investigated and solved, whether it's in an active case and there's no solvability factor, or that it is getting solved and cleared by an arrest. So I think those are some of the things that go into the accountability aspect of that, but I'll let Mr. Pock speak on the rest of that.
What he said. But, you've made a couple comments there. I just wanted to clarify and make sure there isn't any confusion over. During the initial findings that we received from Heinfeld Meach, the auditor, when they went through and checked as far as the contract, the staffing required, and then the staffing as reported by MCSO with payroll records, there were in those records, there wasn't any indication for Heinfeld Meach, or they found no indication that there were detectives on those payroll sheets. However, when that was brought up with our meeting with MCSO, it was just a reporting, kind of a coding thing. We actually did have detectives here, and there were actually 3. So it was just a matter of the way it was reported by MCSO. So I just wanted to be clear that there's never been a time where we haven't had any detectives. It was just a matter of getting it, the records, and knowing the correct code to find.
That's very helpful. And then just makeup of officers and let's say aides too. It might be a little different. MCSO, I assume they have mostly full-time sworn deputies. Is there a few part-times also?
No, all of our sworn personnel are full-time.
Are all full-time? What about the aides?
They're all full-time as well.
And then what's assigned here, do we still have, effectively, are mostly the same core group of deputies that, you get to know the community, you get to know individuals, the individuals get to know the deputies, things like that?
Yes, Councilmember Skillicorn, that's correct. And one of the things in the contract that is outlined is that the town manager can have some input or say into personnel assigned to the town, and then there is verbiage in the contract about a 2-year commitment minimum for the patrol staff that are assigned here, which is for that reason, for them to get to know the community, for them to understand the nuances of the community. So you're not putting new bodies in and out of here every other month where, they don't know. When we talk about those things, it's like the issues with short-term rentals that a deputy working in maybe downtown Phoenix never had to deal with, and all of a sudden now it's a quality of life issue that we deal with quite a bit here. So for those reasons, yeah, we try to keep the core, and we're fairly successful at keeping our main core of deputies here, with the exception of deputies who get to promote up or go to detective positions in advance in their career.
And mayor and captain, so it sounds like the town manager's looking over your shoulder on that schedule too, right? Is it the same for aides? Is it the same core, or is that maybe a little more transitional?
That potentially could be more transitional, but what I found in the time that we've had it, I've had the same 2 for the entire time, and both of those 2 deputies, neither of them live here in town. One of them actually lives out in Carefree, but wants to keep working here in town. He had the opportunity to go to District 4, which is Carefree Cave Creek, to be closer to home, but he enjoys working in this community and is opting to do the commute to work here. So I don't see it being, it could potentially be different than the patrol deputy staffing. I could see it not being as vital, but I think out of just the way business is done, they're probably going to stay pretty set in the district they work in.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Mayor. Just to clarify what I think you said, and without having to go back into the minutes and read it, is there talk underway right now of bringing those detectives back to Fountain Hills? Is that what you said? Calavianakis?
Calavianakis, sorry. I hope I didn't speak out of turn on that. I do know that was something that town manager Miller had been impressed upon by the council, to have those council members the detectives to be put back here, and it was presented to our executive staff. I don't know if they've provided a response back on that yet or not. I'll be honest, I got the impression that it's the way the agency was moving, and that the agency may come back and say we're unable to do that, but I didn't make the decision. I don't make that decision, and I don't know if that decision's been made, but I do know that the request was made that we do house them back here.
Okay.
Whether or not logistically.
Okay.
And the request had to do with the intergovernmental agreement, so that would
Okay.
be actually spelled out in the intergovernmental agreement.
Okay, good. Well, thank you for doing that, Mayor and Grady. Thank you for making that request for us. I do hope it turns out to be favorable for Fountain Hills, because there's a very favorable tertiary aspect to having detectives here, as you know, and that is when you're investigating something with a deputy or a lieutenant, they're right in the next room, and so you could tap on that experience level of having a detective here. Even if we had one detective here on your busy shifts, it would be very valuable, because right now, of course, they have to go through a process to get input from the detectives. So I just hope they bring them back.
I know former Councilman Spellich had volunteered to help us with this contract and the IGA. Have we reached out to him at all for any input? Is it too late in the process? Can we get his opinion on what we've got here to make sure we're all buttoned up on this?
We thought that before we bring back a draft IGA to the council, that a team of 3 retired public safety officials would have a chance to look at it and give us some feedback. It didn't make sense to do it on the front end, because we had the matrix study that provided a lot of great direction. We also had David Spellich's direction. So from my perspective, I think it makes more sense when we get a draft, and before it's ready to take to our council, I think we've got like 3 people I know off the top of my head that I would have run by, and David would be one of them.
Thank you.
I have a question about the detectives. So do all detectives work every kind of crime or incident?
Mayor Dickey, that was the way it was when district detectives were assigned to the district, and that was, I probably didn't do a great job of kind of rehashing that or going over that again. That was the main driving force of the sheriff deciding to centralize the detectives and put them in downtown Phoenix, because before, when they were at the district, they wore all hats. They did property crimes, they did paper crimes, and then they did person crimes. So a detective today might be dealing with an assault case, and then tomorrow he might be working on a fraud scheme case. And so I think the belief from the agency was that they weren't specialized in any one area. So what they have now is, as they're centralized, the detectives are broken up into person crimes detectives, and that's all that they do. They're broken up into paper crimes detectives, and that's all that they focus on. And then they're property crimes, and that's all that they do. So if today we had a large burglary here in Fountain Hills, that was a high-dollar burglary, we would call our detectives, and our property crimes detectives would come out and process the scene and work the case. So, and the idea was they would get specialized training in that area of expertise that they're in, and not have to worry about trying to be good at the three things, but an expert at the one thing. So that was the mindset behind the move and the centralization. So did that answer your question?
Is that happening then?
That is happening now, yes.
So is it possible that we would get better service by them being located downtown?
I believe that's the outlook on it, that it would be better quality service. What I can say is in the time that we've already went to this in the last 8 months, the response of the detectives and the call-outs, they're coming out for cases that usually when we had district detectives here, it may not have risen to the level of us having the detectives come out at 1 in the morning for a burglary. And now this unit, because they have more detectives assigned to each unit for person, property, and paper crimes, they're coming out on the calls that detectives normally wouldn't have come out on. And so it does seem from my perspective that these cases are getting better attention. I guess the solvability factor would maybe be important to see. But I do believe that is and just if it was ever of value, the offer has been made by our captain of that division, and even the chief of that division, to come out and do a presentation of the benefits of having them centralized. And I know it was in request to having the detective staffed back here, and them wanting to at least give the reasons why we went to it, and show the benefits to the town of what they get with them being centralized, understanding that you're not getting the detectives that are housed here. And I'm down the middle on that. I totally see, and I always appreciated having my 3 detectives here and being able to go to them and make certain cases that were important for the town priority, whereas when they're downtown, it may not have the same level. Like, for example, when we had the damage at the park, if that gets assigned to a deputy downtown, a property crimes detective with $700 worth of damage, that might go on the stack and be the 5th priority case, whereas here in Fountain Hills, if I had my detectives here, because in Fountain Hills it's a big deal and we need to get to the bottom of it and hope deter that crime, might be the detective's top priority of that day. So it gave a little bit of flexibility in that regard. But then in the bigger picture, I also see the value of having the expertise in each area. So I think you could slice it either way.
Well, that's worth knowing before we know. We should know what we're pursuing and why. Anything else? All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Our next item is a request by Councilman Skillicorn to review homelessness issues. Grady or Alan?
Yeah, I've got a handout here. I think Grady did ask me for stuff, but I don't think I got them to him in timely fashion for the packet. Yeah, this is, I just threw this together. It's something that we should just discuss. I do have some ideas about things, and there's one thing I forgot to put on here that I wrote down. So clearly, there's homelessness is unique, but it's not really homelessness that we're trying to tackle because, there's nothing illegal about being homeless. But there's certain things that we can enforce as a community, and probably most of these ordinances are in the books, but, we can enforce littering. We can enforce, jaywalking, and specifically someone coming from the right-of-way into traffic to ask for money. I mean, that would be, it is hazardous and is jaywalking. We can enforce different kinds of public intoxication standards, public urination and such. So there's things that we can do there to actually address the problems and not, not punish someone for their circumstances, but for actual violations there. So that's something that we should discuss. And I'd like to probably get people's ideas before I move on to that second part, because there is something that, and it isn't necessarily about panhandling, it's about, really a different issue. And then the third one was that, I know I talked to Grady about this quite a while ago, about potentially, if we're looking at, especially some zoning changes about parking, there are some things we could address about overnight parking and things like that. But I mean, I just you get some feedback from people. Some of this might sound controversial, but frankly, most of these ordinances and laws are in the books.
You're right, they are on the books, so I think that enforcing those are on the table. But I don't know about the jaywalking one, because we just put a crosswalk, like almost the only one in a very big area in Saguaro, so you might have to look at that one a little closer, because I know that there's a lot of people have to cross. I don't even know if we have a definition of jaywalking in Fountain Hills, or, I mean, because if you are only allowed to cross at a crosswalk, I think there's probably a lot of that going on then.
I don't think we're going to omit any crimes here. But some of it, obviously, we should probably, a lot of this talk with, our representative from MCSO. But I'm going to guess that, if the council decides to put more direction into this, there's certain things MCO is not, like, let's say we passed an ordinance like Glendale did. I have a feeling MCSO would not enforce it. We could always have that discussion, but, we maybe actually be more realistic to talk about what can be enforced. There might be a greater directive. I mean, even if MCSO would issue a ticket for something, is the county attorney going to, actually going to do something with it also? And that's something you probably have coming down from you guys. Captain, do you have any thoughts or comments?
Councilmember Skillicorn, thank you. I can speak to a couple of those things. Fountain Hills is unique in a lot of ways, especially in the area of crosswalks or lack thereof, and the large gaps that are between intersections. So, there is Arizona revised statute about the requirement to cross at a crosswalk, being that one is provided. And then there are some exemptions for areas that has like a side road that might connect, and there's no crosswalk, allowing individuals to cross in those areas without being in violation of not crossing at a crosswalk. The one thing, and I'm not at all trying to suggest that you're stating this, but one thing we would have to just be certain of, MCSO, is that we're enforcing everything equally across the board, that we're not looking to enforce certain rules on certain people more than we would for the general public. So like, we couldn't make sure that we're just, tackling a jaywalking issue for those that we believe are homeless to get to the, bottom of that, or maybe fix that issue. We would just, if we're gonna do, enforce and step up our enforcement on jaywalking or littering, it would just need to be across the board that we're enforcing that with anybody in the town. And, one of the things we get the feedback, we get the calls for service from residents, regarding some of the homeless individuals in town. And some are violations and some things aren't violations, and we're just pretty clear and transparent with the caller that, yeah, that's, not a violation of the law. There's nothing, unfortunately, that we can do to resolve that issue. But then there are some things that we can do to make sure that the deputies are well aware. We've worked with the businesses here in town, Safeway, Bash's, the Circle K's, to just remind them, and I took the time to clearly outline to the store directors and managers, what their abilities are and what they can do if they have individuals on the property that they don't want there, how they can trespass them or tell them they're not allowed there, that they could call us and we could provide that formal notice when it crosses the line of being trespassing and a criminal violation, just to make sure they totally understood what their rights were as a property owner or store or business. And then we sent deputies out kind of in the community policing aspect to go and meet with the store owners and businesses and churches in the valley, just in the town, just to kind of reinforce the email and the topics that we talked about. So I do think that there are, steps that we can take if, one of the things we get called on quite a bit are for cars parking overnight in some of the private property locations. And so we have trespassed numerous individuals that were homeless individuals living out of their vehicles from those properties. And kind of what we see on some of them is they'll move along to another private property until they get asked to leave. And, you know, until they actually refuse to leave or have been told to leave and they don't, they haven't broken the law yet. So we're taking calls for that. We're doing those things. The littering, I know that was a issue with maybe one or two individuals pretty consistently of you know, leaving trash behind in a certain area that they like to panhandle. And some of our contacts with some of the folks in town who were homeless, not all of them, but we did identify that several of them have some, what appears to be some mental health issues where deputy will make an attempt to contact them, even just to check on them, give them some bottled water, see if they need any resources, and some of them don't want any contact with law enforcement. One individual runs or yells at the deputy anytime they go near them or come by them. So unless there is a violation of the law, we're not forcing that contact. You know, it's a consensual contact. So I know I said a lot of that, and I may not have said anything, but if there's anything more I could answer for you.
I noticed you had permits on here, Alan. Cottonwood has a permit process for panhandlers. Maybe that's something we could take a look at and see what they're doing up there. Cottonwood.
Actually, Mayor and Councilman, I'd like to finish each kind of section, but yes, we can talk about that. So, not snubbing or anything, but. All right. Yeah. Well, if just, I don't know if anyone has any other questions, but Captain, if the council gave you more direction of, you know, hey, that, you know, we'd like to look at littering more. We like to look at some of these other things more. I mean, especially the jaywalking. I mean, I'm not specifically, but if I don't know what the crime is, but people should not be filtering in the intersections in the road because people are going to get hurt. And I'm going to guess that there's also some sort of ordinance or law against someone just randomly going out on the road to panhandle, basically. And you know, that is a safety issue. And you know, it could. But if there isn't, maybe we address that. But I don't know. Do you need more direction from council to be more effective?
Councilmember Skillicorn, council can obviously, you know, give us their recommendations or requests for added enforcement, and we would definitely oblige to, you know, as long as it's enforcement that we can take that wouldn't be targeting. And that's not to say we can enforce littering or impeding the roadway, because typically folks that may be doing it would be homeless. I mean, to your point, that is a safety issue. If people are going into the roadway where cars are and panhandling, I mean, that's a crime, and we would enforce that. So one of the things I think a lot of people believe is that in the medians that, you know, people can't be in some of the medians, and we've had some internal conversations, and there are some things that have been done in some cities and towns that prohibit that. I don't know the ins and outs of that. You know, we usually just enforce the law. We don't come up with the laws or take part in the drawing of the laws. But we could absolutely, if that's, you know, council's requesting that we take added enforcement on specific issues, we absolutely would. We would just make sure that we're doing it equally across the board for, you know, all individuals, not just one population. So, and then in regards, I know you said earlier if there was an ordinance passed, and Grady's experienced this in the past with the prior captain who was here, if there is an ordinance that's passed and MCSO feels like, well, this could put us in jeopardy of targeting or discrimination, like the people that represent us is the Maricopa County's Attorney's Office, and we would just run it through our legal team to make sure it's not putting us out there if we were to enforce the ordinance or the law, that, you know, it's not putting us in any undue concern of discrimination or anything like that. So I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, and that's appreciated, and that's understood. And actually, there's an advantage to having a contract with MCSO, because let's say we passed an ordinance like that. If MCO is not going to enforce it because there might be constitutional issues, it protects us from, you know, that liability. So that is something that's there. Yeah, I think you.
Aaron has something to say. Let's see what that is.
Sure. I want to speak to a couple of the issues that we've been discussing on this subject. The first and sort of 30,000-foot level is that I think the way that we've been discussing going about this process is right. The first thing that we should do, that you should do as a council in consultation with your town attorney and any other individual that we may need to bring into the conversation from town staff, would be to talk about what courts have found to be constitutionally permissible and what they have found to not be constitutionally permissible. We've done a fair amount of this research, and some of the council members who have held over from the 2020 will recall that we've had an executive session about that before. So that would probably be useful to revisit or to visit in the first place for some of the folks that just recently came on. So that would, I think, really help set the groundwork for what's going to be within our scope at all, right, going forward. Most of the things that you put on the list here, at least the ones in the top, are perfectly within the scope of what the council can do and frankly should do with respect to providing, direction for enforcement. There are other things, and the town manager and I were just sort of talking over here, that where there are things that are pretty clearly, we can get into these more in an executive session in a privileged setting, but types of ordinances like aggressive solicitation and things like that simply don't stand up to constitutional scrutiny anymore, particularly post Reed versus Town of Gilbert. So we can talk through those, but I wanted to bring that to the council's attention that I like most of these discussion points. I would like to be able to provide you all with the opportunity to see what's going to withstand legal scrutiny and what's likely not.
Vice Mayor?
Captain Cratcher, don't you enforce these particular littering, jaywalking, regardless of if the person is homeless or not, across the board? I mean, isn't that your job as a police officer and your team?
Councilwoman McMahon, yeah, I would say that would be within the normal scope of our duties, and there would be an expectation by me and the lieutenant, the supervisors, if those violations are occurring, that they be enforced.
Regardless of whether the person's homeless or not.
Yeah, that's
there
correct.
could be a drunk citizen peeing in the bushes or however you want to say it. You see him, you're going to enforce it, right?
Yeah,
There's no need to have any extra directions or anything for you guys. I mean, you already know your job. You know approximately how many homeless people we have here, which compared to other cities is not much. And I don't feel like this is singling them out. And I just don't think an ordinance or anything like that is necessary. You're already doing this.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. This isn't necessarily a question, but just an observation, I guess because of my former experience as a prosecutor. Littering, jaywalking, intoxication, urination. A woman came up to me a couple weeks ago and said that someone exposed himself to her and her child, and she reported it to her town council person. And I'm like, maybe you should be reporting this to Maricopa County. And so I tend to agree with the Vice Mayor. This is really, you're going to enforce these things if you see them, but you don't see them. So that's what we need the public for, is to if they see something, say something. This is all about what the mayor was talking about with community engagement. And again, maybe we should do a PR, a publicity, a campaign to tell people, yeah, don't tell your town council person when your house got robbed, okay? Take it up with the people that are responsible for that. And on that note, last night, I had went to the tap house around 10:30, and there was a gentleman who was extremely intoxicated that left the tap house, went out to the street and collapsed dead drunk. And we reported that, and you probably got the call around 10:30 last night on the Parkview. Okay. Well, there was a call at 10:30 last night, and that was made by your town council woman. And so, again, you see something like that, this guy's going to kill himself. He wanders out in the street and collapses. So this is really just about seeing something and reporting it to Maricopa County, and then they'll follow up. Or if, in the case of urination or exposure, just take a picture and then call 911, okay, and they can handle it.
Councilwoman?
One of the things I wanted to remind people, I talked about it at the last council meeting, which I'm pretty sure was last week, the crisis response team is working with Larry and his crew and with Dave and his guys to go out to these kinds of things. They are trying to help as much as they can. I don't remember if I gave this as an example last week, so if I'm repeating myself, I'm sorry. One couple said they didn't want help, they just needed to be able to fix their car. And Tom Iao's people took them out to wherever and got the whatever they needed just to fix the car. And I assume they actually got it fixed and left. And then Dave worked on reimbursing them. So in addition to these things happening, we do have what I have felt is a gap with somebody offering to help when the fire or the police crews go out there. We do have another alternative for them that's beyond just giving them a ticket for doing one of those lists of things there, which I think is also a very important part of helping the homeless population.
Thank you, Sharon. I know Councilman mentioned Glendale, and I just wanted to say that Glendale and Phoenix are all having legal action against them. So to Aaron's point, I think we should look at this and see what we can do in a legal way to try and alleviate some of the suffering. And as you know, obviously, Grady wrote in all of these efforts that are happening between us and with MAG, the whole Arizona Town Hall that just got done a couple of days ago, or with their report, was all about this. So it's everywhere. It's something that is multifaceted, you know, and we're all working on it. But I think we'll have an executive session at some point and then see where we go.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm all for Glendale using their legal resources to fight this all the way up to the Supreme Court and not ours, but we should learn from them when there's something happens. And, you know, the new makeup of the Supreme Court might change things too. But kind of moving on to the next one, this is something my old town did, and I put in there sensible street peddling regulations. So I don't see it so much here, maybe because it's so hot here, but we used to have, where I came from, charities would go out in the intersections and they would give away Tootsie Rolls for your basically your change, your pocket change, right? And this was a big fundraising thing. Well, literally they're out there in the street. It was dangerous. And one thing that that my old town did is that we asked them to register. We created an ordinance that they had to be registered. They do like a video safety training, like a 30-minute, how to not get run over by a car. They had wear a little like yellow vest, and it was also it got rid of a nuisance, but it whittled out. If you're a legitimate charity, you would comply. If you're not legitimate, you would not comply. But also, I think that this addressed some, if we have panhandling issues, and I think that we probably do. If we have a I don't want to say panhandling, but a peddling ordinance, does the person have a permit? Does the person have training? And and this is a legal way of preventing people from having someone come up to the car window and asking them for change for good and bad reasons.
Pretty sure we do.
Yeah, I just wanted to just say, I mean, I hadn't thought about that from a panhandling standpoint, but we definitely have a peddler's license requirement. Yeah. People like going door to door. Yeah. So they have to take out a license. And David, do you remember how that works? Like, it's only good for a certain period of time, correct?
I believe it's 90 days. For
90 days. The license or permit is only good
That's
for
right.
that, and it's a very nominal amount. But that way, typically, they have to show it too. If somebody goes door to door and somebody doesn't want them or wants to make sure they're authorized, they have to show it. They have to carry it on them at all times.
Correct.
Like people going door to door selling magazine subscriptions and that kind of stuff.
Right. It is a badge that they have to, anyway, a laminated badge that each person that's associated with that license receives after the background check.
Thank you. And Mayor, staff, I want to be crystal clear. This is not panhandling. This is peddling. But the activity of approaching someone at their car window it's the same activity. And this is a way to regulate it appropriately and legally and safely.
Thank you. Anything else? Oh, you're still.
No, I
Sorry,
don't
I'm
have
sorry.
another question or something about that one. It is, so we already have an ordinance on the book. Maybe you and I will chat about if
Sure,
it needs
yeah,
any
no
updates
problem.
or.
Yeah, it's 8-2-3, is that?
Yeah, and I took a quick other look. It's 8-2-1 and then all the sections that follow in chapter 8. So
Yeah, we'll probably get an update,
Okay.
maybe work with the captain. And then the last one that I did not include there, and this, I wrote it on mine. But this is something I talked to Grady a while back about, and if we are going through zoning, actually any zoning changes on private property, we could consider some sort of language about overnight parking bans on private property as part of our zoning code. And to give you an example, on vacation a few years ago, I took a trip out to Yellowstone, drove across the country, and it's very common for urban campers to use either Walmart or other big box store retailers to camp at. And I remember recently having a situation where I had a car that needed service, and I was in a town that I was like, well, I could leave it overnight at the service center, and they had a ban on it in that town. And that business, it was specifically the Walmart like auto tire center. Well, Walmart's always are like that, but that town had an ordinance not allowing overnight parking there, and that's, maybe that's something that we consider here. Or maybe I know there's some that already have zoning and that they allow it because there are some parking lots, private parking lots here where they allow that kind of activity already, but maybe that's another thing to look at, and if there's an avenue for us to act through our zoning laws.
It's a good question. In fact, I gave direction to our Development Services Director after you and I talked. So right now, he's going through a parking ordinance, I believe, correct, John? But I also asked him, because it was a completely different request that you and I had. So it would likely be a parking regulations that would be addressed outside of zoning. So because right now, I mean, we might get into a Prop 207 kind of situation where there's a taking. If we try to mandate, you might have like a car service center that if they, like the Big O tires might have cars parked out at night. So we may have to just go down instead of through zoning, we may have to just do it as a parking regulations ordinance.
Okay. Yeah, then that was not my intent. I mean, that is, I'm a busy guy. I need to get an oil change. I ain't going during working hours. Like, I'm going to go when I have time to drop something off. Right. So that's not my intent to change. But, there's opportunities to, I mean, we are the jewel of the valley, and there's things we can do to keep it that way. No billboards.
In addition to the cars that have to maybe drop off their car tonight because they expect it to be worked on tomorrow morning, or the tire folks that park the cars that they're currently working on outside of their garage at night, we have to remember we've also got the rental car people that have cars parked in parking lots, and we've got the U-Haul people or budget rental truck people. That's like their advertisement too, that it's parked on the street to remind us that we can rent the truck, but it's also the only place they have to put it. So we have to keep that stuff in mind as we come up with those kind of ordinances, please.
Oh. Yeah. We're going to move on to the community center now and talk about, I think, are you going to do it, Justin? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. It's without a doubt the community center is one of the most popular amenities that the town has, and it's as widely used as any one of our parks, and I would argue gets as much traffic, foot traffic, as some of our local streets. With that said, obviously, during the renovations, it was brought to the current staff's attention that there were issues that we were not previously aware of in regards to water coming in the doors, windows, and walls. Since that time, under the direction of the town manager, mayor, and council, and working with community services staff, we have managed to address the lion's share of these issues. We're going to go through just a few of them here that we have these things were identified and addressed. The first one up there with the check mark wasn't widely discussed, but it was a necessity to address this because it was strongly believed that some of the moisture in the community center prior to us removing the floors and seeing water running across them could have been possibly coming from under the slab. There's still a possibility of that moisture because there's not a vapor barrier under that slab, but we now know that the under slab pipe investigation, so these are the sewer pipes and other pipes under the building, they're not leaking. I would like to say, and for those of you that did not have an opportunity in regards to the window wet sealing, I'm a homeowner, do a lot of work on my home and a lot of caulking. And after having seen these professionals work on the community center, I probably will not ever do it again if anybody can see me. Their work was amazing. They did not actually touch it with their hands. They brought it here as a specialty product. They tinted it to match our paint and or our trim. And if you walk over there and look at it, it's amazing. We now know, at least based on the last few storms, including the wind, rain, and dust, that wet sealing around those windows is working. How long that's going to work is a determination that the architectural firm that we are now working with, and we're going to discuss that shortly, is going to provide that information for us. But for right now, it's working. We also addressed, and oftentimes you would hear myself or the facility supervisor right behind me here use the term no hub. And so basically what we're describing is a mechanical drain pipe that's really not mechanically fastened, but it's kind of a pressure fit. The community center has a series of roof drains that actually come down through the walls and then go under the slab. The town staff, Steve Bartlett and his two plant mechanics, Paul and Mark, have addressed, again, the lion's share of those, but each time another one pops up, because we're talking about a 20-plus-year-old building, they look to discover where the water's coming from and correct it. So the roof drain couplings for the lion's share, if not in their entirety for right now, have been corrected. The next item with a check mark, and there's a lot of update on this in regards to the biological growth, and that's the term I'm going to use here. We had the remediation that was discussed at a previous council meeting. The professional companies came in, they taped everything off, they opened up the walls, they removed the biological growth, a forensic testing lab pulled samples from there, everything was cleared, and everything was put back together. So the organic matter has been removed and everything's sealed up in the walls.
Can I just address that real quick as we go along?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Justin, when I read the report, it said that that growth was done in the lobby, but I didn't see any mention of the rest of the building. Was it done in the rest of the building too, or just the lobby?
Madam Mayor, council member, what we did was we initially tested inside of the building, and those tests determined that the atmospheric air in that building was safe to breathe and there were no issues. To be fair, we also got baseline samples from outside the building, from this building, and also the library. It should be noted that the air tested outside of the town's building had a large number of spores in it compared to the interior, which means our scrubbing system is working. With that said, that information was provided to the town manager. It was decided based on discussions that we would go ahead and have that forensic testing facility make some small holes in areas where organic growth may or may not be and have them tested again. That is when we got the test results back, and we got some positive tests from that. And then we, again, under the direction of the town manager, we went back in again and tested other locations after feedback received not only from this elected body, but from the residents to test other rooms. With the areas that were tested and the areas that were detected, including some in the main hallway, those areas and that remediation was taken care of based on the aforementioned testing. Can I give you a guarantee right now that there's not any organic matter in any one of these buildings or growing outside of it? Absolutely not. But we have test results that indicate that we do not have any harmful air in the buildings right now. You're welcome. The next one is we've had numerous discussions, and it's shown on our facilities replacement, in our facilities replacement fund, to deal with the roofs on all three buildings. Fortunate for us, again, we have a very professional facility supervisor. Through research and development, he was able to speak to numerous roofers. One of them came out with a plan. We discussed the plan internally and with the town manager. A test area was done. And I'm going to take just a minute and explain what I believe is an incredible benefit here. Originally, we believed that this type of polyurethane roofing, am I saying that correctly, Steve? Sure, yeah. Would most likely either have to be heavily washed or removed and replaced. Very, very expensive endeavor. Newer technology and or the treatment that we're testing right now does not require that removal. Obviously, it requires some cleaning and some prep. But the type of application that this is, we're told, and there's research to back this up, that we can apply this over the years as opposed to having to replace these roofs. And we're talking about a few $1 million is what we're talking about that we can save. So we'll know more very shortly about this test patch. One of the other items that's, and this is still ongoing, but we believe we've corrected the majority of it, are the thresholds at the doors. There was another area on the west side of the building. For those that might not be familiar with each of the rooms, it was the old Flynn room. But on the west side of the community center, there is a walled off area with a canopy over it. Water was falling into that area, ponding up against the building and running in the building through that door and the windows. That concrete has been removed. That void filled with granite, and to date, at least to my knowledge, we've not had any additional water from that. Lastly, just for the check marks for it, and there's a lot of stuff here, and I understand that. I appreciate your patience. Steve and his staff met with professionals, and they tested the HVA system in that building. There's still some outstanding stuff that needs to be done in regards to balancing, but more importantly, when the temperature comes up, they're going to be able to run their final testing and give us a report. We know this for a fact. The building creates an incredible amount of humidity, and dehumidifiers were placed in the building several months ago and literally collect gallons and gallons of water a day, which is helping not only with the humidity, but some of the unpleasant odors as a result of it being a closed system. Any questions in regards to these few check marks that we find very, very important?
Just one observation, if I may, Ms. Mayor, and that is just kudos and congratulations to your staff and to you specifically, Steve, for the outstanding work you guys have done. This has been a lot of outside-the-box thinking, and I know on the 850 square foot test pad on the roof, that was at a significant reduction in cost as compared to conventional means. So thank you for saving all that money and for looking for the technologies that maybe weren't available a couple years ago. So job well done.
And thank you for bringing that up. I would also like to thank Steve, Paul, and Mark as well. They literally worked through the holidays, days and nights, so we could get in and do the remediation, remove the organic material and the restoration while the building was either closed or its use was substantially reduced. And that was literally over the holiday system. They were here through that time. So thanks to them, and also the community center staff for constantly supporting our barrage of, can we do it Tuesday night? Can we do it Wednesday night? These right here is just some of the stuff that we had discussed in the past. If you'll recall, we secured a forensic engineering firm, Alana Buick and Beers. That individual that represented them, Eugene Buick, gave a couple of updates here. This is just some of the information that they were recommending as part of that, the whole process here. I'm not going to go through each one of them. These are some of the wet sealing areas that I had described earlier with the magicians that did the caulking. This is one of the areas around the building that we still need to address, which is actually where I'm going to segue into the next part. We were fortunate enough to secure an agreement with a local engineering or architectural firm that their specialty is actually building deficiencies. And they come into this with an incredible amount of knowledge, and they were actually referred to us by Alana Buick and Beers for relationships they have not only in the valley but other cities and states where they've worked together on this type of issue. Gensler has been out with Steve and his staff several times. They are not yet ready to present anything to the mayor and council in regards to their analysis. They will be doing that soon. The town manager and I had an incredible amount of discussion about the next few sets of numbers you're seeing. Keep in mind that we were working with Alana Buick and Beers to try and come up with some rough estimates based on best construction practices and the blue books and the manuals that were out there. There's an incredible amount of numbers here. I personally am uncomfortable with these numbers because at that time the architectural firm had not even started their analysis. But to be clear and to demonstrate that we have nothing to hide, these were some of the original numbers that were provided by Alana Buick and Beers with the support of town staff and the information we provided. Again, we are going to get much more accurate numbers and a much more accurate timeline that will allow us an opportunity to have open dialogue, discussion, planning, and budgeting again for arguably one of the town's most popular amenities. And once again, I would argue gets as much traffic as some of our roads. So there's a lot of numbers here. I will certainly share this with any of you, but it's in our past presentations. We look forward to coming back, and in the future, it'll not only be Alana Buick and Beers and most likely Eugene Buick himself, but also a representative from Gensler. We would like to do that, if not at a council meeting, a workshop, so we can concentrate just on this important asset.
So I'd like to be really brief on this. So while it looks like a scary number, the $2.9 million to $4 million, we're talking a 40-year building having the storefront windows and doors replaced. We're not talking about what we're going to have to do in the next few years. So far what the firm Buick has told us is that the window wet sealing is really going to take care of it. He has said that in the past experience that he's dealt with, like high-rise skyscrapers and such, that has added 15 years of life to those buildings. So I have every reason to believe that this is going to be something that we're going to probably be able to get to probably 35 to 40 years. And we want to start planning for that, though. And so you're going to see when we get into the capital improvement budget, you'll see a number there, and we'll talk a little bit through that. My concern is I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves because in 15 years, labor costs and manufactured window costs are going to be completely different than what they are today. So we're gonna downplay that a little bit once we get into the capital improvement program.
A lot of information. Some of it you'd seen in the past. This is basically an update to let you know once again, based on direction from this elected body, the mayor and council, Town staff has not just sat back and waited for someone else, including but not limited to fairy godmothers or caulking musicians to just show up on their own. We've worked to address these issues and will continue to do so.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And yeah, we're going into the capital stuff now, or we're going into the budget first. And but we'll be talking a little bit more about the community center. But again, echo everybody's gratitude on all the work here. So next is David. You're going to do the budget update or preview, I guess.
That's right. Is everybody hanging in there?
I know. I look at the clock. I'm like, oh,
I mean,
we're supposed to get done at 3, so I don't know if you can.
I will tell you that this is very short, very concise,
yeah, I
just a
bet.
couple slides. It'll be over before you know it.
David, it sounds
And
like
if you
you're
believe
the
that-
doctor giving us a shot.
Yes, right? This only hurt a little. All right. All right, so, yeah, fiscal year 24 financial preview can only start in one way, and that is looking at where we are in fiscal year 23. So that's going to be our first couple slides. Then we'll start taking a look at fiscal year 24, kind of look at the overall budget process. Since this is basically the first first budget meeting that the council has, we'll kind of go over what's going to be coming down the road for the next few months. Clear your calendars. It's going to be great. So fiscal year 24, the projected revenues, that's my crystal ball, a couple slides to see where we're going to be headed. That's where everything starts. And then we've got some base expenditures. These are just base expenditures. They do not include any of the supplements or any recommendations or anything like that. That's just strictly what it is from year to year. And then we'll look at some summary slides on the supplements and then answer any questions or comments. So as it stands right now, what I did is I took where we ended last fiscal year, so the end of June 2022, and compared it to where we were December 31st of 2022. So half the year is represented here. So it gives you some kind of idea where our fund balance was at the end of the last fiscal year, adding in any revenues that we received for those 6 months, minus any expenditures, and that's where we were December 31st. So you can see the streets fund down $100,000, $120,000. That's in addition to whatever revenues we collected for those 6 months. If there aren't any questions, I won't go through each of these. I will just point out that this first slide, and you'll see these broken down into different categories. These are all the restricted funds. These are the ones that we basically have no control over where the money's spent. So it's all determined by state statute, bond payments, that sort of thing. And then development fees are obviously restricted to what they can be used for. The next is the committed funds. These are all basically regulated or set by council regulation. So first, rainy day fund, obviously the largest. You can see we ended last year, that 20% of 5% or 20% of 5-year average general fund revenues was just about 3.5 million. You can see with the actuals for fiscal year 22 brought up, that 20% has grown about another $400,000. So revenues over 5 years have been increasing each year, so that's a good thing. You can see the other fund balances there. And then assigned funds, these are basically by policy, anything that would be after the first of the year, if Justin does a requisition and it becomes a PO, it becomes encumbered, that becomes assigned funds because that is where that money is going to be used. So it becomes assigned. So you can see the different funds there.
Dave, how do we
Yes.
decide what goes in the environmental fund since we don't have that fee anymore? I know I ask you this every year.
It's all a transfer. So everything that goes into the environmental fund is from the general fund. And yeah, we kind of decide a transfer amount each year. Transfers are a little bit different because we don't really budget for transfers, but we do provide council with suggested transfers for each at the end of each year, and you approve them that way. They're not budgeted because it's already revenue that's collected and accounted for, and expenditures will be made from that wherever they're transferred to. So we don't want to double count those. So.
And that's just kind of an example of a need coming up that, right, storms or whatever.
Right.
Or something breaks. Just as an aside, the environmental fee, we are going to try to get an answer on that very soon, and we'll see where we go from there.
All right. Yeah, I think last year that we had transferred 500,000, I believe, from general fund into environmental fund for this year. I will make a point on the facilities reserve fund. It's kind of a holding area right now. We had some general fund savings as a result of the ARPA funding that we put in that fund so that we can make a little better returns until it gets transferred to the streets fund next fiscal year, in fiscal year 24. And then it also has $2 million for the lake liner that's been allocated to that, towards that. And then unassigned funds, basically everything that's left after those first three categories are taken care of is unassigned funds and available for use.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one quick question. I'm not sure who would be the right person to ask this to, but in the past year, what projects have we used environmental fund monies for?
So Justin actually does all of the expenditures out of that fund. It's, I know, storm water and sweeping, that sort of thing. So,
Madam Mayor, Council Member, the environmental fund is used for our street sweeping, our wash maintenance. It is also used to support the electronic household recycling in the form of traffic control and off-duty officers or staffing if needed, and also the household hazardous waste event.
Yes, I was just going to add, Justin, you also have a contract for a company that does scoping to also look at our storm drains to make sure we don't have failures or something like that. So we have a camera system that goes in and checks out our storm drains, correct?
Correct. It's the same firm that does our storm drain cleaning. So with all of our pipes and culverts, we have a multi-year capital project where we started with the pre-incorporation structures to avoid having the same situation that we had on Panorama a few years ago, where we had catastrophic failure. The environmental fund covers the cleaning if necessary for that portion, and also the inspection and the report tied to that.
And if we had continued to collect a fee, which would have been $500,000 or $600,000 a year, you can use that money for capital projects. So for fixing the culverts and such, it's not restricted to cleaning or maintenance or anything. We just don't have as much in there right now to do those big projects.
all right, and then as far as the last slide for fiscal year, where we're at right now, this is just a summary of all the different fund balances. You can see the fund balance across all funds for 6 months has increased, keeping in mind that there is that $4.2 million in facilities reserve. The metrics at the bottom, you will see that the numbers are lower, but that just reflects at the end of the fiscal year, we do have all that unassigned fund balance that hasn't been transferred yet as of, usually we do those transfers right after the audit's completed in November. So that's why that has gone down. As far as the transfers, we did the $1.5 million to the facilities fund with the $1 million for the lake liner, and then we did $500,000 to the environmental fund, and then we had about 3.6 million that transferred to capital projects fund. Any questions on this year so far? All right. So as far as the process going forward, the whole process starts in November with the kickoff. Departments start going back, looking at their base budgets, moving between line items as they see as necessary. Those base budgets are brought back and we're meet with the town manager and myself and our accountant. Basically go through their budget, make sure the base budget's all in order. And then on February, the beginning of this month, we actually did our budget open house and public outreach. That was the first time that we had done that before the council retreat, which I think went over very well. Of course, we're here today. And then next month, we got a CIP work session. The following month is April. We'll bring back the proposed budget with all the input from today, input from the CIP work session, and as well as the town manager's recommendations for supplements. We'll walk through the proposed budget that night. Tentative budget's adopted the first meeting in May, and then a final budget and the implementation memo gets adopted first meeting in June. All right, so then as far as forecasts go, for all funds, I didn't think that it was reasonable with the state of the economy right now to say that we were gonna just cruise right into fiscal year 24 without some kind of speed bump. So I did reduce our revenue expectations for next year across all funds, especially the TPT. I reduced it by about 10%. Just because I think there might be a little bit of slowdown if you've been watching. So all that said, these are the different projections. Fiscal year 23 is the actual adopted budget numbers. Fiscal year 24, of course, will be part of the proposed budget. These are all obviously subject to change if something happens before April though, so stand by. All right, as far as the breakdown for general fund revenues, you can see that reduction in the local taxes or TPT. State shared revenue should remain about the same. We usually get those final projections, usually April, beginning of May. So we'll have those amounts. And then of course, permits, charges for services, rent, fines, all the rest.
David, I'm glad to see that you're being conservative on those estimates. But I have a question. This might be for John, it might be for you, but I'm wondering if we can take a look at a market analysis across all service businesses that want to come into the town. And what I'm getting at is protecting our TPT. We have a lot of service businesses in this town already that we don't get any revenue from. So in an attempt to minimize that somewhat, is there some kind of a look at we can have, some kind of an ordinance to say that, you know, we want to make sure that there's a fit for them before we give up valuable commercial space in our town and lose the opportunity for TPT to grow in this town? Is that something that's reasonable across all service-oriented businesses? What do you think, Aaron?
Sorry, well, I'm trying to I'm sorry, Mayor and Councilmember. I guess I'm trying to understand the question. So is the question more along the lines of when new businesses are trying to come into town, are they generally a fit?
Like I'll give you a couple of examples off the top of my head. Like we've got a lot of banks already. So we've got a lot of nail salons. And I'm not picking on anybody. I'm just using these as examples. We've got a plethora of all those types of businesses. We're going to have valuable commercial property going up when Bart Shea gets done on the avenue, 8,000 or so square feet. I'd like to see something in there that adds to our bottom line, our TPT, So if we're going to get another service business in there, everybody that's here is fine, but anybody new coming in, can we have an ordinance that would show some kind of a need for that?
Well, and maybe our economic development director as well can speak to some of the efforts she's making to direct those kinds of new businesses into town. I know from a legal perspective, if there's commercial property available and someone wants to lease or buy it, it's a matter of competition between between a business owner and a private property owner. So as far as the legalities are concerned, we're probably fairly limited in that, but we may be undertaking other steps to make sure that we're attracting the kinds of businesses we want. Amanda, am I right?
Thanks a lot, Aaron. Mayor, Councilmember Friedel, so as Aaron said, some of it, our hands are tied. It's a free market enterprise where we can't dictate some of those things. But as Mr. Wesley and I have new folks coming in, they're looking maybe to convert some of their existing zoning and wanting to come to staff and council and modify that. Or maybe they have the right zoning. We're giving feedback to whether or not we support that. Some of the existing council members, you know, someone met with us about some senior living in our town center, and we admitted we were opposed to that. And so that's where we can provide our expertise and guidance to push more for something more positive for our sales tax and bed tax. John, did you have?
Mayor, council member, from my perspective, what that would sound like is going into our commercial zoning districts and either outright removing service businesses or requiring them to go through a special use permit in order to operate, which gives us some level of review versus a retail business. I think if we were to look at that and talk that over with our attorney, we may have some challenges with either of those approaches, but particularly removing them outright.
I'm not asking to remove anybody, first of all.
So any amendment that makes it more challenging for what has been a permitted use in a district could raise some challenges.
I kind of see it as discriminatory that we're even having this conversation. If somebody wants to rent my building and they're legitimate business, I collect rental tax that I turn into the town. If it happens to be a service industry, I'm sorry, hate on me all you want, but I'm a building owner and this is what I do. I offer my building for rent. So I feel like if we're trying to be business friendly, you just turned a bunch of landlords off, just even having this long of a conversation about it.
First of all, I don't agree that it's discriminatory. It's across the whole base, so it's not discriminatory.
Well, I think we have value. Well, I think, to her point, to Sharon's point, I think what she's saying is that we're saying service industries might not be as welcome as others, or any industry that isn't filling our tax base. But there are other benefits, right? I mean, if it's a doctor's office or an accountant or something, then there's somebody maybe going to have lunch. So I would agree that it would be kind of something I wouldn't want to pursue necessarily, especially because we have so much office space, right? Isn't that one of our big vacancies? So, but I get your point. Like, you got a corner glass area of Park Place, and you're like, I hope that, becomes to keep the famous martini bar or something. So I get what you're saying, but I think there's value in all of the businesses that choose to come here and the customers that use them. Anything else? Everybody's quiet.
I think they're all thinking about martinis. So, I am. No. Okay. So what I did too. I should have mentioned this earlier. The revenues were for all funds, and then we looked at the general fund. Since the street fund is another major fund and a major topic of conversation, I included a slide just for streets, and then we'll move on to the expenditure side. So as far as the streets fund, as you're aware, 2/10 of our sales tax goes into the streets fund for pavement maintenance. That's that $1 million. State shared revenue is obviously HERF and the VLT. Charges for services and rent, that's in lieu fees that could possibly come in if SRP wanted to cut up one of the streets or something, it would go into this fund. And then 41,000 for others is basically reimbursements, investments, and that sort of thing. So you can see a total of $4.2 million going into the streets fund on just a revenue side. That does not include the $4.2 million that's scheduled to be transferred.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Dave, just a real quick question on, this was a state shared revenue and even TPT. Is there any backlog that we have to plan for? I mean, are they prompt about the payments?
Oh, yeah.
And is a TTP, is that monthly, quarterly? How does that work?
So TPT, we actually get weekly as people file their taxes for the prior month.
Okay.
HERF, we get 2 payments a month, one in the beginning of the month, one in the middle. And then VLT, I believe, is monthly. I'd have to check.
What shared revenue is?
Those are the shared revenues.
Okay.
HERF and VLT.
So, and never late?
No.
Okay. Makes your job a little easier.
It does.
On its surface, it's like $3 million for state shared revenue. Is that something that would go straight to streets then?
This is directly into the streets fund.
Okay.
So it's all of the HERF funds go into here, and then there is an 80-20 split of the VLT. So this is 80% of that VLT plus 100% of this. Yeah. All right, something that we don't normally talk about is the expenditure limitation. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of background on that and make one point at the end. The purpose, obviously, it's part of the Arizona Constitution. It's basically limits the control or the expenditure of local revenues and future increases. So the Economics Estimates Commission of the Department of Revenue comes out with these figures each year for each municipality. They're adjusted for population and inflation each year. I don't know the exact calculation, but that's how they tell us they get these numbers, so I believe them. Applies only to expenditures of local revenues, and there are some exclusions that do apply, and usually the ones that we commonly use are grant proceeds, a portion of the HERF over a base amount, and then reimbursements and recoveries. So the preliminary limit that we just received for fiscal year 24 is $34.3 million. The point that I wanted to make is that this increased $2.4 million over the current year. Now you might say, well, that's great. It is, but when you go to look at the reason why it's $2.4 million more than this year, it's all inflation. Just to put it in perspective, fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 23 was a $150,000 increase. So keep that in mind. I will say also that for fiscal year 22, our limitation was just over 31 million. The actual expenditures that applied after the exclusions was just about 21. So we were $10 million less than what our limitation was, which it says is a good thing.
Do they use the inflation rate? Do they take housing and fuel into account when they decide what that's going to be?
I'm assuming they do. Like I said, I don't know the calculation exactly and what they use. Obviously our population hasn't changed much from year to year. So that's all inflation numbers. I'm just not exactly sure which categories that they use to calculate
Well,
it.
I know it's not money, it's a limit, but if it was money and we're not buying houses in our business here, it might be something that has a little more value to it than just strictly keeping up with inflation, if that is what's included with that number.
All right, so then base expenditures over all funds, you can see general fund, again, adopted 24.8. The base expenditures in general fund, 19.3. Then that special revenues fund, that again includes that contingency. The largest part of that is in the special revenue fund, the grants fund. If we receive $10 million worth of grants, we can spend $10 million worth of grants. If we do not receive $10 million worth of grants, we can't spend it. So, so that one's got a large contingency in it, and it's not necessarily that, meaning that we're going to spend that amount. Capital projects, you can see that's just basically the administration and a small contingency that's built in to that fund. It doesn't have any, obviously it doesn't have any projects budgeted for next year until after the CIP work session. Internal service funds, that's our vehicle replacement fund, facilities reserve, and the IT, $600,000 you can see. Debt service fund, those are our three bond funds. We don't have any bonds outstanding, so it's basically just fund balance. We do have Eagle Mountain, which is the majority of that, 15,000, just in case we did need to use it for something, we'd be able to use it. And then as far as general fund expenditures, you can see that broken down by type. Got payroll and benefits, dues and memberships, meetings, trainings, maintenance and repair, utilities, contractual services, that's obviously public service or public safety, both fire and law enforcement. I will say that only half of the rural metro contract is in there, since that will be ending in January or December. The fire department startup costs are all part of the supplements, which you'll see in those in the last slide, and will be included when you get the proposed budgets.
Sorry, but does the contracts also include like landscaping or any of those other stuff? Okay.
Correct. You got equipment and improvement, damages, vandalism, internal service funds again, capital expenditures, and then that contingency is basically departmental contingency. So we keep a small amount in development services, small amount in community services, in case, like our contingency for development services is if we do a third-party type contract with inspectors or something like that, we can use that, sorry, for those expenditures. You can see, if you don't remember, the revenues for the general fund were actually higher than what's here as far as expenditures. So it's $4.3 million less than the revenues. Obviously, when we go back in, add any supplements that are approved, if there's still less, then we have a contingency line item to add in to balance. Any questions on the general fund? All right. So on to the streets fund, as far as same categories by type, payroll and benefits, dues, memberships, maintenance and repair is where all of the pavement maintenance expenses are kept or categorized. Again, contractual services and supplies. Again, a small contingency, just in case we needed that. So you can see that the base budget for next year is basically the adopted budget for this year, pretty darn close. This obviously will change as the proposed budget comes forward. Also, during the proposed budget, I'll have estimated fund balance, estimated fund balances for the end of the year. So we'll know what's going to be carried over. That's obviously, if more money is available, more money can be used. As far as the supplements that were submitted, one-time expenditures totaling $77,000. Ongoing non-personnel, there were 45, for $846,000, and then the ongoing personnel, 9 supplements for 2.2. You guessed it, fire department is a large part of that last line. So again, those would be coming through on the proposed with town manager recommendations. Congratulations. No, there are no prizes. But there's no quiz either, so.
Dawn, any questions or comments? I know we have more to come, so
Right.
really appreciate it. It's a good first glance. Our next item is along the same lines, only we're talking about capital. Everybody okay, or do you want a break? 2 minutes?
Okay.
5 minutes? Okay.
Yeah.
5
5
minutes.
is great.
How about 3.5?
get started, I'm sure Jerry will be here in a second. Are we starting with, pardon me? He was here. Yeah, I thought so, and I was like, uh-oh. I don't think he'd mind if we just got started.
So we're going to go ahead. We have David Janover, our town engineer, has responsibility, overall responsibility for our capital improvement program. And so he's going to go through and give a little bit of an update on those that are those projects that are in the current fiscal year, and then also go through those that are in the proposed capital improvement program. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Janover.
Thank you, Grady. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Pleased to be here to take you through our capital improvement projects. And again, just a big picture, just to keep in mind that what we go through today, we're looking to get some input, some feedback, guidance, and then of course we'll be back again on March 14th in a few weeks as part of the budget cycle and for that CIP presentation. So let's just jump right in. As Grady mentioned, we're going to give you kind of an update on the current capital projects and the proposed FY24 proposed projects, and we're also going to review the proposed capital projects in the 5-year planning horizon. So first, we're going to start with our community services, and by the way, I am joined by Rachel Goodwin, our esteemed Director of Community Services, as well as the person sitting next to me, who was sitting next to me, Justin Weldy, our Public Works Director, for additional information and a historical perspective as needed. So looking at some of the updates for community services projects. The park sidewalks improvements, P3054. So the amphitheater sidewalk entrance slip hazard was replaced with new sidewalk that had more traction, and also the sidewalk exiting Plaza Fountainside was also replaced to eliminate a trip hazard there. P3048, our shade pole straightening at Fountain Park. Great news, the straightening of the 12 poles that support the shade structures were completed, and they were completed under budget. Fountain Park, some updates here. The playground lighting has been scheduled, and it's slated for completion this fiscal year. And switching over to Golden Eagle Park, we have shade structures that are going in at 3 of the ball fields. They had their footers poured and the frames installed this month. And shade fabric should be installed in April. And then sports field lighting that has been ordered, the LED lights, and the project will begin in June and end in July. And I'll bring up a little bit more about that later on in the presentation. Switching over to Desert Vista Park, construction started and will be completed this fiscal year on the skate park. And other park improvements included the sidewalk connector from the mini pitch to the skate park that was completed, as well as the other completions this year that's scheduled for this fiscal year is the Ramada installation and concrete pad sidewalk dog park leveling. Now we're going over to Four Peaks Park. We have our playground lighting that has been ordered and will be completed in May. And other improvements that will be completed will be landscaping installation, granite, trees, and plants. Those are currently underway and will be completed before the end of this fiscal year. So looking at proposed capital projects for community services, we have Sunridge Natural Park. So you should have some handouts up on the dais that had some information in there about the public outreach that was done and some public input that was gained. So this project is for the design and construction of a neighborhood passive park in Sunridge Canyon known as Sunridge Natural Park, or SNAP, as a nice acronym. This park is identified in the general plan, and a public charrette, again, was held earlier this year where the conceptual design was presented and public input was gained. So this $1 million cost for design and construction would be coming from the Parks Development Fee Fund. So Parks Development fees would be funding this.
If we can go feedback. Rachel, did you want to address any of some of the key points? You compiled some feedback from some of the residents that came to your open house.
Sure. As was mentioned, you have a handout in front of you. It sort of synthesizes sort of the general feedback we heard. We tried to kind of distill it down. We had just over 60 folks respond and join us for that public input session. It was very lively. I did a lot of talking that night, as did most of our staff. But it was actually really great to hear some of the feedback, some of the concerns, share the thoughts and the concepts behind how we got to where we are, and dispel some concerns, as well as understand where the sort of the origin of some of the other concerns came from. So you can kind of have that feedback in front of you. Staff is looking for final direction on this project. I know this project has come up multiple times before council. We have taken a number of steps to make sure that we are trying to be transparent and include public feedback in this process. I've had a chance to talk with some of you, even take some of you out on site to kind of visualize the space. So we are just looking for council feedback in whichever direction you'd like to go with this project. I'm happy to answer any questions, or we can talk more at our CIP workshop.
Mayor, council, when I talk to residents of Sunridge, I get the feeling that they're not interested in this, so I kind of want to judge the council here. Maybe raise your hands. I'm all for scrapping it. I mean, do we have support for it?
I don't know that we have to have this level of a discussion right now, but let me
Well,
see
if
what
there's no support for it, why would we go ahead and use any more staff resources on this?
Hold on one sec. Rachel, well, let me ask you to say what you want to say first.
I just had a question, Rachel. I know back when I was still running, I did that tour with you and Kevin, and thank you for that again. I did visit the site area and kind of take a look at it. I was wondering if showing those renderings would change the opinions of the neighborhood. I promise there's a question in here. I'm giving a lot of content first. It appears that it kind of hasn't changed most of the resident opinions. If it were to be something that we decided not to do this year, what would you use that park development fee fund, $1 million worth for?
That's a good question. So the quick answer is we don't have to use it for anything this year. It doesn't go anywhere, but it does have somewhat of a clock on it in that the park development fund does have to be spent down within 10 years of receiving it. So it's not that it has to be used this year or this coming year, but we do need to make a plan for what we would like to do with that funding within the next probably 2 years or so. At least get a plan on the books and start working towards that. We have had some conversations. Again, you can kind of see the feedback has been almost 50-50, not quite. It has been in some, and some folks were very adamant. Some folks were, yeah, I could see it. Maybe I don't love it, but I could see maybe how it would work or how some people would like it, but it might not be my thing. And then other people are super in favor. And then some people are in favor of it being very, very active. So we definitely got an across the board feedback. One thought is that if the park as rendered here today is still feels too developed or too aggressive in a way, there was a conversation that seemed to have some potential to just potentially do the trail component without the actual parking side of it, having just community access for trails, to kind of downsize what it is without doing away completely. I will say there was a lot of eye-opening when we talked about if it does become deemed a park, a true park, it gets the label as a park, it has a lot more enforcement ability and enforceability in terms of whether it's littering or trespassing or other things. We have tools and resources to enforce that. Where now, when if there was that problem, we don't have those means. So there's some benefit there, to kind of see around those concerns. So there's that option too. So again, this is just a rendering, nothing's in stone. If we want to find a happy medium, we can do that too. If we choose not to move forward with the project, The $1 million doesn't go anywhere, but we do need to start talking about what we would like to do with it. Did that answer your question?
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Hello, Rachel.
Hello.
Anecdotally, I've talked to a lot of people that live in Sunridge, and again, this isn't scientific, but I didn't find a lot of popular support for it. As the town councils, we should be representing the people of Fountain Hills. I think the Homeowners Association of Sunridge should be representing the homeowners in Sunridge. After speaking with the Homeowners Association in Sunridge, they don't want this. And it seems to me that they would have a very vested interest in doing what's right by the people of Sunridge. Otherwise, they'll just be voted out and the people replace them. So it seems like the decision, to me, would rest heavily, not all the way, but with, what does the Homeowners Association president and board want to do? And it seems to me that they are not in support of this project, and that's why I'm not in support of this project. However, I do like your idea about with no parking and just doing the trails. And when I mention that to people, they're like, well, I think we'd like to hike on the trails, that'd be great. But I think what the people don't like is the parking, because it's going to bring people from outside the neighborhood. It's going to bring possibly homeless, that sort of thing. So I think you're right on the mark when you say that, we can still develop it, but just cut it back a little bit.
Yes, so we were talking about potential other future park projects. So as part of the parks master plan, there are some potential locations that have been identified. There was also a school board meeting just recently that I had to leave early for on Ash Wednesday. But one of the talks that the school board was having at their work session had to do with McDowell Elementary School, and if the town might have some potential interest in that site. And we've talked internally that that would be a site we think we can easily see the fields and all that being converted into a park. And it's not an existing park of ours, so we could use the money for renovations and new things to make enhancements. And I don't think that would be one that would have resistance from residents that have had a school there all these years. So it kind of reminds me, it's almost like a Four Peaks park that we might have an opportunity. I love the idea about the trails, that this might be some sort of a middle ground that we might be able to reach with the residents there. So I think that's a good middle ground on that as a proposal.
I like the idea of the trails too, and I've heard that from several people. I'm wondering, that $1 million, you had one time, we had talked and visited Desert Vista Park, talked about putting a fence along the parking lot area. Could you use that money down there and put a fence in?
Possibly. You're going to see that project proposed as we move through the proposed CIPs. So there are a couple of other projects that could potentially use the development funds. I would need to clarify, because my understanding is it's all about adding new, and it has to be new resources. I don't know if that would fall, but there's other projects out there that may. If we do move forward with the trail concept and eliminating the parking and the other pieces, obviously that brings this price tag down on this development significantly. So we do want to look at where the next set of expenditures would come, whether it be through a partnership with the school district and a new site there, or other amenities in existing parks. So that's definitely an option.
And you have a certain number of years to use those development fees, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it?
We have 10 years from the time of receipt. So there's some different sums that have different clocks on them. Yeah. We're not up against any clock per se right now, but we will be within probably the next 2 to 3 years. So we want to make sure we have that plan.
When we did the splash pad as an example, we tried to spend all the old money, so we were not going to have to give that back. So.
In talking to residents, as well as flipping through the reasons for no's here, I think making just the trail part, not talking parking lot at this point, will help with some of the residents' fears that they seem to think that riffraff is going to come in, and I believe I even read a concern about the cartel. Because like you said, we have more, I hate to say power, but we have more ability to be able to do something about whether we want to call them riffraff or the cartel or whatever adjective we want to use. So I do think that that helps to answer some of their fears. I am a little concerned, however, that we as a people are generally lazy and don't want to go walk to use a park. We like to drive to use the park, which is kind of an oxymoron, but moving past that, I feel like maybe you keep that in the maybe one day really that'd be awesome to have column and leave the space there for it so you can add it. Because I do think that if we turn this into a natural park, sans parking, that will eventually get complaints, hey, these people are blocking the street, so what are you gonna do about it? So I feel like you need to have a solution on the back burner just in case.
That's something I'd consider as well, as just if those people would then just park on the street, and we haven't really solved some of that concern. I'm interested in exploring that idea and the change in price tag. And I also wanted to throw out there that if we could look into what upgrades would need to be done if we did do that partnership with the school, I'd be really interested in seeing how to make the best of that property that at the moment wouldn't be used.
And Grady, maybe you can speak more on this, and I don't know the timeline on that property, or when that consolidation happens.
John stayed for the meeting, so John probably has more details on that.
They didn't get that specific.
Okay.
Okay. Meaning, I don't know if it's the end of next school year, if it's the end of the following school. I'm not sure when, if they've developed that timeline yet. So it may still be a number, at least a year, if not more, down the road before that even could come on.
Yeah, and we have a joint meeting.
They
that is
they
likely
did
gonna-
talk about maybe having some kind of a ballot measure.
Okay.
To give them permission to either exchange, sell, or lease a property, or any of their properties. And then they have up to 20 years to do something.
Yeah, and it would have to be voter approved, so that's another part of that. But if we did go ahead with this, with just the trail aspect of it, we could use the older money, right? And, but I'm a little disturbed by some of these answers, because who's the riffraff? You know, because we live on the other side of town, we're gonna drive over there and be riffraff in their park. And I have a more, and also since people aren't really seeing this, the survey was 60 people that live there, one person that didn't, and then who wants it, 29, who doesn't, 32. So maybe the one person that doesn't live there was one of the no's, so it's really close. And again, just on a general discussion about parks, you have neighborhood parks and you have community parks. So this is a neighborhood park. And when you look at, you know, there's national standards for how many parks there should be per population, I think, or area. We've always been under-parked, if that's a word. So this is not just a park for people that live around there, right? I mean, would this serve any kind of a purpose, or is it just a neighborhood park that doesn't help that big standard?
It's all of the above, to be honest. It does meet standards or help us move towards that goal of being in national standards, because it is it's acre per certain population. I don't remember what it is off the top of my head, but yes, we are below that standard. The other goal that a lot of communities work towards is to have a park within walking distance, i.e. a 10-minute walk or less from as many residential communities as possible. When you look at a map of our parks and our locations, we have a lot on our eastern side, if you will. Four Peaks, Fountain Park, and Desert Vista all sort of align on our eastern half. Our western and southern portions don't have a lot of walkability. Now, granted, a lot of our southern space, especially south of Shea, is private. There's not a lot of space for us to incorporate a park. So having something in this community as a walkable resource for the residents is an ideal that we're working towards as well. So it checks a lot of, again, sort of standard boxes, but it's also designed to serve the residents. Again, our hope is that that the folks that are supportive of this will want to use this. I will tell you, I've had multiple people say, I don't really want you to do it, but if you did it, I'd probably use it, which was kind of funny. I'm like, okay. But the trails seem to be the most attractive component. The parking seemed to be the hang up for most people. So it seemed like a reasonable compromise to say, let's try the trails, let's see how it goes. Hopefully they go exactly as we hope and people use them and enjoy the beauty that's out there in a responsible way. And then if we need to look at other next steps, we can do that. And if it's going great and needs nothing more, then so be it.
Thank you. I asked that question because the HOA represents that neighborhood, but we represent the whole community. So if this is something that would be a benefit for the whole community, then I think we have to take that into consideration too. That said, though, I'm okay with the trail stuff.
So we can help move this along. I'm kind of sensing there's consensus for the trail. So if you're okay, what we'll do is we'll revise the numbers on this downward. And when you have your capital improvement program workshop on March 14th, you'll see a different project here, where we'll have to use placeholder number. It's probably not going to be the definitive number, but it will not be Sunridge Natural Park. It will be Sunridge Trail System or something like that we'll bring back to you. Is that okay? I'm sensing that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm just want to, thank you, Ms. Mayor. This under-parked thing, I think any responsible public policy, whether it's building a church or a business or something, it's always a matter of policy that you'd ask the neighborhood whether they want something or not. That's just baked right into the cake. And so for us to say, well, it's good public policy, we need more parks, and so we're going to force you to take this park because of the rest of the community. I don't like that mix. I think that we should listen to the people. If they don't want the park, and if they want a less of a park, I think that's better public policy.
I just have one last comment on this, and I think it applies to other parts of the capital improvement program as well. I think this is a David Pock question. What exactly happens if we don't use that money in the 10 years? Do we just lose it? Does it get moved somewhere else? What happens?
That would be great to know. We don't want to have to find out. Because it would, the way that the statute reads is it's returned to who it was collected from. So you go back and find out who paid you those funds 10 years ago and then refund them their money.
Okay.
And Mayor and council member, developers keep pretty close watch of if it's being used or not. And if they don't, I have been in other communities where they have had to return it. So it's a little bit of a hit. So that's the risk, yeah.
I will say that we are doing a really good job on spending these way before, well, I shouldn't say way before, but years before they expire. So I think we're right around 5 years through the oldest fund. And it is a first in, first out. So, we're spending the oldest money first.
Thanks, Rachel, for your good job.
Okay, that concludes my presentation. Thank you. Okay, so this photo may look familiar to you. So this is a CIP Park Sidewalk Replacement Program, and I just mentioned a few moments ago that under this program we had addressed the amphitheater sidewalk. So this is a sidewalk replacement program. It's a 4-year program that was approved by council, and this current fiscal year, FY23, was year 1. FY24, which is next fiscal year, is year 2 of 4. And the program was approved for $100,000 per year for 4 years. And it's intended to replace sidewalks in the parks that are creating potential safety issues due to root lifting or other issues, heaving and so forth. And it's meant to reduce the risk of slip and falls within the town's park system. And we have been utilizing it for that purpose and would like to continue utilizing it for that. So we are requesting $100,000 for FY24 to continue the second year of the 4-year program. Do you want me to stop after each, see if there's any questions on each? All right. All right. I'll pay attention. Okay, I'll pay attention, no worries. P3053, this is the Centennial Pavilion and Pavilion improvements. So the Centennial Circle here on our town campus is large, but underutilized space. The project is designed to make the new pavilion area become more of a programmable space that could be utilized by multiple departments to host many outdoor events, as well as become a revenue generator for the town. So this project would require moving some of the existing art pieces that are out there within the area, adding lighting, adding a large shade structure to make it more welcoming during the hotter summer months. The existing monument signs recognizing the Arizona Centennial, known as the 5 Cs, as well as art dedications would be renovated as well. So staff is requesting $200,000 for the shade structure and $50,000 for pavilion improvements for a total of $250,000.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I thought we had grant funding set up for this.
I'll chime in. So we have identified 2 grants. We sought 2 grants. We were denied 2 grants for this project. That doesn't mean that we won't continue to look for grant options. In fact, I think we should continue to do that. But what you'll notice too is on the screen, you kind of see that outline of a person next to what essentially is 100 puzzle pieces making out the state of Arizona. What staff really came together to think about was the Centennial Circle needs to be renovated in general, regardless of whether we do a shade structure or not. The actual monument signs are failing, they're illegible, they're starting to it's time for that space to be renovated. A number of the trees are actually hollow and beginning to fall. There are safety concerns there. We lost 3 in the last storm, or actually last summer during the storms. So there's the component of Centennial Circle and its renovations. And then there's the shade structure, which the staff continues to look at that and go, that's really sort of the coup de grace. That's the piece that sort of unifies the whole space. We've had a lot of discussions with the library, with the museum, with the Dark Skies, and everybody seems to love the idea. We have a number of programs that have said, yeah, if you had that, we'd go outside, whether it's our Munch and Music program that we have at the community center on Fridays, whether it's, again, yoga groups, meditation groups, whatever that might be. But we're lacking a funding mechanism, and I agree with you that grants is probably that way. The other suggestion we have is a fundraiser, and that's what the puzzle pieces represent, was a concept that we often have people call and say, we'd like to do something in memory of grandma, of grandpa, of somebody who lived here. What can we do? We used to have a bench program where you could purchase a bench around Fountain Park. We have since concluded that program. All of the benches that we need have been purchased and dedicated. So we don't have any benches available. This seemed to be a good partnership to say, when someone is ready to make that donation, would they like to buy a puzzle piece? The puzzle piece, then that funding goes towards offsetting the cost of the shade structure. Ideally, it would be 100 pieces. I actually say 99 because I think the town should put a fountain in the space where Fountain Hills is located geographically on this. So if we sold 99, we sold them at arguably, say, $1,000 a piece. That's $99,000 we would raise towards the offset of this shade structure. Now, that's just a thought. That is how staff has kind of developed this. It is open for ideas and concepts, but we think the resulting art piece of the state would complement the space and, again, tie together that renovation concept as well. So that is the proposal, to see what council thinks of that and how that might work.
Mr. Mayor, again, I love the out of the box thinking and raising the funding for this, because I like the shade structure. I think it'd be a great addition to that area. And so, yeah, if any help that you need from me to do the fundraiser, I certainly would be up for that. And then as far as just going back for grants, 50-50, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have identified a number of grants that we qualified for, and then unfortunately they kind of changed the terms on us and said, well, actually we don't do capital projects. We really like to do public awareness campaigns or things. And we go, well, that's not really how it was identified. But nonetheless, I think What I'd like to see in an ideal world is the approval to move forward with the project. It's a lot easier for us to go out and get a grant when they know the project is a go, when they know we have our matching portion already set to go, so that if we move forward and we say, yep, we're ready to go, here's our project, and it's moving forward, and they say, great, here's your grant funding, then we come in under budget, and that offsets what we would have spent. Ideally, that's how that would work. But again, grants, as we all know, grants are kind of, they're difficult to predict, but it doesn't mean we don't go after them. And thankfully, we've been relatively successful in the past, so I do think we can probably identify something. And even if it's a small offset with a couple of smaller grants at maybe 5,000 or 10,000 or something like that, to just sort of, again, whatever we can do to offset the impact to the budget would be great.
Two things. I had to write the second thing down before it slipped my mind. I feel like it's a good example for us to set, to spend some time and money on Centennial Circle to spruce it up and make it look good, because you've got the dark skies people out there, for lack of a better term, begging for money so that we can make this happen. If we show as a town that this area is important to us, the community garden is being moved, and now look what we've done with the community, with the Centennial Circle. Then when they come out to tour the area, they'll see, oh wow, this town is, they really want this kind of thing. Then the second thing I wanted to do is ask you to mention the cost of the puzzle, because that's one thing that I think is missing. Is you blew my mind when you told me how basically inexpensive it is to do that.
Yes. Councilwoman Grzybowski asked, that's great if you brought in $99,000, but how much is it going to cost to make it? We've been working with a local vendor to sort of develop this concept, and to their credit, Steelcrest has been great. They have been really excited about the project. When we get excited and our vendor gets excited, we know we've sort of hit the sweet spot. They anticipate an overall cost less than $5,000 for the full piece, to create all of the puzzle pieces, to create the frame, and do all of that work. So it really does come in as a true fundraising element. There's not a lot of overhead involved in this project.
I think it's a great idea, and thanks for not giving up on it. Because I really think it's going to be well used with like small bands in the summer evenings and things like that. And I do think it's going to be part of the attraction to the Dark Sky Center as well. And it will complement the library. It will complement the community center too. So thank you.
And just one more. Oh, I'm sorry, Jerry. Did you guys go first? Okay. Just one more thought too. Since this is going to be in such close proximity to the International Discovery Center, it seems to me they have a stake in putting this thing up too. Maybe we could ask them for some help, because I'm sure if they have events there, I know, but if when they build that, they're going to probably want to use this to do a lot of parties and hosting and stuff. So Joe Bill might have to get a phone call.
I was just going to say that I think everybody likes it. All the users around the circle. Tell them to bring their checkbooks. So I was mirroring Brenda, but didn't we agree to do your skate park in lieu of this? And or we approved like $50,000, if I remember correctly.
We did. So, and that's where, when we decided, I want you to be clear that we heard council say, we like the project, but you need to find some money for it. And that's where we came back to say, okay, the grants, we struck out twice on grants. That doesn't stop us, but we'll keep going. The puzzle project is essentially what we're coming back with to say, hey, this is where we're coming up with a concept of how to raise some additional funding for this project that's not contingent on grants, and it kind of serves the need for this remembrance program that has been retired, that we truly get probably 2 to 3 calls a week on how people can donate or what they can do for a loved one. So we'd really like to answer that need as well as do this, and it seems like a win-win. So to answer your question, this is sort of the alternative funding route we were trying to propose.
Okay, so I have a couple more points to make. I like the puzzle idea. Can you do more than one of them? Maybe it'll attract more people at a lower price point, possibly. Just throwing that out there. You've got a lot of other projects that you want to get done. This one, while I like it, and there's a place for it, is it better off, are we better off waiting until the Dark Skies Observatory is put in before we rip that all up? Is there going to be any duplication of efforts around there? I know there's landscaping and other things that have to be done there too. So I'm throwing that out there so that we make sure that we're not doing something that's going to be affected by other construction projects or access to areas for them to construct. And then you've got a lot of other projects on your list here. Maybe we should see what you've got there and not necessarily say no to this, but maybe put it on the back burner a little bit and get some more detail.
Why don't we plan to bring you some more detail when we come back at our CIP workshop? And that'll give me some time to talk to Dark Skies a little more, get a little more input, and then I can maybe give you a better idea there.
I would agree just to prioritize the projects. Obviously, I'm an event planner. I like the idea of more event space in town. It's not that I hate this project or anything. It's just that we've spent a lot of time talking about prioritizing where our funds are going, and I think we need to do that in our CIPs as well. I will say the $50,000 for pavilion improvements, I would approve that absolutely, 100%, because I've brought, I think this year alone, 5 friends to town and try to give them the tour, and they go, oh, you can't read the 5th one for the 5 Cs. So that I agree is necessary. I would be interested to see how much we're able to fundraise for the puzzle. But the $250,000 number, looking at all the other numbers on here, is where I'm a little held up.
Thanks. I agree with the fixing the climate and the cotton and all that, because that really does need it, and it's such a beautiful idea. It's such a wonderful place. Okay, I think we know where we're going with this.
We do. Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next.
Okay. This is the Golden Eagle Park field lights. I mentioned this briefly moments ago. So as part of our FY23 budget last year, the ball field light upgrade project for Golden Eagle Park was approved, and it was to be paid over a 2-year period, with $700,000 paid last year and $700,000 to be paid this year. So this year is year 2. So the 4 ball fields within Golden Eagle Park currently use these dated metal halide lights. The fixtures and the poles and the wiring are more than 20 years old, and they're in desperate need of replacement and upgrade due to failures. This item has been highlighted as a future project within the CIP for the last 5 years. And a transition to the LED lighting is recommended to be consistent with other park amenities as well, as to increase the longevity of the fixtures. LED lighting is also going to reduce glare and light spill, and it will improve the impact on nearby residents. And it will also reduce operational costs for power use, as they are much, much more efficient than the metal halide lights. The resulting cost savings from these LED fixtures will offset the investment within the warranty window, and new lighting will be warranted for parts and labor for the next 25 years through MUSCO. So staff recommends approving the second year, or the second half of the funding for $700,000, which will complete the upgrades to all 4 fields. And by signing the contract last year, that actually allowed the parts to be manufactured to be able to, for us to complete the installation in July of this year. So this one's really kind of a slam dunk. We really need to do this one.
I'm about to surprise you. I'm all for it. I believe there's been other issues as well, including the timer on the lights. You then have to wait, what was it, half an hour for them to turn back on. I believe there was wasn't someone electrocuted? Not quite, but okay, someone was shocked. Point being, I see it as a need, not a want. I'm all for it.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on, this is Project P3036, Desert Vista Park. So Desert Vista Park has been in need of an improvement for several years. The improvements began with turf renovations and accessibility upgrades, including a crosswalk and a walking loop back in 2021. So this is actually the second year of a $400,000 multi-year improvement plan for Desert Vista Park. Staff began this multi-year improvement to the park this current year, by installing a ramada near the playground and adding a sidewalk connector between the mini pitch and the skate park. So this year, staff will be lighting the new section of the walking loop on the east end and also adding a cross-training fitness area to the eastern portion of the park. This will be the town's first outdoor fitness park and will provide residents with the ability to cross-train in the parks for free while enjoying the beauty of the surrounding area. The project is being supported by the American Legion and the Rotary Club with the donation of the shade structure and the equipment for the fitness area. This is also going to activate an area of the park that has been underutilized for years. This project aligns with our strategic initiative of improving public health, well-being, and safety of our community. So with that, staff is requesting the second half of the $400,000 funding for this 2-year project for a total of $200,000 in FY24.
Well, that's probably good.
Good.
Thanks.
Dave, if you don't mind, could we just kind of speed it up a little bit? I'm sorry to be rude. It's just that we just have 2 more items on the agenda. And what I'd like you to do is save your commentary for the March capital improvement dedicated meeting.
Absolutely.
So I'm sorry.
No worries. Okay, so the next project is Fountain Park Hillside Protection. So this is really to take care of erosion control on the Panorama Drive hillside. So for this project, we are recommending $100,000 for regrading and fortifying the slope and to make this area a landscape hillside protection area to slow the erosion and improve the aesthetics of the location. It would also include rerouting of the existing sidewalk. And so that we're requesting $100,000 for this project. This is the Fountains Park Splash Area Picnic Area. About 20 years ago, there was, the sludge was, the lake was drained and the sludge from the lake was actually stored at this location about 20 years ago. The amount of the sodium in the soil has really made the area unable to sustain any turf growth. So with the addition of that newly renovated splash pad, we want to take care of our picnic area. We need far greater picnic areas. The staff is recommending $550,000 to design and construct a shaded picnic area with 20 picnic tables and 2 ramadas near the splash pad with an additional 6 picnic tables. So again, we are asking for $550,000 for that project.
Go ahead, Jerry.
Did I get you this time? I've been out here several times since we talked. This area is an embarrassment for the town, especially with our iconic fountain sitting there and our splash pad. I think it needs attention. We talked about some other funding sources and some help in this area, so bring back the details so we can get a good look at this. And it really needs attention. And if we can increase our outdoor dining space for these local businesses along there, I think it adds to the town's coffers and it makes that area presentable, because it isn't right now.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I just want to know if this $550,000 includes tearing down the trees and repairing the sidewalk. I know this, I don't believe we own the sidewalk, but the damage that has been done to the sidewalk was caused by our trees with the root structures going down there. They're actually getting all the way into Euro Pizza Cafe, into their little patio area and their pavers. And so I'm hoping that for this much money, that we will get rid of the trees that are doing this damage, and we will be responsible to fix the sidewalk, because right now, Marita at the Euro Pizza Cafe put up the cones because the sidewalk is so abutted and people are tripping and falling. And so I think it's very dangerous. Again, it's not our property, but if we worked with the landowner and tell them we're prepared to fix this damage that we caused, I would hope that would be in the $550,000.
I'll chime in on half of that. I do know it does include the tree removal. I don't believe it includes the concrete replacement, but we can work to see what that number would look like and get you more details when we come back.
Aaron, what about liabilities for that?
Obviously, I'm only basing this on what you're saying, Councilwoman, and what I'm hearing right now. Surely we'd want to evaluate where it's actually coming from and the extent to which anything that's on our property is causing it. I want more information before I make an opinion.
Okay, just want to make you aware.
Internally, we have discussed about having them dedicate that to us because people associate it, they think it is the town property. And so it's embarrassing because, you know, I guess with our trees causing the uprooting of the sidewalks, and then the business owners say, no, it's their sidewalks, but we're causing the issue. So it would be best for us probably just to take that over, dedicate it
If we're
sometime.
causing the issues, yes, then that
If
would
we
be
are.
that's right.
Madam Mayor, if I may, and I want to be clear here, those trees were not planted by the town of Fountain Hills. Those trees were planted by the Plaza Fountain Side improvements, both phases. Now, the town engineer and I have been working with community services and the town manager, and we're just in the second phase of a survey of that area to determine exactly where the property lines start and stop so we can determine how to best move forward. But it's very, very expensive to undertake what we are proposing here, and the proposal not yet finalized is that we ask them for a sidewalk easement, a permanent one. And in that ask, we will be asking them to fund their portion of all of those repairs. Again, the trees were not planted by the town, and I'm not certain that the electrical and or the irrigation for those is even maintained by the town because the electrical and the benches are part of their improvements. We agree wholly that that is an area that poses numerous hazards. We've not turned a blind eye to it. We're working on it, but it's a little bit challenging and complicated.
I just hope we are working on it because this is almost like a law school question. If somebody plants trees on your property that does damages to a third person, yeah, it's complicated. But if the trees were planted on our property with our approval, then I think we would have liability issues there because again, it was just because they paid for the trees, it's still on our property. Anyway, my opinion.
I like this project. I think that area is an eyesore, and Fountain Park being our namesake, that would be a priority for me. I'd love to see what you come up with for other funding sources, but as of right now, I'd be a yes on this.
Thank you. Okay, so this is just a summary of the projects and the ask in FY24. Obviously, we'll come back with a different number for Sunridge Trails, and everything else seems to be, and of course, the Centennial Pavilion. So we will update that and bring this back to you on the 14th. So 2.9 million at the moment. It was what we were asking for 24, but that will be updated. And then this is the outer year ask in the last 2 years of the sidewalk replacement program. That's the last 2 years of the $400,000 program. Now we'll transition to Public Works. So we'll just, I'll just take us very, very quickly through the existing projects that we've completed this year. So this is Phase 2 Panorama Storm Drain. As everyone knows, this was just completed. We had, for many years, standing water, vector control issues, mosquitoes. And so this pipe project and pump project has been completed. And right now we have a graded area of about 3 acres for the town to pretty much try to make a decision of what we are going to want to do with that in the future. But right now we're in very, very good shape on this project, and it's been complete. Existing grant projects that are underway. We have our sidewalk gap infill at Palisades and along Palisades and Saguaro. So this is actually a grant project, and design is currently 60% complete. This will fill in gap sidewalks along both Palisades and Saguaro Boulevards. In FY24, we will be asking for a town share of construction, which is going to be $200,000 $117. And again, this is already underway, so we are committed through IGA and MAG to complete this. The federal share is $3.3 million, so we're doing really well on this one. This is the Shea Boulevard widening. Also, this is another federal grant. Design is complete on this project, and it's going to construct an expansion of Shea Boulevard, westbound Shea, between Palisades and Fountain Hills Boulevard. The ultimate build-out, when it's complete, when the whole project is completed, will widen Shea Boulevard to 6 lanes. Construction is going to commence later this year and is scheduled for completion in fiscal year '24. Fiscal year '24 request is for $169,500 for our portion of construction.
Can our part come from development fees, basically, because it's widening?
I don't know, I'm not sure if this was in the IIP or not.
We would have to look, but I want to say this portion, not the future MAG Prop 400, was actually coming out of the development fees.
You can verify that.
Yeah, we'll verify that before the next capital.
Thank you. This is the Golden Eagle impoundment area improvements. So design is 90% complete for the first phase of the drainage improvements at this through the park. We will mainly be taking care of the channels, the drainage channels that run through the park, because this is actually we receive storm runoff from 3 different washes: Ashbrook Wash, Bristol Wash, and Cloudburst Wash. Over time, the stormwater runoff has increased due to upstream development, and so we need to address critically the channels that run through that park. So we're going to be taking care of channel improvements. We're going to be constructing flood walls, drop basins, riprap, irrigation, and electrical utility relocations. So construction will begin towards the end of this fiscal year and continue probably into next year. Design is currently 90% complete, and we will be, the remainder of phase 1 should be about $500,000 in next fiscal year. We also have a grant for phase 2, which is just some trash racks on the, and dam improvements, and that's a flood control district grant that we have for $90,750.
I got a quick question, going back to that,
Yes.
that slide. I see you've got some across Golden Eagle. Does that include the properties where there was quite a bit of erosion through the backyards? No? Justin, that's something different? Okay.
Okay, thank you. This is also a flood control district grant that we have successfully applied for and received from the flood control district. So this is Grande and Rosita. This is a drainage channel that runs between Grande and Rosita. We'll be fortifying that channel, and design is currently at 90% completion. Construction will begin before the end of this fiscal year, and the remainder of construction will take place most likely in next fiscal year. Our town share of the remainder of construction is $15,625, and the flood control portion is $46,875. This is also under the same small projects grant that we got from the flood control district. This is another project that we did at the same time that we applied for. This is Deuce Court, which is a cul-de-sac, and again, we had lots of drainage and flooding issues at this location. So we are upgrading and replacing some of the infrastructure there and redesigning it so that it will operate properly. Again, design is 90% complete, and construction will begin before the end of the fiscal year. And the remaining construction in fiscal year '24 is going to be just $5,000 is going to be our share, and the flood control district's share is $15,000. So Safe Routes to Schools, there's no monetary outlay here. We have applied to MAG, the Maricopa Association of Governments, several years ago for Safe Routes to Schools funding for our 3 schools, McDowell Mountain Elementary School, the middle school, and the high school. So studies are going to be completed for all 3 schools by MAG's traffic consultant, and they're going to be looking at on-campus and off-campus queues, like drop-off queues, pickup queues, looking at the best ways to make it safe for all modes of transportation, for kids that are walking and biking to school and driving, parents for drop-off. So the cost of the studies are covered by the grant completely. The match funds for the town is really just measured by the cost of town staff during the hours expended overseeing the project. So there is no capital expenditure on this, but we just wanted to make you aware that this is on the books. Now we'll just talk about projects that are in progress. So this is our wayfinding signs. So this project will fabricate and install wayfinding signs at strategic locations throughout the town. We did have plans that were completed several years ago, but they were not signed nor sealed. So this year, we had started with value engineering, and we did get a structural engineer on board to do structural calculations for that. The value engineering will give recommendations to give us proper sizing for our wayfinding signs so that it reduces cost of manufacturing and materials. So we're requesting $250,000 to complete this construction in fiscal year '24. This is a signal at Palisades Boulevard and Eagle Ridge Drive and Palomino Boulevard. We are currently at 90% completion of design. However, we did run into somewhat of a hiccup with preemption design for emergency vehicles. We had some issues with that, so we just needed some additional design money. About $34,910 is the quote that we got in order to address that issue. So that is what we're going to be asking for fiscal year '24. And we do not currently have a construction year for this yet. We're anticipating applying for grants for construction for this project. But we are looking to complete the design. Now we're going to just talk about programs, annual programs. So this is our townwide guardrail replacement program. We maintain about 10,000 linear feet of guardrail within the town. And there was a change in federal guidelines in 2014, and as a result, several segments of our guardrail do not currently meet federal guidelines. We did do an assessment last year of the guardrails, and this project will just follow the recommendations of that assessment. So we do intend to apply for HISIP grants to offset the cost of replacing the guardrail, and this $50,000 per year represents our share of that cost. D6047, this is miscellaneous drainage improvements. So this is really just a $50,000 placeholder that we include annually in our CIP to address any drainage issues that we come across that arise. It's to construct new drainage facilities, major repairs, or extending existing facilities at the locations of future road widening projects. This year, you can see on the...
Can I just ask one quick question? I know we're trying to move it along here, but if you can go back to the last slide. If they changed the design in 2014, are they requiring us, we're not grandfathered in, to change it to the newer standards?
Mayor, Councilmember Kalavianakis, it is in our best interest to do that, mainly for a liability standpoint. If there are issues, mainly we just want it to be as safe as it should be. But if there is any issues out there and there is an accident, and we find that we were not in compliance with current standards, that can open the town up to liability.
To a guardrail lawsuit?
Yes.
That's got to be a novel concept. How many years would this $50,000 expenditure go on for? You said it's multi-year.
I believe we have it in there for, I think it's 3 or 4 years. Three more years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So again, the photo on the right just shows a recent project we completed on Fountain Hills Boulevard at Balboa Wash at the crossing. We extended a pipe and extended the shoulder with some fill. So this project is our townwide stormwater infrastructure rehabilitation, and it's a $150,000 program. Again, another multi-year program. And mainly this takes care of ongoing cleanings, inspections, and clean outs of our drainage infrastructure. now getting into the proposed capital projects for next year. Director Weldy had given that update sometime earlier today on the community center renovations. Originally we were asking for $850,000 for next year, for FY24. We're actually going to dial that back. We don't really need that much. We're going to, of course, wait to see what comes from the architect and some cost estimates that we get from them, but we went ultra conservative with what we were asking for as far as $600,000 a year for the next 5 years. But we're going to dial that back somewhat, and we'll come back with a different number that's more in line with what we think will be reality.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. When you say renovations, is this for improvements or just to fix the drainage and the storm and all that stuff?
This is to fix all the moisture intrusion.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you. This is a bridge repair. Again, this is another multi-year program. We have 23 town bridges here in town, and the Arizona Department of Transportation does inspections every 4 years. And we actually have 3 bridges that are in need of maintenance. Sunridge Drive over Zapata Wash, Sunridge Drive is Cholula Wash, and the Golden Eagle Boulevard at Bristol Wash. So we need to make sure we perform our regular maintenance on these bridges before these issues become more serious. So we're just requesting $75,000 per year to maintain and repair our bridges. This project is for a proposed sidewalk on Fountain Hills Boulevard at the Church of the Ascension. And this will construct ADA compliance concrete sidewalk and retaining wall on the east side of Fountain Hills Boulevard in front of the church between Crystal Ridge Drive and Segundo Drive. This is a critical section in our short-term sidewalk gap elimination program. We are requesting $290,000 for designing construction. We've already completed design. Design was actually completed about 2 years ago under our sidewalk infill program.
Madam Mayor and Council, if I may, for those of you not familiar, this is on Fountain Hills Boulevard, just north of Segundo. This was identified as a high priority actually almost 3.5 years ago now. Because of the complexities to design and install this sidewalk, vision if you would, there's a steep slope there, as you can see with the picture on the right with rock on it. We actually had to do a separate design. This gap elimination piece of sidewalk is in the very general vicinity of 3 different worship centers. Each of those individual centers will have a positive impact from this because it allows connectivity to those worship centers, and most importantly, adds an additional connector to the town center via Segundo. This is just part of an ongoing multi-year, but again, this was identified as a priority several years ago. Just took us a little while to get back with the actual construction cost.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. And I do agree that the connectivity is important. That $290,000 for that stretch and the design's already been completed. I'm struggling to see why a relatively small amount of sidewalk is going to cost us over $250,000.
Madam Mayor, Council Member, if I may, the slope area there that's on the private property is covered with 10 to 12-inch river rock. The only way that we can support that private property is to build a short retaining wall. That retaining wall has to actually hold that slope back. So it's not just a simple vertical wall. It actually has a foundation that goes underneath the slope. To remove a section of that, build that improvement, and then put those improvements back, the river rock if you would, and make it look like the sidewalk was always there, is a pretty spendy endeavor. A good example is the challenge that we faced for the Desert Vista crossing. We had to build very similar type of walls there, which drove the cost for that up. Another excellent example is sidewalk infill on Saguaro and Palisades for $3 million. Those same walls all of this cost escalation is a result of these very steep slopes. And on most of these, you can't just cut it out and regrade it. In this case, it would have a very negative impact on their parking lot. We would have to reduce the size of it to lay the slope down.
All right, thank you, Justin. I think at this moment, I would recommend holding off on this project only because of how much of a cost it is and how much we're trying to focus on road maintenance. I'm all for connectivity. I agree with the sidewalk infield project, but I think this specific part can wait.
Thank you.
I have a question about that. You just said you've been working on this for 3 years, right? And if we wait longer, the costs are going to continue to go up, correct? I mean, are the plans going to need to be changed, et cetera? I mean, it's like, why make it a 6 or 7 or 8 year deal?
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, the plans aren't going to change, so we have a sealed set of plans from an engineering firm, and they're going to remain. We paid for them, they're ours. Is it going to have an increased cost? Absolutely. Everything's going to cost more in the future. How much more? I would be challenged to predict that based on today's market volatility.
Just related a little bit, are we anticipating any street work there anytime and soon?
Not in the very near future.
Not that I can
Okay,
recall.
thank you.
This project is a low-flow roadway drainage crossing improvement program. This is a newly proposed annual program for $200,000 a year that we're asking for. That would be for design and construction of improvements at low-flow roadway crossings that have nuisance. You can see there's some nuisance flows across the top of the asphalt. So this is something that would allow us to go through. We have about 30 crossings, 30 of these crossings within town. This would just allow us over time, over about a 20-year period, to go through and address all of these by raising the road or putting pipes underneath the road and addressing those. So we have had some recent I think it was on Leo Drive. We've had some complaints over there, and that's where these photos were taken. So these are the types of situations we're looking to address.
Again, I just asked to integrate that with any road work we're doing.
Yes, absolutely. And also, we do, we would be looking for potential grants from the flood control district for these type of projects, just like the other ones. So that would certainly help offset our costs.
I was just going to ask if you were looking for grants. And how many years is this program?
It's going to be for the next, out in the 5-year horizon, but pretty much until we're done. 15 to 20 years, perhaps.
How many places can you get done for 200 grand?
Each place is different. Each location is different. They can vary. They can go from anywhere from 50 to.
So you're talking $1 million over 5 years. That won't cover everything.
Again, we have to really do a major assessment of them.
Okay, thank you.
It's really just a placeholder for now. Thank you. This is downtown streetscape improvements. So this project would design and construct pedestrian path light poles and fixtures along Verde River Drive and Parkview Avenue. And each of these poles would have electrical receptacles for use by community services. The poles would also be fitted to accommodate the hanging of banners, promoting the town's special events, et cetera. This project is very much supported by the Economic Development Department. It would facilitate the expansion of downtown development, and the proposed improvements would really make the adjacent lots more attractive for development, resulting in increased economic activity. So with that, staff is requesting $635,000 for design and construction of pedestrian lighting improvements.
The downtown area is something that is on all of our minds, and so while this is something that I think adds to that overall desire to have that area have a certain look to it, I'm still, however it's done, is I would still rather see attention to connectivity between Avenue of the Fountains and the park, however that looks. So rather than, you know, and again, this is nice looking, and it goes along with what Amanda's trying to do and such, but if we really want to complete that whole area, figuring out a way to get people safely over to the park and finishing up that would be more of a priority to me.
Thank you.
Mayor, staff, I'm curious, sounds like a lot of money. How many bids have we taken for construction on this?
So we haven't, Mayor, Councilmember Skillicorn, we haven't actually gotten any bids on this. This was actually based on work that we have done in the past, using this exact same, installing these same pedestrian lights and including an escalation factor. So it's based on past performance.
Thank you. For me personally, this is a little too rich for my blood.
Thank you.
Just one quick question, Ms. Mayor. From the looks of that, is that going to have dark sky illumination, directing it downwards so you can see the banners and the sidewalks?
Yes, Mayor, Councilmember Calavianakis, yes, that would be dark sky compliant.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this project is a grant project. Actually, we are currently preparing a raised grant application as we speak. The deadline is tonight. So this is a multimodal path, or multi-use path on the south side of Shea and a sidewalk on the north side of Shea that would eliminate a very large gap between us and Scottsdale. So the raised grant is an 80% share of the project. The project is pretty expensive. It's $7.2 million because this is a federal grant. So $7.2 million, of which the local match would be 20%, or $1.44 million. Now, of that, we would be cost sharing it with Scottsdale. And again, we're trying to get Scottsdale on board with this, and we're kind of, so Scottsdale's share would be 45% based on the amount of infrastructure that would be in their jurisdiction, and 55% would be in ours. So we would be asking for $792,000 total. So $100,000 in FY24 for design, and $692,000 for construction in FY25. Now again, this is a very, very long shot. Don't know if we're going to get this one, but this would only be expended if we actually got the grant.
Mayor, engineer, is there an extra couple zeros here? I thought you said 720,000.
Oh, no, it's 7.2 million.
Okay.
7.2.
How long does a sidewalk like this last?
With proper maintenance, this could last at least 50 years. At least 50.
Okay. Yeah. So the price tag doesn't seem very high, but it's going to be low traffic. But if it's really that long, someone would use it. I know the politicians will use it when they put signs up. Okay. I'd like Scottsdale to do be a little more. Maybe we should do a study where the dollars flow. You know, people walking that way to spend money or walking this way to spend money.
Interesting. Thank you. Okay, our next project is the Panorama Drive Spring Pump Electrical Upgrade. So this is really just to increase the electrical service at the pump from a single phase to 3-phase for our existing pump that's located on Panorama Drive that takes subterranean spring water and pumps it back to the lake. So we need to be able to operate that pump at a higher RPM, higher GPM. So in order to do that, we just need to upgrade the electrical system. So that'll be $100,000, and we have to coordinate that with SRP. F3033, this is our video surveillance cameras, $75,000 per year. This is an ongoing program. The town purchases and installs video surveillance cameras at various town-owned buildings and facilities. And we've seen an increase in vandalism at these facilities, and additional surveillance cameras can deter vandalism and help us and with law enforcement in identifying vandals and in aiding prosecution. So we're requesting to continue this annual allocation of $75,000 for surveillance cameras. This project is Fountain Hills Boulevard and Palisades Boulevard intersection improvements. We are, this project, we did an evaluation of the intersection geometry and level of service, and that was done at this intersection in 2021. So we are looking to optimize the signal timing at this intersection to reduce delay and increase the level of service. In order to do that, we want to go from protected lefts only to protected permissive lefts, which means that if you're waiting at a left to make a left turn and you get a green bulb, if you just have a protected left, it's just the arrow. You can only go when you have the arrow. If you have a permissive left, it's when you have a green bulb and you have to wait for a gap in the oncoming traffic, and then you can make your left during that cycle. So what we're looking to do is do some median improvements to increase the offset, increase the level of the line of sight so that people can make their left turns safely. And so this would require some design of $90,000 and construction of $200,000. Yes, all directions would have protected permissive lefts. It just increases the level of service and reduces the delay on all of the approaches.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know in Scottsdale, they have a lot of the blinking yellow turn. Any chance of bringing those to Fountain Hills?
Mayor, Councilmember Calvianakis, we actually had spoken to the Pedestrian and Traffic Safety Committee about that about a year and a half ago or so, and that didn't really go over well. It was thought that it might confuse some people. Really what it is, it's really just yield to traffic, and you can make your left when as needed when you can. But we're just going to do that with a green bulb rather than a blinking yellow.
Okay. I'd sure like to take that up again, but it's just a thought.
Certainly. Thank you. This is Saguaro and King Street drainage improvements. We're looking to put in a couple of scuppers here at just south of King Street on Saguaro Boulevard to allow stormwater runoff to, if more efficiently, make its way down into the Jacqueline Wash below. We've found that after some major storm events, it takes a very long time for drainage to make its way out of this intersection. So we want to help that along and increase the safety and for drivers through that area. So this would be $15,000 for design and $150,000 for construction for next year. So we're asking for $165,000. This project is Palisades Boulevard and La Montana Drive intersection improvements. We have an intersection analysis that's underway right now, and so we're just trying to enhance safety for vehicles, pedestrians, and bicyclists through this location. We are awaiting to see what the recommended solution for this location is going to be, whether it's going to be a signal, whether it's going to be a roundabout, we're not sure what that's going to be at this time. So we're just going to await, see what that comes back at, and we'll bring it back to council when it's ready. But we are looking to put in $150,000 for design for next fiscal year, and then we'll come back with more information. This is Calico Drive landscape beautification, looking for $75,000 for design and $750,000 for construction the following year in '25. So this is just in response to resident feedback. We would be looking to replace the existing natural landscape flora on the south side of Calico Drive between El Pueblo and Del Cambre with new landscaping, ground cover, trees, vegetation, associated irrigation. We're also looking to consider biophilic plantings at this location as well. So again, asking for $75,000 for design for next fiscal year.
But the entire cost would be $825,000?
Entire cost would be, yes, $750 plus $75, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And then we have a number of facility projects. I'll run through these very, very quickly. We have the Town Hall fire alarm panel and device upgrade for $90,000, Community Center interior lighting upgrade for $200,000, Council Chambers patio shade structure for $175,000, the Town Hall elevator cab renewal for $25,000, the building exterior ceiling on Town Hall for $25,000, the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office locker room renovation. It's pretty old and is used a lot, so we need to upgrade that, $125,000. And the replacement of our compressors for chiller number 3 for Town Hall, that's $110,000. This Town Hall campus exterior lighting and electrical upgrade, this is design and construction. It's a 2-year project that would replace outdoor exterior lighting with new LED lighting, where we can control the brightness and colors that can be modified to commemorate holidays and things of that nature. We'll put a new landscape granite mulch and address some landscape repair and replacements campus-wide. So for that, we're also looking to do a window treatment that would provide enhanced security for the council chambers. So design would be $20,000, and construction would be $275,000. That would be split over 2 years. So $137.5 in '24 and $137.5 in '25. I know I'm going fast, sorry. This is our Town Hall campus entrance column repair. So both entrances to the Town Hall have flagstone lined columns as a design element, and these stones are coming loose. So we need to address that. There's several options that we're looking at, but we want to reduce this, eliminate this potential public hazard. So we're looking for $150,000 for next fiscal year to address that on both sides. Future projects beyond FY '23 to '24. I don't know if you want me to move forward with these. Okay. Okay.
Can I just bring up one more? I know we're in a hurry, but we have this retreat once a year. I noticed in your upcoming improvements, what about the town hall? Are we doing anything for mitigating the moisture that's coming through our windows and repairing our ceilings? I've talked to town staff, and I know that we are, every time it rains, we are getting interior moisture, flooding,
Your
dripping.
timing is perfect, because he had a project called sealing, which was to seal the windows. Was that the term you used?
Yes.
The $25,000. So that would address the window, wind-forced water coming through to the building.
Okay, so we're going to get to that.
Well, he just went through it.
Oh, was that on the list?
It was on that master list. Can you just go back real quick?
Yes.
So you can just see that it's on that list.
The Town Hall
Exterior
building
ceiling.
exterior ceiling for $25,000.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Sure. So now looking at our future outer year projects. You might remember several weeks ago, we had brought a series of 3 brick grant projects to you for culvert crossings. One was the McDowell Mountain Road at Escalante Wash. One was Del Cambre Avenue culvert at Ashbrook Wash, and one was El Pueblo Boulevard at Ashbrook Wash. So we're looking to do culvert crossings, change those from low-flow crossings to culvert crossings. And so we're still waiting to see if we are receiving the grants or not. But if we do, we have money programmed in here for design in '25 for all 3 of them, and in '26 for construction for all 3, just what would be our share.
These are great because they're long overdue, and in my opinion, it really helps with public safety during calls for service to be able to get to where they need to go quickly. It also is a big inconvenience to some of the residents that live in the neighborhoods that are affected by these.
And I believe this is the final one, Fountain Hills Boulevard at Legend Wash, another low-flow crossing that we would be looking to apply to the Flood Control District for a grant. So this would be, again, this is a very, very high-level estimate of $1.3 million for design and construction. So in FY '25, we're looking for design of $50,000 and construction in '26 for $275,000. Again, that would be our share. With that, this is just a summary of all of the public works projects. The ones that have asterisks next to them are our share of a grant, if there's a grant available for it. Just going through those. Again, the way I went through it, based on this presentation, we were asking for 5.73 million for FY24. And then moving forward to the outer years, this shows the programs and the multi-year projects. And I'll just get down to the next slide that has the summary or the sums for each fiscal year. So we have 6.43 million in 25, 2.8 million in 26, 1.4 million in 27, and 1.3 million in 28, for a total of 17,833,402 for the 5 years. So that's our request, and of course we'll update everything for the March 14th meeting. So thank you.
Brenda, you had something that you talked to me about as a potential project. Did you want to just describe it, and then they can probably work up something by the time we have this capital projects workshop?
Thank you very much, Grady, Ms. Mayor. Yeah, I had a PowerPoint that maybe we can share privately, but when our dark skies communities were initiated years ago, right inside the ordinance and the language was to have dark sky compliant illumination. Call it like street lighting, like you would in Scottsdale or any place else. But this would be dark sky compliant lighting. So it'd be, I've talked to Justin about this extensively. He's got all the schematics, all the plans. As the fire department, I think, can verify, and the Maricopa County can verify. When they do runs at night, it's very dangerous because there's a lot of people that they don't have a flashlight or wear reflective clothing, and so our professionals even have this as a problem. The people have this as a problem. I did post this on my Facebook and got a lot of input, and it was a consensus that everybody said Fountain Hills at night is very dangerous, and this first came to my attention when I was just driving around at night when I first came here, and people just wear dark clothes at night, and they're not always in the intersections, but that's on them. But I think if we could illuminate some of the intersections, particularly the feeders going into downtown, that's why I asked you about the dark sky compliant lighting in the program in downtown, so people can feel free to walk downtown with safety of the illumination, and then also to our parks. And I identified in my presentation some other particularly dangerous intersections that this would be particularly relevant for. Basically, in my proposal, I called for 4 of the most dangerous intersections to be a trial basis, that we could put up the illumination, the dark sky illumination, and see how the people like it. And if they feel safe, if they like that, then maybe we can expand the program further in the future. So that's essentially what I had. Yeah, and just in the original language, it did call for, like what Flagstaff did. And Grady, I think you're very familiar with Flagstaff. I mean, they're a dark sky community, and they did put up dark sky compliant illumination, and Flagstaff is more safe than Fountain Hills to walk around at night. And so that was my idea.
There we go. Ready to move on to our next item, which is to talk about council rules of procedure. We saw some items I think that we might want to talk about and bring back for future changes possibly. You gave us a sheet here. Let's see. All right. So Grady, did you have anything you wanted to say before we got started? Or?
So this is a collaboration between Linda, our town clerk, our town attorney, and myself on some of the items that we're going to talk about. As an example, you probably remember about a month ago or so, we were concerned about the scheduled public appearance And so we wanted to address that as an issue. Also, there's been the way that we do the future council agenda items, we just have that on the agenda, but we have some other way that we think that would be more efficient and a better way of doing that. That was already in the works before the council took its action. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and move on to the first one. And I'm going to turn it over to Linda because she's done the most work on this.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council. As Grady said, we were looking at different processes, and it was basically a method to make things more smooth and transparent to accommodate Town Council, their items, placing an item on the agenda. And so under notice and agenda, there's 4.2, the agenda preparation. And so what we thought we could do is add to the actual council agenda a section, and you'll see it in your handout, called future agenda items, or we can call it council requested future agenda items. And basically what we're doing is, at the meeting, this will be on the agenda as a category, and at this moment, you can bring up items for a future council agenda. We'll even have it stated on here. It says, members of the town council may request that an agenda item be added to a future council agenda. In accordance with the open meeting law, there should be no discussion on the item other than to clarify the request and to seek support from 2 council members. This will make it a little bit easier. You can talk a tiny bit about it, but without going into detail, and you can get your support. This eliminates the need to go around and ask many different council members if they'll support your item. It brings it to the front. It gives more transparency to the issue. We would also update that section of the submittal process under B2. We would add language that clarifies that mayor and council members, the mayor or 3 council members may direct the town manager through the future agenda items category to place an item on the next available agenda for action. By adding this category to the agenda is going to help you with your process. Is there any questions on this item before I go to the next item? Does anyone have any comments?
I'd just like to just add one other thing. So the other thing is the direction to the town manager is kind of a catch-all. And so you might actually forget you want to bring up something. But if you have this called out as council request to add a future agenda item, it's going to jog your memory. Like if you come and you want to do that at the beginning of the meeting, when you get to that item, that's going to be your reminder versus, direction of the town manager. So I just think it's a really good way. It's very transparent. And we're proposing that we keep it the same way as it's currently in the policy, which is basically it's a sponsor, which would be the council member requesting it, and just 2 council members, so that there's consensus to bring it up at a future council.
And it also allows, when you do bring this up, it allows the town manager to say, oh, we might need to have a public hearing for that item, so it can't be the actual next agenda, so we can negotiate when the next agenda it can be on, depending on what the subject matter is. So that is also helpful.
And it avoids the 3 council people talking ahead of time. That's always been something a little sketchy, a little bit too close to having 4. It's been here a long time, but this way it's just right at a meeting. I do have a question about the on an agenda for action. So that kind of narrows it down. Can we have it not for action, but so it could be on an agenda to discuss, even if action isn't possible for one reason or another, either.
I think that's a good.
Or maybe it's not even an action item. It's just like wanting to discuss something.
I think that's a good suggestion. It could be for discussion or possible action is a better way to phrase that.
Okay.
Yeah, good idea.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go into the next section in this area. It addresses the citizen or group may apply to have an item placed on the agenda as follows. We are recommending that that be removed from the council rules of procedure because we feel that there are many methods for the residents to bring items to your attention, and that's through call to the public. There's also on your website page how to contact you. There's many different ways for that, so we're recommending that that be removed. the whole section. Because in this way, let's say if they bring it up to call to the public, you're allowed to direct town staff to review that item or to research it or so forth. And that's how they can be addressed.
It's a very unusual process. I've never seen this in any other city where, you know, people can just, like, almost in a way, demand to be placed on the agenda. It's a very unusual process.
That's what I was going to say.
Do I have any questions on that? Or?
Just, this isn't the 10-minute thing, though. This is, right?
Yes, it is the 10-minute thing. This would be the scheduled public appearance.
Okay.
This is citizen-initiated ones, not,
Right.
you know, where you have guests that are present, you know, giving presentations to the council
Right.
or.
Hold on one second, I'm sorry. I'm looking at page 10, letters, number C or something? Scheduled public appearances, presentations.
That would be under the order of business. And so that would need to also be changed as well. So
Okay.
we would have to update that throughout the document.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to move on.
Thank you, Mayor. This one it is a little torn, because as I read the rules, I think citizens can initiate this on their own. I think that, you know, just like council members, they have to have three people request the same thing, or the mayor can add it to the agenda. It would move meetings along faster if we had 3-minute comments versus 10-minute comments. But I also, it's just like other towns don't do this. It's a unique part of our town and our rules to allow people this opportunity. And sometimes 3 minutes can feel like there's pressure and become more confrontational than it should be. And I just wonder if it's concise, if it's germane, and you have obviously multiple people request it. You know, it has to be, through the rules, it says 3 people have to request an item. You know, 3 residents. I don't know if I mind that openness and transparency there. So I think it's a complex thing, and I don't think we should be cut and dry either.
I was just going to say, I want to make sure that I'm clear. It's not 3 residents, correct? It's one resident asking, it's one resident that, and then they can get 3 council to do it.
3 council members.
So basically, it's the same, it's kind of the same thing. Like, so if somebody wants something on an agenda, instead of calling you up and having you call 2 other council people, they just call you up, and then you bring it up at a meeting, and 2 council people support it. But it's the same concept. It's just all done at a meeting instead of behind the scenes.
How many
Vice
times
Mayor?
has this been used?
I can tell you probably a total of 4 times, but 2 of them were short-term rentals when we were having the peak of the issues, and it was somebody that was, neighbors that were upset about the party house, and then it was somebody else that didn't like how MCSO was responding to the party house. So it was, and we just have had maybe 2 others that I can think of.
So it really isn't used, and really call to the public serves basically the same purpose.
Except for when we had the one request that just came up about 6 weeks ago, then other people started contacting us to say that they would likely be doing that if that meant that they can get more than 3 minutes to speak on non-agenda items.
I'm for it being gone. I just don't think it's used that much.
Okay. Okay. And so I have a consensus that we would want to remove that? Okay, perfect. Okay. Next, we're going to talk about Section 5. One of the things that we've noticed is that, and I think we've brought this up before, not necessarily me, but I know that council members have brought up before, that people don't necessarily read the rules of procedure. And so they don't typically know that you are supposed to have your comment card in prior to that item being addressed. And so what I thought was a good idea is that we do a statement of participation, and you have that in your handout. And it's, I would say that after the roll call, and it would be letting them know how we handle and conduct business so that we aren't distracted during, you know, a heated discussion on an item, and then we continually have people coming up with comments. And I'm not sure if you had an opportunity to read what the statement of participation would be, but it states, anyone wishing to address the council regarding items listed on the agenda or under call to the public should fill out a request to comment card located in the back of the council chambers and hand it to the town clerk prior to consideration of that agenda item. When your name is called, please approach the podium and state your name for the public record. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. It is under the policy of the mayor and council to not comment on items brought forth under call to the public. However, staff can be directed to report back to the council at a future date or to schedule items raised for a future council agenda. This also allows them the opportunity to know how they're supposed to conduct themselves. They're supposed to say their name for the public record. They know now that they have 3 minutes. Some people may not know that. They may not read certain things on the agenda. This is just to help facilitate our meeting and conduct it in an orderly fashion.
And Linda, you would read this at the beginning of each council meeting?
Yes, at the beginning of each meeting, except for at a work session when call to the public is not permitted, nor on an action item.
Can we add name and put town after that?
Okay.
Good suggestion.
Oh, that's great.
So just, and it actually says in what we have already that the cards would go in prior to council discussion of that agenda item. So
Correct,
this is
it does.
A continuation of what we should be doing, so.
Exactly.
Great, thank you.
You bet. I also was thinking as we were talking, sometimes it might be helpful even to educate the public a little bit more, and maybe I could even put something on the website, a video or something, how a council meeting runs, you know, with all my spare time. But I think that, you know, the things that we can do to equip our residents with more information, I think that that's what's important. And we do want to hear from them. And so I think this will help. This will help just kind of give a little bit more order. Any other comments on that?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Mayor Grady. I think it'd probably be a good idea, and the mayor's been very good about this, but if you could, in your statement, just tell people that to please speak in the microphone, because the people at home, when it's streaming or live, they just can't hear, even though we can. And so it's very frustrating for the people at home that can't hear the dialogue, and then all they can hear is our response. So maybe we could remind the public of that.
Yes, I can add that. That
We,
would be
we
great.
tend to forget how intimidating it is to come, because we're here and this is just part of our jobs. But for people that are coming for the first time, I mean, you kind of see it when you have the stellar students and the fear on the face of the kids and their parents. But it is intimidating. So I like the idea of the video and maybe just walking people through how things are done and take away a little bit of that fear factor.
Okay, let's see, our next one, I don't know how much time we have on this, but it's more for, you know, how it's, the procedures for conducting a meeting. And some of the things that are listed here, it's basically the order of business and participation of the presiding officer, observations and comments that have been received. I think we did much better today in our council retreat with speaking through the mayor, and so I just really wanted to bring that up again, and I didn't know if mayor wanted to say anything to that, you know, in support of that.
Yeah, and I noticed that is on page 15 already, so that's something. And just in general, and I don't know that these are changes, they're not changes, but I think one of the issues that seem to get noticed is the difference between continuing and postponing and tabling, and what's allowed to be debated, what isn't. And when somebody really means to postpone something, like to not bring it back, but then we end up using the wrong words and end up feeling like we're under pressure, that it does have to come back. The other thing is when you call for the question, I think that needs 5 votes. So maybe a little primer on some of this stuff, or, because it really hasn't been something that we've spent a lot of time on. The other thing is, once you make a motion, you can discuss. So that's fine, but you can't take public testimony. So be careful when you make a motion, depending on when that is. I know we're supposed to take the testimony first, and take the cards if there are any. But once you do make the motion, and plus then you have to kind of extricate yourself from the motion if the discussion ends up taking us in another direction, and then want to amend it or withdraw it and that kind of thing. So there's not a rush to make motions a lot of times, but just so that you know, that was something that has also kind of come up. And again, the what kind of discussion is allowed for when we do our activities. So those are like what we did for the last 2 weeks, not supposed to talk about it, right? And then direction to town manager, a lot of times that has to do with somebody speaking to us and saying, we could bring that back, or we could put that on an agenda if that's what we want to do. But there's always that little bit of uncertainty on some of these things. So if we're all patient with each other and make the meetings go smoother and kind of read these things a little bit, then maybe we'll be able to get through quicker and smoother and with decorum.
Right, exactly. And it's also helpful for the residents because they're trying to follow along with what's going on, and so it can be a little bit confusing. And I know our residents are really involved, and they really like to know what's happening. And so if we can make it a little easier for them, I think that's the way to go. And I do know that Aaron is going to be giving his rules of procedure and open meeting law.
Yeah, sometime in the near future, TBD. Not today. I'll be doing my my council rules and code of conduct, open meeting law, conflicts of interest, the scary talk that I give every year. So this would probably be a good opportunity maybe to explore those things that the mayor discussed and that Linda was discussing a little bit more.
Thank you. And then Linda, the one thing that I keep getting told that I forget to do is to say how a vote went.
Right.
So we're kind of, so like if you say 4-3 or something,
Right.
then I'm supposed to say such and such passed or whatever. So I'll try to keep remembering to do that. And then one other thing that's been sort of recent, because of COVID, we started taking the comment cards online. So there's some confusion, because I think some people think we're going to read the whole, and it's 100 words, I believe, and then they feel like, hey, you didn't take my comment. So I don't know, that's really not even in here, I don't think, the online comment cards. So we might want to think a little bit about if we want to continue them, which, maybe we do, I think it's a good thing. But to be clear, we'll say their name and their position.
Yes,
But
it
they need
is
to know
in
that we
here.
wouldn't read it, And I think when you're on the website, you know that it's not for call to the public. So it's only for agenda items. And I think it would be at least, if we can't read it, at least saying their name and for or, against or whatever. But, so that would be something to help clarify.
Excuse me a second. Is there any way we can alter the form that it actually says, do you support or do you oppose? Because I will get an email from a girlfriend the next day saying, I opposed it and she said I supported it. So if we could make it clear.
Right. I was thinking about that today, so we're on the same path. It doesn't have it on there, so we do need to have that on there, because sometimes it's difficult to, are they supporting it or are they opposing it? They give me two different answers. They're on the same page.
We also required now, they were able to submit it without having their email address. It requested it, but they were able to submit it without putting their email address. The reason why we want that is sometimes they may need to have some follow-up, and I don't have a way of contacting them. So it's required before they can even click submit. It won't let them submit it. So that allows us so that we can follow up if we needed to.
And I stand corrected. When you were talking about the request to comment cards that are done online, it does not address it. It only addresses the ones that are let's say, people who come here and they don't want to speak, and then I have to separate them and say who's for and who is against. So I just wanted to clarify that in case.
Okay. Yeah, and those we do read because they're just like a blurb.
Right,
As if they
exactly.
came to speak.
Exactly. So we can add that to the rules of procedure regarding the online card and add the opposed or for. And we also do need to, and this could be in the video, that the people who come in, they don't even put it they're for or against. So not all of them do, but some of them do. Some of them are very good about filling out their form and others are not. So it's just a matter of educating. And if they're going to speak, it doesn't matter if they put for or against because they're going to let you know. It's the ones who don't want to speak that really need that, to indicate that. I didn't really have a slide for questions because I was hoping we would just talk about it while we were
And just what we're
going
doing.
through that. And so
I have
if
one
there's-
more thing. We noticed in, after Christmas, and then we had MLK Day, and then President's Day, where our meetings were always a day after a holiday. And so with being closed on Friday and then a Monday, you can see some of us might be looking at our packet and not be able to talk to anybody till Tuesday, which is, well, except Grady, because he's so lucky. But, so for the rest of this year, there's only one, which is September 5th. But then right away, again, next January 2nd is the Tuesday, and January 16th is the Tuesday in both of those. So since our rules of procedure say it's the first and third Tuesdays, maybe we can say, unless it's following a holiday, and then it would be the Wednesday, right? Just like the waste management goes one day later. Because I think if we start messing around with weeks, we might get a little messed up.
Yeah, so that's a good suggestion. Of course, the council always has the ability, when they go adopt the schedule, they do that in December for the next year. And the staff can just be really cognizant when they're putting together the schedule to make sure that, you know, that they recommend not having the Tuesday meetings if it's following a Monday federal holiday.
Correct, and that's what the rules of procedures allow for council. It says, when the day for a regular meeting of the council falls on a legal holiday, no meeting shall be held on such holiday, but such meeting shall be held at the same time and the same location on the same day designated by the council that is not a holiday, unless the meeting is otherwise canceled by the council. So it's a long way just to say you can have it another day.
Well, for this year, we only have September 5th, so let's keep that in mind. Thank you very much. Next item is, I think, Amanda, right? Oh.
Yes, Amanda, this is going to be a real quick one. So Amanda, our ED director, is going to give a presentation on everything you ever want to know about columbariums and whether the town should be in the service of providing this for our residents. So anyways, Amanda, you're going to go ahead and do your presentation from there.
Mayor, council members, so staff and council received a constituent inquiry regarding creating a columbarium on town property. We did some quick research in preparation for today's meeting, and we found, looking at our 91 cities and towns, that there was a low number. About 3 is what we could find, again, doing some quick research, where it was town-owned. That was Flagstaff, Mesa, and Glendale, if I'm remembering correctly. We then looked to see if there's any possibility of using a columbarium within just the town. And we found 5 churches that are listed. I'm not going to go through all of them. Staff does recognize that of our nearly 24,000 residents, they may not all go to this church, they may not go to a church, but this is what is available in our backyard. Before we do any additional research, we wanted to ask council, to Mr. Miller's point, do we want to be in the business, the columbarium business? So we leave it to council. I always think it's good practice to provide recommendation from staff. Staff is not recommending moving forward with this. Again, we have nearly 24,000 residents. I'm only aware of one inquiry. We also don't know where are we putting this. Is it a building? Is it a room? Who's responsible? Is it staff? Is it a third party? The operational cost? And with that, Madam Mayor, I turn it over to you.
Could be a puzzle. No. You can put names on that.
Have you looked into what's required in order to even consider this as far as building one, like called a cemetery or anything like that? Because I don't think this is as easy as it's sounding.
So, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, no, we have not. Again, we wanted to do some initial research before we dove too deep to see if there was a consensus to move forward.
Okay, and also, what are the expenses and who, the upkeep and who's going to be responsible, et cetera, for that? I'm not for it because I just think it's too complex of an issue.
Mayor, can I just jump in real quick? I'm no expert in cemeteries or columbariums, but one of our other communities, at least one of our other ones, does have one that we represent. It is not as easy as it sounds. There is an extensive regulatory scheme that we have to comply with, involving notifying family members, handling of either deceased or cremated bodies, right? There's all sorts of things you have to comply with, and state regulations and inspections that have to be done. It's not the easiest business to be in.
Well, this has been something that's been brought up over the years, so it's not, I know there's one person or one constituent, but he or she is not alone in this desire, and I think when we went through the 50th anniversary thing, it kind of brought that back, that we are an older community, and I'm sure many of us from where we come from go and back and see our, relatives and such, and so I think that was the thought process. I was thinking that the Historic and Cultural Preservation Commission might be interested in researching it more, but I don't know, nobody seems to agree with that. It seemed like a natural thing. It's historic preservation for a town that's 50 years old with people that are getting older, and but if it, and then the thing that really pushed me over the edge was doing the overlook and seeing people there having a little service and throwing the ashes. And I don't know if that's legal or not, but that was, and we're all kind of walking through like, felt very intrusive. And that's not the first time. So there might be a need or a want by more than we think. But, obviously, if the intention is not to go ahead with this, then I will abide by that. Yes, sir.
I would agree with the staff's recommendation not to move forward with this.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I would agree with you, Ms. Mayor, on this. I think it should be assigned to a committee. And I think that in a town like ours, it's an elderly population and a community that has deep pockets. I think if we put it out there that if somebody would like to sponsor this and have naming rights, like the Joe Smith, I think somebody might be willing to sponsor this, and we could have something like this in our town. I mean, Flagstaff's got dark skies, we've got dark skies. They did it, we can do it. So I think there's a way to do this without us even having to pay for it.
I would have to disagree because we would still have to pay for the staff hours for managing it, and this is something that we don't have the experience with. As much as I can understand the sentiment of wanting to stick around Fountain Hills, it's a really special place. I love the idea of my future family coming back and visiting me someday, but I think there's a lot of work to do for the living first.
I think it's a lovely idea. As someone that did something non-traditional with both of her parents, they're in the Gulf Ocean right now, in case either one of you want to know. I think it's a lovely idea, but I don't think that it is something that we can afford to do at this time. I think it's an excellent idea if there is a property owner out there that wants to do this themselves, because having shipped ashes 2 times for 2 different parents to the people that put the coral reef together, there was a lot involved in making it happen, and we couldn't do it ourselves. Only the mortuary people could do it. It was a lot involved. So I would suggest if there's a property owner out there, or if the person that asked the question knows somebody, I think it's a lovely idea. I just don't think that we can take it on ourselves.
And again, my issue with having, or my idea of having it go to the commission, which is a new commission and maybe looking at projects or such, would be that they would do, we're just up here saying we can't do it, but that doesn't mean it would have to be, municipal. There may be, like you were saying, a property owner, or maybe it's just, in other words, we're guessing on what it takes if we were going to be the ones running it. I don't know that this is what the gentleman necessarily is requiring, and are there other ways out there to do it that wouldn't mean we had staff time or we're worried about, health department and all that. So that was all, my idea was to have them maybe do more of a deeper dive on it. But I don't think that the support is here to do that. But I do think that visiting my parents does serve the living. There's other ways that we're doing things, and I think it is a worthy idea.
And if I could just follow up, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. Again, we're in agreement. Again, just reminding people that we are in an elderly community. There's a lot of people that don't have anybody to give their inheritance to. And if we were to set this up either privately or publicly with naming rights, we could also set up they could be required to have an endowment. And so that would pay for the future of this project, even for staff costs, for upkeep, maintenance. And so, again, we can just, as a provision of the naming rights, we just set up an endowment. And I think it'd be a beautiful thing to have in our community.
I appreciate that. We'll talk to the interested person and see if there's any desire to take this someplace else. Well, thank you. All right. So I think, it's not 3 o'clock. Sorry about that, but I think what Brenda said before, we do it once a year.
Before we adjourn, I do have one more, just whenever you're ready for me. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to do adjournment, so I will wait.
I just wanted to add, when I did my dark sky illumination project, I didn't know if, I wasn't aware I was going to do that today, so I left out a couple important facts. A couple of facts I left out was this was part of my Leadership Academy project, and so I don't want to throw Gina and Marie and Jill under the bus, because this was a cooperative effort to come up with this idea. And then the other thing I failed to mention too was after this idea came out and it went public and people kind of started to figure, oh, they're going to put streetlights up in Fountain Hills, I did meet with the Dark Sky Commission with Vicki Betts and the vice president or vice chair, and they were in support of this. So as we think about going forward with this, we do have support from the Dark Skies people. That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you, staff. Thank you, council. Thank you, anybody that was watching this. We really appreciate your interest, and we're always open for your input. Thank you so much, and if there's nothing else, we're adjourned.